now our man Jameson can look for the link,
Yes.
and we'll take it from there.
Second.
Mm-hmm.
Now I see it. Gotcha.
Thank you. Take your time there.
All right. And we are go.
Excellent. Okay.
And should I introduce the show? Hello, folks. It is.
Yeah, that's fine. Fill the band with trivia till we till the proper start of the hour, top of the hour. So I will leave that to your expert hands. All right.
All right. So there's a guy who created a homemade mask launcher. I like this guy's ingenuity. YouTuber Alan Penn has come up with a contraption that can finally get everyone to wear a mask in public. A gun that flings masks at people's faces. Oh man, of course they say the launcher is all for fun, but I think it's a good idea. I think they should have like public health officials who have that for people who are walking around without a mask.
But by the way, what was that thing you sent me about? I didn't really review it. It was the black woman.
Yeah.
Why every black woman should have a gun. What was that?
Oh yeah. This woman, she said that she was going up the stairs to her apartment, and this just white dude was standing on the staircase, and he had like a chainsaw, and he was trying to chase her with a chainsaw. So she said she shot him, and then he kept chasing her, and then he finally realized that. Like by the time she was like in the parking lot, he finally realized that he had been shot, and eventually the police came and took him into custody because he was going into like this racial tirade, and he was trying to be like I guess he was trying to be like Jason or something like that. He was trying to be.
Oh, you mean like one of the serial killers?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so frightening that somebody would.
It's fucking terrifying. But
Yes.
But the thing is, she made it clear that because she had a firearm, she was able to protect herself. And I think that all women should carry firearms. Well,
Yes.
within reason.
Right.
Because I do have to remember I'm on Staten Island, and I don't really think I would feel safe if some of the people out here were walking around carrying firearms.
Yes.
So,
No, that is an incredible story, and so apparently because the man was arrested, it's quite true. It's something that is undeniably it happened. That's
and he claimed, and he said he wanted to kill her because she was black.
Oh my God, this is awful. I mean, first off, I'm wondering if he was listening to me because I don't know if you were awake at the time. Some sarcasm dripping there, but I was going into basically a kind of tirade the other day about how those cinematic serial killers don't go after black women, that there's no black scream queens because they don't want to step into that shit because they know the black woman would tear their eyes out. And and then this man comes in emulation of a cinematic serial killer going after a black woman specifically. It really makes me wonder if he was listening to me or something of that nature. I mean, words can have that kind of effect. So we always have to be careful what we say. Well, to a degree. So does that ring a bell with you? Did you hear any of that, what I was saying the other day? Anybody?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
I was granted I was probably in a sort of hypnagogic, hypnopompic trance because I don't. My cycles of sleep aren't regular, for lack of a better word. I seem to be in what I would call a waking dream state, where I'm sort of still aware that my body's lying flat on the bed, but at the same time, simultaneously in the dream, it's like I'm actually in another body at the same time doing whatever I'm doing in the dream world. So it's kind of strange. But I can sometimes still hear the music that I have playing while I'm like sleeping throughout the entire dream. And sometimes I'll be in a dream and I'll be like, why isn't the radio station changing? And I'll be like, wait a minute, that's because I'm sleeping and I have the same song looped on repeat.
Yeah, I mean, Derek Talley was sleeping the other day when he was listening to my show, and he actually apparently absorbed enough of it where he came on and said, "Hey, great show tonight!" And I said, "This is like someone sleeping with the textbook under their pillow and absorbing the information before a test somehow by osmosis." So Derek, it might be your turn to provide us a bit of trivia if you wish.
Yeah, sure. Not much has been going on. Yeah, just finding some stories that I'm posting to Facebook here so that when we start, a lot of interesting stuff, weird stuff going on. Part of the weird is the people's reaction to the storming of the White House.
Hasn't there been a mass shooting? There's been a mass shooting, hasn't there?
I don't know, has there? If there was, I missed it.
Could you look it up, please? I believe that there's been some kind of shooting where somebody went around and was shooting people, a spree, a murder spree.
One of the Capitol Police guards committed suicide recently after the Capitol got stormed.
Good God, why? I mean,
because he was a failure. There's thousands and thousands of them. He was unable to stop them, so he killed himself.
It's like, well, that's not even. Is that what he said? I mean, like he left a note to that effect, or?
I just posted it, so I got to look more into the. Okay. I got to look more into the.
Right, because that's.
I have the story of the shooting. All right. UFC student security guard among at least 3 killed in shooting rampage between Chicago, Evanston, CPD. Chicago, 7 people have been shot. And
Evanston. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 people have been shot and at least 3 of the victims killed after a shooting rampage that stretched from Chicago's south side to Evanston Saturday, according to Chicago police. As law enforcement officials gather more information about the deadly crime spree, they've provided more details. When you hear this whole story, it seems that you have a crystal ball of what he's going to do next, and we all know we don't have crystal ball.
We all know we don't have crystal balls. That's delightful.
I don't know what the hell the Chicago police superintendent is talking about right here, so I'm just going to skip over that because it's just bullshit. It's just
but it's funny.
It's like hearing Trump's word salad.
Yes.
Okay, let's get right to the point.
I guess what he's trying to do is provide. He's covering his ass. Basically, what he's doing is he's covering his ass, saying, "Oh, nobody could have foreseen this." That's what he's trying to say. But it comes out like something stupid, like we don't have crystal balls, and all you can think of is testicles, right? And but anyhow, go on. Yeah.
A 30-year-old University of Chicago student is among victims killed in Nightingale's shooting spree, CPD said. Another victim was a woman who was shot after she was taken hostage at an IHOP in Evanston, according to Evanston police.
By the same guy?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Go on. Yeah.
Officials initially said 7 people were shot and 5 killed Saturday, but on Sunday amended the count to 3 killed in the shooting rampage. Just before 2 p.m. Saturday, a UFC student was shot and killed in a parking garage of the Regent Park apartment complex in the 5000 block of Southeast Avenue, according to police and school officials. The university was notified that a student had been discovered in a car with a gunshot wound. Officials said in a statement to the university's community. The university put out a statement saying, "This is deeply painful news for the university community."
Yeah, they lost a tuition-paying student. Yeah, go on. I'm sure they're heartbroken about that. Yeah.
Overall, though, it seems like I'm just trying to browse through this reporting. They're talking about the student who was killed minutes after. All right. Yeah, they seem to be stuck on this one person getting shot. This is horrible fucking reporting. This is ABC, so I'm going to see if I can find something that sums everything up. New York Times. There we go.
I got to hear from the ABC Chicago, the ABC News. Four dead following shooting and spree in Chicago area. 4 people are dead, including the suspect after hours-long shooting spree across the Chicago area. The bloodshed began Saturday at 1:50 p.m. when a man entered a parking lot on the Southeast End Avenue in Chicago. Got a 30-year-old man who was sitting inside a car, according to Chicago Police Department. The victim, a student at the University of Chicago, was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect then entered an apartment building on the same street around 2 p.m. and fired shots at a female security guard who was shot in the chest, as well as a 77-year-old woman who was receiving her mail, police said. So he shot the 77-year-old woman who just happened to come out and get the mail. They were both transported to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where the security guard was pronounced dead and the 77-year-old woman remained in critical condition. He proceeded to walk into the building, and I think she told him he had to leave. The building then shot her. A neighbor told ABC Chicago station WLS, so then she began to run, and he shot her again.
Oh.
So he shot back after. She told him to leave. He shot her, she started to run, and he shot her again as she was running. So he sounds like a little fucking coward.
Yeah. Hold on for just a second here. I've got to check in with Brendan Zoget and see if he's on. I'm calling him on the Skype. He says he's ready to appear. We can return to the story later. Obviously, this is going to be with us for a few days, this story, the repercussions of it, though with everything else going on in the nation. Let me see if I can call him again and see if he comes on. Let me see. He should be on. Brendan?
Oh, yes. I'm on now.
Oh, God, yes. Let us know when you come on. Don't just wait there patiently. And so
I had to join the call.
Oh, okay. Yes. So let us know about everything that's been happening with yourself lately. I'm just going to let you take the stage. Have at it. And God knows your days are hell, and they're going to be more hellish when school starts again. When is this?
Yes. Oh, I'm pretty much next week or the week after. I think the week after.
Oh, God, this
coming week.
This is so... How is this just one more semester, or what? That you're doing this?
I have pretty much one more class, but I'm trying to milk the financial aid, so we'll see.
No, I understand. I understand that part of it, but still, it's
yes.
Yeah, it's oh God. So when you say one more class, what is
one more required class to get my the first certificate or whatever they have, and then pretty much I get to transfer at some point, but I'm kind of gonna wait it out and see how everything goes.
Okay.
Before I do that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Jesus, your life's busy enough. It's overwhelming. So what about in terms of everything else? Just cut loose.
Yeah, I mean, the situation's stabilized. The deli is fine, today.
Okay.
For once, for the first time in a long time, thanks to football, less people are coming in right now.
Okay.
So it's there's some kind of playoff game going. But I read your post earlier, Douglas. I appreciate that. You're the only one in the entire world that talks about the modern day slavery.
Thank you.
So that's something to be emphasized for sure.
Thank you. I'll speak. Yeah. Go on, please. Yeah.
Right. No, I just wanted to say that to get that out. But because there's so many people talking about all kinds of other problems, but that is still the top problem in my opinion.
Thank you.
How can all these people be enslaved, and then you say we're we have free countries or whatever they want to call it. So.
Oh, it's preposterous. And just the statistics of it, I mean, can you believe it? There's more slaves now than there ever were in recorded human history.
In all history. Yeah, and I believe it. I mean, that's almost
Well, you're one of them.
I was going to say, that's not even including the wage slaves, but I guess you included them.
Yeah, no, actually, I did not. I mean,
right.
just including sheer unpaid slavery, 1 in every 200 people is a slave. If I included wage slaves, it would be like only 1 in every 200 people would be free. So, holy shit.
No matter how you slice it, it's like, that's just craziness, you know?
Yes, no, it's awful. I mean, we live in shit. I mean, the present situation fucking sucks. So, so go on, yes. Oh
yes,
my
and
God.
like the way the world is right now, like, we're gonna start seeing like more consequences of this kind of stuff, and like, just at my work, like, stuff's already starting to fail, like, mechanically.
Yeah.
And I attribute this to like the earth signs. Now that it's like an earth type, you know, everything's going to be more practical, and like things will get harder. Like and I'm already seeing food shortages. Like, this is confirmed. Like, I work it here. We're getting shorted on potatoes, all kinds of like, you know, like, what is it, like pickles and stuff, like all kinds of different goods. Like, we're ordering them and they're taking the money, but we're not getting them sent to us. So as was predicted by the Capricorn Earth sign switch up, like, this is just like the first taste of like the food shortages. Like, it will get worse, and it is getting worse. So
the taste is an interesting term. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that too, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I want to get kale.
What was
Kale,
that?
yes. There is like a celery shortage as well, and like the kale is a good another option, but it's like it's gonna get pretty much like tougher and tougher, and potentially get pretty, pretty hard to deal with if there's no food around.
Yeah.
Desperate, exactly. So that's unfortunate, that I have to report that, but it's like that's how it's going. It seems to be going to that direction.
Well, the funny thing is, this is North America, where we've got it comparatively good, as opposed to England, where if it's this bad here, you can imagine what it's like in England. It's going to be awful. Yeah. But by the way, I remember there was this one novel that is recommended reading for everyone, that is titled Alas, Babylon, and that is the title of a science fiction novel in which they were pointing out, among other things, in a post-nuclear holocaust that was comparatively benign, like a moderate, limited exchange, comparatively speaking, compared to what people would normally fantasize. Actually, it wasn't, but anyhow, that aside, one of the things they pointed out was everyone in America suddenly, because coffee was grown in the southern hemisphere, suddenly everyone was without coffee, which is a fact no one ever thinks about. That if we suddenly, one of the most, the things that we really depend on is coffee. If you can imagine that suddenly became unavailable, and they were pointing out in that novel that tobacco is grown here in America, so everybody had the ability to smoke, but there was no coffee. So anyhow, go on with what you're saying.
Right, and like in the entire world, coffee is like the second most popular drink after tea. So like if that happened, it would be over.
Yeah.
Just like with the chocolate, like you brought up.
Yes. Well, the chocolate's
if
different.
If there was no coffee and chocolate, like people would lose their shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, with the chocolate, it's different. It's just without the chocolate, then the woman would have they'd kill us all. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh, Selena says her life will shut down if there's a shortage of avocados, so she prays that doesn't happen. Well, we grow them in California, so she just needs to move out here.
Right, there you go. Yeah, we have them out here for sure.
Mm-hmm. So go on.
But everything's stable with me, like the situation's getting a bit better. It's just a matter of, doing a bit more work, like hiring divine discipline, continuing. Mm-hmm. So, I definitely stress that to anyone, like, centering speech, centering posture, like getting the good diet, like all of that is essential right now. And then I have like other, I guess, astrologically speaking, like the Great Conjunction was not the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. There's actually a bigger one happening in February.
Go on.
So it'll be like all these big planets in Capricorn. And so it'll be like there could be another situation that happens. Perhaps even more problematic, so we'll have to just wait and see. Because Capricorn is a more heavier sign as far as like it's going to bring things back to like Earth and like practicality and and so that's when things could change, and it would be basically, and right now like near the sun you have like multiple planets, like for those who can see it, I can't see it because of the clouds, but you can see Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury are having a conjunction at the moment near the sun. You have Venus on the other side of the sun, and then at some point, I think Pluto will also join them. So there'll be like multiple planets, like all in Capricorn. So this will be happening in February too. So that's something to look out for. And so 2021 is actually an energetically, it's going to be an active year energetically. So.
Go on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fascinating. Yeah.
Right. So that was it. Yeah.
That. Well, there's got to be more. Give us your impressions of everything that's been going on recently. The riots in. By the way, I did predict so much of everything that's come to pass. I don't know if anybody was listening to my second part of transmission, where I got cut it in half again the other night, and then I went into they need to impeach Trump. They need to do all this. They're pretty much following all my advice. So I guess somebody's listening to
Good.
me.
Finally, someone.
Yes, but go on.
Too little, too late, in my opinion.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. I mean, yeah. I'll.
It's like the damage is already done.
Yes. Yes. And fucking crazy bullshit. Yeah. Go on. I mean,
it's just crazy. Like, and then we're in I mean, as you've said before, like we are in like a new era where like situations are going to get crazier. The technology is massively a factor. Like countries have basically already almost been destroyed by like deepfakes and stuff. Like,
yeah.
So it's it's just going to escalate from here, and people got to be really cautious and pay attention to what they're listening to and what they're looking at. Like, it has to be. That's why I always stress like doing like connecting to nature, like getting that natural sense, because then you can actually understand like, okay, is this like an actual person or is it an AI talking? Is it just someone's manipulation, as in a deep fake? Like, there's going to be like things like that humans have to get more subtle vision for,
Thank you.
So,
my friend Keith Call, who's the straightest guy I know, the super Christian Boy Scout kid. He was saying it's called discernment in the theological sense. In religion, it's called discernment, and people lack discernment. They lack the ability to. They lack critical thinking. That's basically what it is. And it's like the relations of that one woman who died. Not the butch looking chick, but there was some other kind of chubby chick who died. Chunky, chubby chick, and her family said she was into all that QAnon shit, and she paid for it with her life. So.
Yeah, what happened was she was supposedly trampled to death. If you can believe, like supposedly people had fallen down, and they didn't even bother to pick up their fellow protesters.
Of course not. Those people were like animals.
Yeah.
They just
that dude was literally dressed like a buffalo. Like, that's all he was doing.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. It's true. It's true.
On the level of animals, these people.
No, it's true. It's true. These people were simply, just basically acting out their inner animal. They were just venting. Right. Anyhow, so please go on with your other impressions of that. I think that's important. We see a de-evolution here. We see a de-evolution of the human spirit. Yeah, go on.
And that's how I see it. It's like losing evolution. Like, we have enough technology to end poverty, end slavery. We can bring out the benevolent AI. We can get the traffic under control. Like, all these things can happen. It's a matter of who we're going to trust and who's going to do it. And if like humans can do it, it's like, it's definitely possible. It's just like, we can't let any of this other stuff, continue to happen. Like, because the technology is at such a point where it is like going into a negative area. Mm-hmm. And it's, so it's a matter of getting connected to nature, understanding what the technology is for and how to use it and why, things like that.
Yes.
But I have to go back into work, Douglas. I have to
already
head out.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay.
I know, it was quick.
Well, we love you, and take care of yourself, okay?
Yes, it's good to hear from everyone. Much love.
Yes.
You guys have a good evening.
All right, you too.
Good evening, Brendan.
Yes. So that was wonderful, and thank you. And I think all of that segues back to the mass shooting, obviously. So, Derek, take it away again, as well as Jameson, please, both of you. Both of you seem to have a handle on this. We are officially starting the program. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring on Selena Khan first. Selena, honey, tell us about your day. I understand there was a big sale, if you're willing to talk about that.
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, so my it's basically work. I work, not much, nothing different. It's all mundane thing. So my boring story goes like this. I've been busy and working. I had this transaction, still not 100% done. There are a lot of things here. No one is happy. No one is satisfied. So I'm the one to be blamed. Why think like attorneys, they hate each other. They don't like each other. They gossip. Seller's attorney will come gossip with me about buyer's attorney, and buyer's attorney, she hates me, and all kinds of things. So I'm in the middle of all this thing, just trying to working out. So it's not that much, for the last time I was here, last transmission, and now. So past 2 days I've been working from home. I have a lot of things to do for weeks to come. It's gonna be next 6 months of I'm gonna be busy with new projects and whatnot. But that's my life. That's my work. That's what I do. But but I'm gonna share something very interesting. Some incidents that happened that I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to investigate. But so back in 2019, I just received some. I always get text message these days. All the business solicitors, like the contractors, all the the real estate that training companies, and everybody calls and texts me and all. So suddenly I received excuse me, a message from these people, only text message. So numbers are unusual numbers, like 029, and then kind of like these are probably like people can use different types of numbers just to text, not for phone call purposes. So so I received a message that, hey, Selena, would you be interested to do a survey on Whole Food Market and all these things? Yeah, absolutely, why not? I thought something that, that there are companies out there, their focus group or whatnot. What they do is basically reach out to people and then try to see their experience with shopping, where they shop, and all these things. So I agreed, and then they sent me they asked. All communication was happening pretty much on weekly basis, as in when can you start, when can you. So they sent me instructions, and they sent me a check about like $2,900, almost like $3,000 and all this. So
what I
did, so it's a very interesting story. Basically I tried to deposit the check, and they gave me instructions that you get the money, and then you go on for your assignments. Basically you buy gift cards from like Target and all these stores, like department stores like Targets and all this, so Walmart and all this. So you buy it, you keep $450 for yourself, and then rest of the money you buy gift card, any amount, like 4 or 5 gift cards. So kind of like didn't make sense. So I was like, all right, what the heck? Let me see what it is. I was more interested to see what is happening, because if they asked me to do my assignment to buy gift cards, then what that has to do with Whole Food? So it's all scams. So I deposited the check to my bank, and then a week later, I'm talking about, this is something back in 2019, summer or something. So and then check was came back, and then Chase bank sent me a letter that it was check is not valid, it's the scam and all these things. So they sent me a letter, and then this you like to respond and all this, let us know, we can whatever. So they have no idea what it was. They just saw it was a check. It's a bad check. And then, I called them, and the person who spoke to me, somehow it worked, this weird phone number. It sounds like somewhere overseas. And then there's this man, you can tell, like, I'm not trying to, like, point out, like, I can tell, like, if it's a person is Spanish speaking, or, they're black or white.
Yeah.
Kind of like, so it was a black man with a thick accent, and I said, where are you? Like, where is your office, like, physical building that you go to work and, do your stuff? Where are you? He said, oh, I'm in Kansas. I said, Kansas, what, USA? He's like, yes, but it sounded like some faraway country, like overseas or something. Called wasn't clear.
Right.
So I said, why did you send me that, fraudulent check? I deposited and it didn't, you know what you're doing, right? He said, no, we're all genuine and all this. I said, what do you mean? Why this check came back? And then, bank told me it's a scam and all this thing. Why are you doing all these things? So he goes like, no, it's good. You can redeposit the check and it will work. So I said, look, it's okay. I'm not interested. So, okay. So that was the end of conversation back in 2019. Then again, it started again 2020. Sometime in September, I received a check. Same people. So they're like, they kept sending messages like, okay, so you give $450, the same old story, whatnot, and all this. So you buy gift cards and all the same stories. I said, look, I will start.
You got a list. It's like you
I'm
were...
more interested to find out like what they're doing. So I just wanted to get to the bottom of it. So basically, so I got the check and I didn't deposit. And that was in September 2020, like 4 months ago. And then they sent me another check. Remember, I think I sent you the check from the copy. So what happened?
Oh, right. That's right. You did. Yes.
Yeah. So that's the check. It just I wanted to talk about it, so I just sent you the check. So then again, sometime in beginning of December, they sent me another check. This time, this is a check from Chase Bank. So I was like very surprised, and then I can tell touching the check that it's genuine or not. They just print it out, from their, inexpensive printers, and they have probably location. They do this scamming business, somewhere down in the basement, somewhere wherever. So I took the check to bank, and I said, look, I wanted to sit down with the manager and explain him what happened. So I said, look, I have this check. I'm trying to investigate. This is not a real check. However, it says Chase. So they checked the check and then said, oh, it's fraudulent check, so don't worry about it. I said, do you want to keep the check and then do your investigations? Don't worry about it. People do this. They're not interested. They're not law enforcement agencies. They don't want to get involved. It doesn't matter. So, so what I'm trying to say that people are doing all these things. What they do is that sometimes people, they take a chance. They will send out this type of checks to probably 1,000 people. That is their investment, and then at least one will act like it's $3,000 sometime. So what they told me is that, you can use your money, like first time when I got the check, so you can use your money, your check will be cleared soon, and it's only so you have your money, no problem. So anyway, so my point is that these are the thing that not an everyday thing. Not everybody will experience this thing. So I wanted to investigate, and the bank, they know that people do this type of thing, so they didn't bother. They didn't care. So just disregard it. It's just a waste of time, going into this and find out. So people do all kinds of scam. There was turned out that it's all bad thing that people are doing, trying to, scam people and then, trying to make money out of them, whatever they can.
Right.
So,
I'd be interested in knowing which country that black guy was calling from. I'm assuming Nigeria or something.
I'm still in touch with them. I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to see, I texted this person. He didn't respond. So, the thing is that not necessarily, I don't know, how they, Secret Service, FBI, what they investigate, what they do. I had another very interesting incident, almost more than 10 years ago. So I had this car that I wanted to sell. I had this old a sports car, 300ZX. It's old, but what I did, I put a lot of stuff in, a lot of, very powerful speakers. I souped up the car and all this.
Wow!
So
I didn't realize what a racy chick you were.
I was anyway. So what happens is so I wanted to sell the car and then I wanted to get a new one. I was like, whatever. So then so there's this two people, the young guys, two guys called me. I put in ads and then they called me and they said, oh, I'd like to come over and get the car and all this, so they're going to buy it. And so they came. Now, it was one of the Saturday that usually Saturday night, Sunday night, I used to, go out and all this. So I was planning. I was with my boyfriend. We were planning, and we basically go to clubs. This is one of the famous nightclubs in New York. It's called Webster Hall. We were lifetime members. So basically, you go there. If you go before 12, you get a free drink. You don't have to pay, free pass. So just for the sake of save money, we will go minutes before midnight just to enter for free, and then go there, whatever. So we were planning. So these two guys came and then gave me a deposit, $400. Just keep this money, and then we will come and give you the money, or you can have the money right now. I had no idea. It's very strange. So when they gave those $400, $100 notes, they looked very lighter green. So it was I was in a rush, getting ready to go out and all this thing. So I kind of, it was stuck in my head, but I didn't think about it. So we go, as usual. They left. They made a deposit, the money and all these things. So when we went to the club around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, probably 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock at that time. So what I did is that my boyfriend and we had another friend went with us. Remember, Douglas, I told you one of this Japanese girl that our friend was married to. She came to USA and then got married to our friend.
Yeah, she's an MD.
That is the friend.
She's a medical doctor.
So at that time, he was dating that girl. She was in and out of USA. She was in Hawaii, and then she came back. So kind of it was a good time. We were enjoying time, and he was very happy and talking about her and all this. So we're drinking, walking around the club. So at a point, I just wanted to have some drinks. So my boyfriend went at the bar and gave $100 to the bartender. So
wow.
It was 2, 3 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock probably, very late. Usually we leave and we go to another place and so on and so forth.
Right.
So I was standing and I was talking to someone, a group of people, whatever, you're drunk and, that's what you do. You just talk to anyone and everyone. So that's what nightclub is for. So I just noticed at a glance that the bartender took the money, $100, and he said, and then trying to prepare the drink, and then she saw the money, and the moment I saw that, I thought that something is not right here.
Right.
It's a fake money and something. So that's when I realized that was back of my mind, that money that we took, deposit money. That was so. Anyway, so she came. The bartender came back, and then said like, oh, there's something wrong, there's a problem. So I went, like, I just ran to the bar and standing next to him, my boyfriend, and then so the security came and talked to him and said, look, can you come with us over here? So I'm just watching, I'm go close to him. So they were just asking him, like, this is fake money, where did you get it, and all these things. So he told him what was the money, and then he said, okay, my girlfriend is here, so you can ask. So they asked me the same thing, and then they said, look, it's not something that you guys did anything wrong. I believe your story because you told what you told us. Your girlfriend said the same thing, so we believe you. But the policy is that we have to confiscate your membership because it is what it is. So it didn't matter, so we left.
Right.
Now we left, and we came.
So when they confiscate the membership, what does that mean? That means permanently?
It doesn't mean anything. It's just you can go back. The membership, we went back to the club without membership. Like, we had to pay. Cover is like $40, whatever, per person. It's expensive. So it didn't hurt us or anything. Just membership was canceled.
Okay.
Nothing happened. We went back to the club many, many times thereafter. So what happened was that we came with one car instead of being two cars. And it's not easy to find parking, and two cars is not necessary. Sometimes we come with friends' cars. Everybody's one car and all this. So when we left, we had to leave. They said, you guys have to leave. So we left. But a friend, he's still there. So he had no idea where we were. He just saw us 5 minutes ago, and then we're not there anymore. So he was so scared. He thought something happened to us. We died. God knows what.
Yeah, that's upsetting.
He didn't know what to think. So we came home. So what we did, not came home quite. We came back, and then we went to a diner where we usually go have breakfast with friends and stuff. So, and then what we did is that left a note to his apartment close to the diner. So he came back, who knows when he came back, but we were still there hanging out instead of going home. So then at a point he came back home, and he had to take the train, and subway is far away, and then it's like, after long hours of hanging out at the bar and the club is very tiring. So he was like, when he came back
yeah,
home,
I can imagine.
He was still scared. He thought we were arrested. We were, who knows? Like, it's a crazy place. So,
yes.
But anyway, so he came back, and then he came to the diner, and then we told him what happened. So So anyway, he found out what happened. He was very scared. He was very, he didn't know what to think, but all good. Now, thereafter, we went back home, and all these things. You call these people, that why did you, give us these fake bills, and you have no idea. So they're like, oh no, they're real money. We're going to bring more remainder of the, it's just $10,000 or something. So
just like that, yeah.
Yeah, so nothing happened. They're in denial. So I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to fight. I said, you know what, you can come back and get your money back. I am not selling the car anymore. And that's about it. They never called. So I called FBI. I called Secret Service. I said, look, there are people. I can give you the name and phone number. They're they have fake money. God knows what they do and all this. He said, don't worry about it. Let them alone. They're very nice. I said, I appreciate you called us, but, these people are bad people out there. They do what they do. Don't worry about it. Disregard them. So nobody cares if people are committing crime or to find out. So law enforcement services don't have time for this little thing that happening. They're not for you. They're not protecting society. They're not doing anything for it. Just they do. Who knows what they do? And they get paid. They're just so regular people. They really don't solve any problem that happening in society. It doesn't matter what it is. the New Year's Eve night, I went there and went to Manhattan. So it's a lot of police officers, and they're very nice. It's just people like you and me. They're just in uniform, and they're very helpful, cooperating. So then I asked them. I was talking to so many police officers. They're very nice, and I said, "What's going on? Share something where people should be concerned about visiting New York and all this." He said, "No, everything's fine. Nothing happened and all this." So they were saying their version of what they're supposed to say. I mean, it's up to you to believe or not believe, but I kind of have also understanding that what is happening to New York City through my business, all the real estate and all this thing, all the investment that people are making. I'm sure they protect. They're all protected. Nobody's vandalizing anything. Nobody's breaking anything. It's just that a lot of police officers, a lot of mercenaries. Probably these are all a lot of black people, young people. Looks like they're brought to New York City for that night, just to protect the city from any types of violence and whatnot. They're probably from Rikers Island prison. No, because it makes sense. These are very polite. They're being told what to do. That's very robotic. Mm-hmm. The job is to just sit down, walk around. You can tell their body language. These are all mercenaries from prison and Rikers Island. But prison is in America. It's an industry. They work. They have full-time job. They're not just getting rotten in there. All people are in different maximum security prison. Those are like politicians or some wealthy businessman is being so those are different. But outside that, all the young people, just to carry quarter ounce of marijuana, they'll put them in jail, and they'll be like, "Listen, you know why you're here? You're just gonna be working here. Don't worry about it. Whenever you want to go out, you'll go out." So I mean, I don't know. That is my understanding, because crime is everywhere. Big cities is not crime. So much wealth in California, in San Francisco, in San Francisco Bay Area, Silicon Valley. There was no crime there. What people talk about is that these sick, homeless people, these are people that release to those big areas just to make it look like, they're, homeless people. Otherwise, city is too good. People are all wealthy people having a good time and doing their thing. And, so they just stage everything. There are a lot of homeless people. These are homeless people. They're mentally ill people. They're from one place to another. They're brought to different cities, big cities, just to make it look like, they're homeless people, and then it needs to be taken care of. But it's all just set up, all staged. Right. There is no problem that in this country is being solved. It's all just keep the problem alive, and look all of these things that are happening. I'm sharing my understanding. I'm sharing my observation. I'm sharing what I understood. So it's not like I'm asking anyone to believe anything. It's just that this is how it is. That's why there is no people like us. We suffer. There's two of my clients, they signed a contract. When you sign a contract, would you expect that you did some work here and you're going to get paid if they close the house? They changed their mind because they lost their job. How sad is that? I mean, it's all everything that's happening, that people are suffering. Everywhere you go deep into, you just extend. Here, simple, your listeners, ask them. I'm sure they know a lot of people lost their job. They know a lot of people, lost their homes. Real estate is on the verge of God knows what happened in this next 6 to 8 months. It's everything dysfunctional. It looks that way. Everything is fine in this country, but it isn't. That's what is happening.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, because I can verify what Our Lady Selina Khan is speaking about in so many ways. There is literally a kind of generation of problems. If there are no problems there, then problems will be generated, so that there is a sense of community that is otherwise not there. In terms of how this can happen, a rather unorthodox example would be Rajneesh Puram, and Rajneesh Puram would be something that Brendan Zogit could go on at some length about, because he likes to expose a lot of these guru charlatans, these charlatan super gurus, and because he feels that he's able to discern between true ascetics or teachers of wisdom or ascended masters and those that are just basically taking advantage of people or basically power mongers. And with Bhagwan Rajneesh and his cult, they purchased enormous tracts of property in Oregon to the point where they were overwhelming a certain city in Oregon where they had set up their own city, Rajneesh Puram. They literally built their own city, and in order to swing the votes of the entire county to the point where they politically dominated the county and were able to ultimately attempt a hostile takeover, they shipped in literally thousands and thousands of mentally disturbed homeless people. And these people were around, like Peter Moon and I were discussing. Originally it was Ronald Reagan in California who just basically cut all the funding for mental health services. And when he cut all the funding for mental health services, they just discharged all kinds of people from what we used to call asylums. Of course, there's all kinds of names for them, like loony bins or lunatic asylums. But these are basically care facilities for people who are a threat to themselves and others. And that's why they're institutionalized. And they were just released. So under Ronald Reagan, we developed a homeless problem that had never existed before, which was simply mentally disturbed people were now on the streets because they were totally incapable of caring for themselves. And so then, as Peter Moon said, this was emulated by somebody, one of the Bushes, I believe is who he said it was, the senior Bush, probably inspired by Ronald Reagan and his time in California, did that nationally. And then nationally, they unleashed all of these lunatics. I'm sorry, mentally unstable people.
Douglas, you're absolutely right, but here's something else here happening as well. So basically, like everywhere you go, it's like, okay, so if you in a society that it is designed so that way, like, financial guru, and they're gonna make event, and I have attended many events, so it definitely doesn't help people because it's all a scam, emotionally, like making people kind of like, to a point that they will just go with it. They will go, but they will. It's just illusion. But the thing is that all these institutions that Rajneesh Puram or there are few others that out there, I have attended these events recently. In fact, last year in April. So the thing is that these are all government-funded program, and most of it, if you remember or not, that this Rajneesh Puram this is a man. He's from India, so this comes from India because I did almost 3-4 years of research, pretty much went in deep into the root of this, the subject, and then these people that what they do to people. Inherently human being, we're all very loving, caring being, but people emotionally people can victimize people so easily, just act like deception, like showing love and caring and all these things that people do. You go to this event, the way they speak to you, the way they present themselves, the subject matter they talk about in a spiritual event and a financial event and all these things. I have good experience, as in I went all those places not to learn anything from them, just to know what they do, and it's all just victimizing people. It's just people don't understand. That's why people are so people who make money. I'm talking wealthy people, the stupid wealthy people. What they do is that they're the one promote this thing just because someone went there, your friend or whatever, and you will be like, oh, okay, if they went there, they're wealthy people, therefore I can do the same thing. And then people become depressed. It's not, there is no shortcut to any success. You create a beautiful garden, spend time, whatever time it takes to be successful. Is everywhere is the same. You have to transformation, becoming spiritual. You go on this yoga. I mean, what is fucking yoga? Yoga is a word. People don't know. I do yoga. What the fuck is that mean? You do yoga. Yoga is a word. It means join. And join what? Whatever you do, is joining a group, joining I'm doing yoga here. I joined your show tonight, so It's a yoga too. So that's what it means. But the thing is that basically it's Indian gymnastics. It's just originated from some, when people used to, ride horses. It's originated from Greece, and the horse used to jump out and run around and do all these things. So some people came up with this idea. It's like, you know what, human being can do that too. And basically that's how the gymnastics, this sports idea originated from that whenever. So pretty much yoga, it's just the name that it's a marketing name for selling their product. Like it's sort of like okay, it's a $300. You have 3 days of intense program, and you have to go do this, do that. So I none of the people they were there that doing anything. All they have like a quick fix of something. I'll just do this, and I'll become wealthy. I'll become disease free. But they're forgetting themselves that they're giving their rights to other people, that they're manipulating you, and you are drawn to it, and you get hooked onto it, and you think that it's kind of fancy and stylish, and you are trendy or you're superior. So these are the things that all the people get so hyped up on this thing, and never look within themselves that that if you want to create harmony in life, you have to take the responsibility of what you're doing. It's not somebody tell you go somewhere, attend an event and become wealthy or spiritually awakened. That's not what it is. These are all, falsehood of people, that crazy world that we live in. Like, if you become aware of all these things, you'll start losing your stupid friends, which is fine. Like I did. I don't conform to anything. I write my own narratives of life, and I share this thing with people that look, we all have power. So what do? Like you work for your life, and what is that work? Do you have to go out there and make money? You don't have to. It's not. If it is not important, then don't do it. But do something that help yourself out, help each other out. We need food, shelter, clothes, the basic thing that if you have, then if you choose not to work, like I don't disagree with JMO that he brings up stuff. Like I'm not saying he's it's perfect, it's okay, because society is so sick, so disgusting. It's just you cannot put it in words. Like this is so bad, and then when you think about it, that's where you live, and people are all out there that just going after wealth, money, and then while doing that, they literally die from falling from standing, and brain hemorrhages. I know a lot of stories that what happened to people. They gather all this thing well, they go after money, they sacrifice, they give up everything. The biggest wealth that they have, their physical body and mind and soul, they ignore that. And then what happened to those people? They don't enjoy anything. By the time they reach to that level of having everything, and then they just go away and leave behind everything for other people for grab. So people don't get it. Like there are a few people that they say this thing like someone has to do something, but it is happening, but only the minority group. Like Brandon, what you just mentioned, that Brandon is trying to expose this thing. He should. I have so much information that I can share. Mm-hmm. I can question. I have no problem. I'm not afraid of kind of like, not saying anything. I will speak up. I'll say things if I'm in a position, if I'm out there, but I'm not going out there say things to, as in like for fame or anything. It's like, if I know anyone, I'll join them. Together, if we don't have togetherness of unity and all this for a greater purpose of, life, for unity, love, and care, this world will never be a good place to live. We will still be generation after generation that, go like this. We can talk about it, but in reality, every day, everywhere, there is something happening, and usually violence and death and all this. So what happened? People die from family members and all this. It's just continuous emotional disturbances that everyday basis that people go through. People who has wealth, money, and everything, they do that. Happens to them too, but they don't care because they're so beyond, like soulless, that they have nothing to go on with life. It doesn't matter whether they do right thing or wrong thing to for themselves or other. It doesn't really matter. People are suffering every day. I feel like I hear, people are sobbing, people are crying, children are all being just so badly. These videos, I can't even watch it. I don't talk to anyone. I find this world is so disturbing that I have no ability to go and go with it and blend with the sick culture of I'm not talking about culture as in people and countries, the whole culture of violence and hate. It just, how do you live? So you just quietly observe and pray for everything. So that's probably, but something must be done, and hopefully something happen.
Yes.
So that is my message to everyone, that do your part. If you helps, volunteer to people. Like I used to volunteer so much everywhere. I was schools, businesses. I'll do something for 5 days. I'll just work, and you don't have to pay me, just to learn that what people do. Like families, like it's just, we all should have that kind of unity mindset. Then things will work. Hate does not do anything. Doesn't matter if you're sad and unhappy, depressed. Still, don't hate anyone. You just do your part, because life is so short that you will not be here one day. So just do something that make yourself feel good, that you contributed, and and help others. So that's all I can say.
Yes, I definitely want to thank you for that. Just to, again, complete my thought and to verify what you're saying, when it came to Rajneeshpuram, which Selina Khan understands a lot about South Asia because she comes from there. She sources from Bangladesh, which at one time was part of the British Indian Raj. And, of course, when it severed from India, there was an enormous population exchange of Muslims moving into Bangladesh and Pakistan, and Asian, practitioners of the Hindu religion being expelled from Pakistani and Bangladeshi areas. Of course, they were one country at one time, East and West Pakistan, and then that changed. But Bhagwan, of course, ultimately wound up being Bhagwan Rajneesh. Ultimately wound up being basically forbidden to enter every continent on Earth. He was relegated to potentially escaping to Antarctica by the time he died. That was Antarctica being the only place on Earth he was not basically forbidden to enter. But they wouldn't have allowed him there because it was controlled by the United Nations at the time. There's no private citizen yet that has ever, quote-unquote, escaped to Antarctica that I know of in order to resettle there among the scientific colonies. And just so people understand this, since I brought that up, not going to dwell on it, but Antarctica has its own language, so to speak. The scientists there are so isolated and they're so morbidly inbred that they've developed their own kind of dialect, their own accent. You can look that up, it's true. But in terms of Bhagwan, he was importing homeless people who were deranged, mentally disturbed, and they were controlling them with a very powerful psychotropic, what do they use for psychotic people? I forget what they call it. Haldol was what they were using on these people. They were just giving it to them in vats. and putting it into their food. But it's a, I forgot what they call it, psychotronic. There's something that they use for psychotics to control them, and that's what they were using. And
antipsychotic?
An antipsychotic, yeah, basically. And so they were using this to basically get their votes. They were all considered citizens of Rajneesh-Puram, so their votes were overswinging all of the normal residents in Oregon County that was in the region they were overtaking, and this was how they were overtaking the local area. And aside from that, what Selena is talking about is people who are basically joining a cult because they feel it's a key to success. Well, this was, of course, the whole concept of Scientology. The whole idea of Scientology was that it could lead you to success. And the way that it's best expressed was by a former cult member telling myself, and this cult member was a member of the EST community, which was Earhart Seminar Training. And Werner Earhart was so wealthy because he used his cult of Earhart Seminar Training to basically hire himself out to corporations to brainwash their employees. For people who think I'm exaggerating this or somehow miscommunicating, you're totally ignorant of the situation. Corporations would hire the Est cult to literally brainwash their, that's a horribly unprofessional term, behavior modify is the professional term, to behavior modify all of their employees. And so he was making so much money off of doing this that when the Twin Towers came crashing down, that his company, Est, his cult, owned an entire floor of the Twin Towers. When they came crashing down, that was like, the Twin Towers were so vast, each tower had its own zip code, and there was so much office space that it was equivalent to like the entire financial district of San Francisco in terms of office space in those two towers alone. And when they came crashing down, an entire floor of those towers by that time was owned by Est, the Est cult. So this is how powerful a cult can be. And you might ask, okay, so what's the point with this kind of self-improvement that Selena was talking about? Well, a former member of Est explained to me that, and he was an engineer who had joined this cult and finally broke away from it. And when he broke away from it, it was like, you have no idea just what it's like. These cults are so potent in terms of the hold they have on you. And any former member of Scientology will tell you this and whatnot. Basically, he would wake up hallucinating that he was hearing voices because of the cult calling him back. In other words, the hold on his mind was such that even when he left, he was like still hearing voices calling him back. This was how potent their hold on his mind was. But he was explaining to me that any engineer will tell you that form follows function. And so you build a car based on the function. You build a building based on the function. The entire selling point of a cult is the exact opposite. They will tell you that function follows form. And so, in other words, be what you want to be by looking or appearing as you want to be. If you want to be rich, look rich, act rich, and somehow that will make you rich. And this is why people fall for the cult. This is why everybody in Hollywood was so much into Scientology, because everyone in Hollywood, it was all about appearances. So everybody in Hollywood fell for that because that was...
Douglas, yeah. That's actually a form of lower black magic.
Yes. Go into that, please.
Yeah, lower black magic is basically social stuff. It's basically, if you want to make people believe you're something you're not. Some people like to call it glamour. Some people like to call it casting airs. But in all honesty, all it is bullshitting using practical means. It's literally the lowest form of magic you can do. And some people, especially some of these magic cult leaders, never pass the stage of lower black magic. They never make it to higher magic where they're manipulating events and things like that.
Deeply appreciated. By the way, thank you for...
I totally agree with you, and I think it is a fact, and I believe that because I did some research between all this magic. What it is that, magic? How does it work? And I had so I came to the conclusion is that the black magic is the milder form that everybody applies, and it works. They don't have to even go spend so much money. So I'm going to talk about this guru that I have attended recently. This man is gaining so much popularity and all these things that what he's doing to people. Someone should step up and say things about, and the word that word has power. And then how they do this thing, this black magic, that milder form, to regular people, like average people like me and many others. They're so there's something that gave it to them through training. It's like I have seen people convert literally overnight into this yoga philosophy, yoga cult that is just promoting and that's selling that name to get people into their institution, and then they're hooked. They will donate. People even gave up their wealth that they acquired. You have to go away probably. Like you unfairly achieve and become build wealth by being unfair to other people and all these things. So that's what happened to people. That those who does such a thing, they end up losing it somewhere else. So it's like sort of like a pattern. But what I learned that I will talk about another time, probably not tonight. It's amazing how they change people, how they brainwash people. It's not that much, very little thing, but the progression and getting hooked up with this, with the institution, it's just unbelievable. All those ancient, Native Indians, and then typical, those, old cultures in different countries. Those are different. They had a good purpose to help each other, not quite like hurting each other. Sort of like they're just within themselves. They're not hurting, But modern black magic, you don't need so much. It's so little thing that I will go over another time because I haven't done my, homework or writing about it. So I want people to know that not fall for anything. Everywhere you go, there is, illusion, falsehood, lies, just to take away what you have. And that's what they do. That's why people become depressed. I know a lot of people, distant relatives, they're just so brainwashed. And if I try to tell them anything truth, they will just reject me. They will think I'm arrogant. I don't care. I'm stupid. I'm that's how most people are. So, yeah, I just wanted to mention what Jane was just mentioned. Black magic is just so true.
Yeah, and it needs to be stated that there's a difference between lower magic and higher magic. Higher magic, you are performing very detailed and very difficult spiritual operations in order to cause a change in physical reality that would ordinarily be done through work at a certain point. Basically, you can call it spooky action at a distance. It's like if I wanted to make such and such's hair fall out, and I put in a jar like a head of a toad and all this other stuff, and that person's hair falls out, and they're miles and miles away. That's higher black magic. The lower black magic is like these guys who put on the makeup and then they dress all gothed out, and they're like, dude, you want to summon demons for $99? Buy my fucking book and you will be a demon lord.
Oh God. I'm so sorry. What was that you said, Selena? I'm so sorry. You said a sentence there. Well,
yeah. Just the symbology and object and all this that as an idolatry, like there has to be an object.
Idolatry.
So,
yes. Go on.
Right. So what happens is that what they do is that they will bring up something. They will ask you what you like. It's a whole process. So when they get to know a person, how they manipulate them. It was like a very loving, caring way. So they will ask them what they like, their family situation, and then they just want to know about the person. And this person is totally innocent, and just pretty much surrendering everything to this cause, and whoever the member is, not necessarily the one, like they have other members, like lower level, like their job is to bring in people, and then you get to next level, and then reach to finally meet the guru and whatnot. So the way they do it, like everything in this world has some sort of power. Everything like living things. So they will bring up like stones, and then by itself, the stone doesn't have much to do just as it is what it is, just a stone. But they will put together something else to it. Then they will put together other thing, and so on and so forth. So, and to do this type of activities one-on-one basis, and then they will say, this is what you have, and you take it home, and then when you pray or meditate, and then you just think about it, put it in front of it, and they will bring up like all the statues and all some fetish things that you are not familiar with, you never did it before, so you will just constantly like, okay, this is something bad happened, therefore I probably did not meditate properly. So you call people and you say, okay, this is what happened to me yesterday, something bad happened, I was sad, depressed, whatever, I lost relationship, I lost money. So you are pretty much surrendering to them just to solve your problem without thinking about who you are. You're no longer you anymore. You're left with nothing but being told by them what to do. That becomes a ritual, that becomes like a monthly event that you attend, and you listen to them and you try to advocate what you learn. It's just their doctrines, and you advocate, talk to other people, bring more people. So it would just basically populate the institution and then bring up people. And the one I'm talking about, he owns this he has this it's a corporation basically,
right.
So they sell product, they sell their brand name, clothes, food, like everything, like
Amway, like Amway does. The Amway call.
Right. So you feel like it's like a brand, and you're branding them pretty much without knowing it, but you feel superior. But you don't realize you're not achieving anything. Forget about material wealth. Just being like normal, sensible person, you lose all your ability. So I know these type of people, to know from them, and then so I'm gonna go over it another time, that in every detail, so people know this thing, because we're in a danger with this society, that what is happening in every single way. There is no, if we are not awakened, each an individual, if we don't understand our power. Power, what is power? That you can protect yourself from danger. That is power. Power is not something that you're going to hurt someone and stop people, at the door so that they can get in to kill you. I'm not talking about that. The power is that your mind power, that you are yourself. You are a soul. You're supposed to love yourself. You cannot be deceived by others. That means what? You're deceiving yourself. That we don't realize that we will listen to other people. Like I'm talking about. Like joining cults, all kinds. Like you will lose money if you listen to all these gurus and go there, and financial gurus, and spend money going to their event. Nothing will happen to you. So all falsehood. And the same goes for spiritual growth and all these things. People take wrong path. These are out there forever. It's nothing new. This generation or previous generation. This has been going on since eons. That's what people do. All enslaving. There's nothing else, because we are all blind. We have to open our mind's eye and see the thing, because you don't live forever. What's the point of achieving all these things? You don't live enough to so whatever time spent you have a very short time. Time is never on your side. So wake up and love yourself, and then if you love yourself, be yourself, you will do good thing to yourself and others.
Thank you. Thank you. That was wonderful. God bless you, Selena. And I'm going to have our man Jameson bring Peter Moon on. And while Peter Moon is transitioning on, I'm going to ask Pac-1 Morales to segue us to Peter Moon.
Douglas, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
I just wanted to shout out to...
Oh, please. Take your time.
Sarah Shield. I haven't spoken to her. I love her dearly. And my dear friend, Lena Shea. She messaged me something. She and I, we are, in many ways, we share a lot of things. She sings. She recently sang one of my favorite songs, which was amazing. I was so honored. So shout out to Lena, and I love you, sister. So that's all, and a good night to everyone.
Good night, Selena.
Will join again. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good night, Selena. I'm just coming on to Peter, but good night.
Hi, Peter. Yeah, good night. Yeah. So we'll listen. I will listen to you, and thank you.
Oh, God bless you. And Selena, before you go, you gave a shout out to Lena Shea, so she's actually listening once in a while. She checks in.
We'll talk about it another way. You don't need to know that.
Yes. I guess I don't need to know that.
I like to keep it private.
Of course.
Okay.
Mwah. Thank you, honey. I love you, darling. Thank you so much.
I love you too, Douglas. Love you so much.
Yes, I love you beyond
expression. You're a good soul. All right, everybody take care of Douglas. And, he's the man. All right, good night, everyone.
Adore
Bye.
you. Blessed night. Mwah. Love you so much. And, Peter, please be patient. I'm going to have Pac-1 segue over to you. But before that, I want to say a shout out. Well, I want to acknowledge the people in the chat room. It was pretty incredible because when we started tonight, it was a long time before people came into the chat room. So for some reason, most of the time people gather, like Marcus Grix is usually there right at the beginning. And but he came in. He's in Australia. So hello to Marcus Grix. And of course, Teresa Young came in first tonight. And Teresa Young is this wonderful individual who has dealt with a lot in her life. So Teresa Young, mwah, thank you for attending. And Patricia Massey says, greetings from Ontario, Canada. Mwah. And shout out to Patricia. Dennis Marshall is with us. And so definitely appreciate his joining. Joe Phoenix says, greetings to Douglas and friends. Much love from Ontario, Canada, Northern Ontario, Canada. Time for tea, burn some sage. My ancestors and First Nations people are good people. Yes, they most certainly are, Joe Phoenix. And hugs be unto you and to Marcus Griggs and Dennis Marshall. And so good. I'm glad to see everyone active in the chat room. Joe Phoenix says it's great to be here. Douglas stepping back and listening. Much heart to everyone. Stay safe. Yes, you as well. And Dennis Marshall says, DDD, your podcast didn't something. So Dennis will follow up, I'm sure. And aside from that, the lovely Senora Veronica Pereira is with us. Buenos noches a todas, Senora. And the lovely Lady Pereira, everybody maintain her in your thoughts and prayers, that she recover fully from what she's been going through. And thank God she does not have cancer, but she definitely has something that caused her lymph nodes to basically flare up. and so hopefully that can be taken care of. And so she seems to be recovering. And provide any details you wish, honey. Let us know whatever you feel comfortable letting us know in terms of any situational update. So what I'm going to have our man Derek Towley do is later on he can give us a kind of update on his situation, and he's welcome to do that. When as soon as I'm done with Peter Moon, which will be about an hour or two from now, Peter can stay with us as long as he wants. And of course, our man Pac One is with us now, and he'll segue it to Peter Moon, just give us an update on how everything is going with him in general, and what's going on, of course, with his wife and the COVID in terms of the general situation and his movement to California. I'm really excited, Peter, because our man Pac One is going to be moving into kind of like the area where you grew up in, between San Diego and Los Angeles. So he's going to be relocating there, and the one thing I can guarantee him is that his lovely wife Elizabeth will have no problem with employment. As a matter of fact, she can ask for her range of salary. She can make a demand for as high as she feels is reasonable, because we desperately need nurses here, and her services will be in great demand, and she will be able to pick and choose. So yes,
I know a restaurant where they could use his help.
Yeah, yes, and tell him about that too. And so Pac One.
I'm being kind of sarcastic, but
okay.
It's in Dana Point, and we had breakfast there. I took Paula. We stayed in Laguna Beach, my friend's house, and we went down. We had to eat breakfast before I took her to SeaWorld, her first amusement park she'd ever seen. And Dana Point, they gave us. The breakfast was enormously expensive for what you would expect breakfast. I think it was about $20 each, but it was. You have a plate of eggs. It was a Hispanic place, sort of. It was American diner, but run by Hispanic people. But they put so much eggs on you. It was like a mountain.
Wow. Holy.
It was not. It was indigestible. It was too much.
It sounds like my kind of place, actually. I go for big helpings of all kinds of things. By the way, Dennis Marshall. I'm sorry. Go on.
It was overwhelming. I can eat a lot, but that was overwhelming.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Still. Oh, okay. That makes it.
But it was more the volume than the overwhelming volume of food.
Yeah.
In fact, Paula has mentioned how in America they overwhelm you with large amounts of food. And this is why people are so
fat. Yes.
And out of shape. And it's like.
Yes, it's a question of quantity versus quality, and in America they have the feed bag concept. They go for quantity over quality. It's feed bag mentality. By the way, Dennis Marshall, who lives in California, he told us what was going on. He said basically the podcast was not up on his YouTube feed, and he had to go to my website, and then the chat room was not working. So that explains why we had no one in the chat room in the opening hour. So it's basically something's not functioning, and has nothing to do with us, has nothing to do with Comcast. This is a YouTube issue. So and I've been hearing that YouTube has been pretty impossible to work with some people when it came to uploading. I'm having no problems with uploading, thank God. But thank you, Dennis. Thank you for putting that into perspective. But everyone's here now, thank God, and that includes, of course, Pac One, who I'll finally give a chance to to speak. Oh God. By the way, Jameson Reese says uploading takes forever. Actually, it used to, but so long as I stay under 12 hours, which in itself, your average person could never make 12 hours. But for me, I have to struggle to stay under 12 hours. And but then again, your average person doesn't have much to fucking say. But anyhow, so it uploads like immediately for me. Like comparatively speaking, within an hour, much less than that usually. So, all right. I'm sorry, Pac One. Do go on.
Thank you. So for me, I've been doing just a lot of research on places, and we told a lot of people that we were planning on moving. People close to us that that we see on a regular, whatever. And my mother-in-law and my father-in-law, they're gonna follow us out wherever we go, and so that'll be cool. And then actually, my cousin, he just went to Florida for a vacation, and he's married to my cousin, but anyway, they were talking about moving out too. So it's just funny, like that just sparked, it's just that feeling. I get where they're coming from with the ready to be gone after leaving Flint and going out of town. They went down to Orlando, down there to Kissimmee, and they loved it. They're like, yeah, we just want to be somewhere warm. I was like, yeah, isn't it nice? That's what I want too. But other than that, same old for me. Routines, just doing tamales, and I've been on a diet for the past month, eating, doing it's called intermittent eating, and I've actually cut out like a lot of junk food, and I already didn't drink soda. I've always drank water. I've been doing that since like 2012. But other than that, my wife, she's been working nonstop, and she just got her second vaccine on Friday, and they asked her to stay over, but she said she wasn't going to. She didn't want to because she wasn't sure how she was going to feel.
Right.
And actually,
I can't believe they asked her to do that after giving the second vaccine is the ass kicker, and they're asking her to stay over after administering that.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. They're so short staffed. I mean, and they got agency nurses that come in, but there's still shortage of nurses. So they're always asking them to stay over or mandating them. When you're mandated, you can't
say no.
Refuse to stay over. You have to stay over. Or
Oh my fucking God.
A vacation day. So that's usually what happens. Most of the time she gets mandated. But so she got the shot. She said she felt fine. The next day her arm was just a little sore where she got the shot. But aside from that, she's been fine. She's been working. She's just going. She says she doesn't feel any different. She feels, if anything, she feels more comfortable now that she has the shot, the second vaccine. But she's looked into a hospital. One of her friends actually that was working with her at the hospital here in Flint moved out to California. I can't remember what city, but she moved out there, and she loves it. They don't regret it at all. They were kind of worried to take that step, and they did it. And they're not looking back. They love it out there. So that's really reassuring,
Yeah.
But one of the things I did want to bring up is in the case of the Flint water crisis.
Yeah.
We just found out that there's this company called Oilchem, the Oilchem facility, and they make like lubricants and types of oil, and they dispose of chemicals and stuff for other companies. Well, it appears that since 2007 to 2015, they dumped about a total of 47.8 million gallons of this chemical or this liquid that's made at garbage dumps and stuff. They have these drain systems set up into the heaps where the garbage is, because all the decomposing waste and everything creates this material called leachate. I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
Oh my God, shit is a good word for it, but go on.
Yeah. So this company the garbage dumps were paying this company to dispose of this, and they were just dumping it right into the Flint River, and they're located right next to the Flint water treatment facility, where they treat the water down, and that's downstream from the oil camp. So all that sludge and shit was going into the water treatment center. So that was that, and they said that they haven't found any PCBs, that they can't prove that there was any in there from them. But yeah, so I guess the business, the owner, he's getting ready to go to jail. They had everything documented. Like, this was all illegal. Like the buying the chemicals and stuff, or letting the charging the waste facilities to dispose of their liquids and stuff into the Flint River. They were charging them, and they kept it like on book, like off book, But they got hit with like 30 civil infractions. So that's like one of the main. I think that's like one of our leading contributors to the water crisis here.
Oh my God!
It's good to see that someone's going, paying for messing up our water.
Yeah.
In one sense. If we only could get the governor and all the rest of the other politicians that got rich off of this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really all I had to talk about today. I wanted to bring up the other night, but I ended up having to run to the store, and I left my phone here, and I got stuck upstairs, put my son to sleep. When I came down, it was dead. So I put it on the charger and logged back in while Peter was talking, and I ended up falling back asleep on accident, man. So
no worries.
But I went back and was listening to everything. You went a long time. You went a long time, all the way up until Thursday, almost about noon here.
Right. I had to, because I was cutting, that there was, Peter was with me through the fact that I got cut off, and then I told him I was going to, restart the program, and then then a bunch of things happened I had to take care of, and then I restarted it later than usual. So the interesting thing is that very few people have listened to the second part. But yes, I should have reminded Selena that the second part is the one she's uploaded onto the website twice. So we'll take care of that in due time. But comparatively speaking, few people have listened to the second part. But basically, that was the part where I was talking about the riots, and we may cover more of that tonight. But honestly, we'll see what kind of analysis Peter has on that, and definitely appreciate. By the way, I'll leave it to you, Pack One, to segue it over to Peter, please, and he'll take it from there.
So, all right, thank you, everybody, and thanks, Douglas, and I'll be hanging around. So, Peter, whenever you're ready.
When are you going to California?
So. Right now, tomorrow we're going to meet up with our in-laws, and we're going to discuss areas and stuff like that. We're going to have basically a family dinner / meeting deal, and then we'll decide from there. But we're for sure it's going to happen. We were going to wait till the end of the year, but my daughter, we want her into a good school out there, and get her involved in she's real athletic. She does all the sports, basketball, softball, everything. So we want to move out sometime this summer before the school year starts, get adjusted and stuff, and so maybe June, July-ish.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll all this COVID stuff will be over by then. Hopefully.
Yeah.
And
that's
also when you go, I mean, try and pick an area away from the Santa Ana winds and the fires.
Yes.
Okay.
Think of that when you pick your area. I'm sure you will, but if you didn't think of it, I just want to remind you.
No, thank you for that, because I'll be perfectly honest, I sure wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna.
Especially the Santa Ana winds, they're called. You can look and see where they go. That's the area. It's a little more north, in Orange County, but. Yeah.
Well, just to make it easier, I understand what Peter is saying. The more on-the-ground reality that you want to avoid is just basically there's these bleed-off areas between the developed zones, and then there's the rural zones. And what happens is that they're just building more and more into these brush areas, and you just want to avoid the exurbs, these bleeding edges between the developed zones and the more countryside areas, which is just mostly just brush, and that's where all the fires really destroy the property. And it's just humanity's expanding into the wilderness, and the wilderness is burning humanity out. So you just want to make certain that you're in areas away from brush, as opposed to the winds, of course, are kind of less easy to take into account. But the one thing you want to do is make certain that you're either in a much more developed area, or you're in a kind of area where there's no brush around if it's not all that developed, to avoid flammable landscape. You want to avoid flammable landscape. And so there you go with that. And so other than that, we're bringing on Peter Moon. And Peter Moon, of course, is well known. Everybody check out skybooksusa.com. You can, of course, investigate his time travel education center.com. And he is on Facebook. And in terms of course, his Facebook. Let me look that up, because I always tend to forget exactly what Peter Moon's number is, so to speak. But if you look up Peter Moon alone on Facebook, you won't find it as easily. It's peter.moon.566. So do make sure. Oh shit. She's got the wrong one. So let me tell her that. Anyhow, Peter, you take it over, and I'll give Selena the right link here. And,
okay. I've gotten a couple of phone calls last night.
Wow. And this sounds ominous.
They're from my friends, and
okay.
they're about what you would call, and I don't know if you've heard this, and I've got, maybe I could just bypass this by reading what's on my timeline by another friend of mine who's a genuine friend. I'm not saying I endorse what she has to say, but I was told that Donald Trump was going to be broadcasting on the emergency broadcasting system last night. I was given a link. I said, okay. And then he's told me that he was doing a massive WikiLeaks dump. And I had to straighten out. I said, well, Donald Trump is not WikiLeaks.
Thank you.
and he said, apparently he had it a little confused. And so he was going to send me a link. He didn't send me the link. I asked him for the link, and he sent me a link to someone who I consider to be an idiot. But I don't even remember why I consider him to be an idiot. So I'm not even going to say his name. But he definitely rang the idiot bell for me. Although he's, well followed. And
that figures. Most idiots are, but go on, yeah.
What?
I said most idiots are well followed, but go on, yes.
Yeah, well, anyway, he said that there was going to be this emergency broadcast, and and it's like, and I'm looking, I'm following, and the links go nowhere. There's nowhere. Then I get a call after midnight from a friend of mine saying, you and your wife have to change your cell phones to put them on no updates, because they're going to, Google and Apple are going to make it so that, they're going to put updates so that you can't get the emergency broadcasting network. It's not going to come on to your phone. And that there's going to be a broadcast by the president. There has been no broadcast by the president. And then there was the question of whether the emergency broadcasting system, I was told that it could be disconnected by ABC, NBC, because it'll come on the TV. And I had the TV on at midnight. There was no emergency broadcasting system. Well, it either is an emergency broadcasting system or it's not. So there was this idea that the networks were going to cut the emergency broadcasting system off, which is possible, I suppose, if they control their towers. It might be illegal.
Right.
But, so...
Yeah, I was just puzzling over that while you said it, was that, of course, technically, they can't do that because the government has override. So, but do they
have a technical hardwire override?
Understood. No, I hear what you're saying. That's what I was thinking was...
And who is the government right now? Right. So this is what it all comes down to. So I'll just update on things that I've heard. And I don't...
Right.
This is not something I can pursue too much.
Understood. No, I get it. Yeah. Go on.
Because my brother-in-law just asked me earlier today, he's concerned, because he hears things in the United States. And I said, well, he says, how are you going to deal with this? I just told him how happy I am to be in New York, because New York is, I really come to appreciate it in the last year.
Right.
And
your brother-in-law, just to clarify for our listeners, your brother-in-law's in Romania, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, go on.
And I said, well, the best thing for me is to just do my job. Right. My job in politics right now is working with Douglas Dietrich. Yeah. That has a lot of political implications and catalyzing effects.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be, perusing the internet, the alternative net, the dark web. I'm not going to be perusing these things because it's a waste of time for me.
Yes.
I'm no doing that. I'm no better than anybody else that's doing it.
Yes.
In fact,
because everybody's
I'm probably at a disadvantage because I'm not an information whore.
Right.
I don't sit there and peruse volumes of information. I know when to cut the cord. Is this going to serve me or not? I'm very good at doing that.
Yes.
Doesn't mean I don't meander and look at abstract things at times, but certainly I know when to cut the cord. So anyway, so there's this meme going out that Donald Trump is going to make a broadcast. Of course, the broadcast never happened. People are. I only in the last week, Douglas, have I understood your concern or despisement. This what do you call it? I can't even think of the word.
Disdain
for the people that Hillary Clinton was, inaccurately describing, and which she apologized for as the deplorables.
Right.
People who are basically white supremacist oriented, or maybe 2-3 steps away from that, and are not particularly educated.
Yes.
And that they believe in Trump because Trump has genuinely improved their lives. But they have a strong identification with him. There are also many people I know who are, not of that caliber of people, who are much more, intelligent, well-heeled, who are Trump supporters. There are also many Hispanics that I've met that are Trump supporters.
Yes.
That are.
He's got quite a few, especially amongst the Cubans in Florida, because of their experience with communism.
I'm talking about Long Island.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes.
I'm talking
Understood.
about Long Island.
Yeah.
I would not give the same statement about black people.
Mm-hmm.
I met some that are Trump supporters,
Mm-hmm.
probably more that are not.
Right. Oh, that's an important distinction because, by the way, many Latin Americans consider themselves Caucasian. So there's an important distinction there. But go on. Yes.
Well, in the case of the Hispanics, it's because of the economy. They identify Trump with the positive economy, and that's the way they identify it. But so anyway, now there is this. And I have not even investigated the case or the whole assertions in total, because and I don't know if you've heard about it, there has been this legal case in Italy where this guy is confessing to having changed the votes and voting machines from Trump to Biden. Have you heard of that one?
No.
Okay. Well, this is one of the biggest memes going on the internet, and I tracked it down to the guy who was originating it from this thread.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I can even read it here.
Mm-hmm.
It says, I, Professor Alfio Bierzo, advocate lawyer of blah blah in Italy, do hereby provide the following affidavit of facts as conveyed in several meetings with a high-level Army Security Services official. And then he talks about somebody else, blah blah, being this guy switched a significant margin of victory, that would have gone to Donald Trump to Joe Biden. The problem with this affidavit, and I also saw write-ups from the court case, it's all in English. Now, as I read this, I'm understanding that he might be providing it in English for an American audience. The court case, and the person who posted it, when I asked it, I said, "Good." He says, "Good question." I don't know. So now, my first friend who was promoting now said this. And it's important that, not that you believe this, but that you understand that this is circulating like wildfire. It says, this is my friend posting. It's another friend.
Right.
Who's actually quite dear to me, but that's beside the point.
Right.
We go back like 25 years or something. Just in case you are unaware, Donald J. Trump has signed the Insurrection Act. Military in full control now. And then, of course, how do we know this? Somebody says, she says, you only know by following those with intel. You are not going to see it in mainstream media because they are a part of it and are trying their hardest to keep it from the public. Everyone is going to know in a day or two, and the unraveling of everything will take about a week. So sit back, take a deep breath, and watch and see. It's not going to be pretty. Well, how does she know this? I don't know. I mean, she's just a woman on the internet. Okay? Yeah. Somebody says, I don't see that to be true. Another friend of hers who I know, that would be a coup attempt at this stage of the game. And then somebody says he is thwarting a coup. The rats will leave the ship. The ship is sinking. Wait and see. Big takedown of the corruption. Do not look to mainstream media because they are a part of it. Okay, and then it says, then somebody tweeted. I don't know who tweeted this. Okay, here it is. Insurrection Act was signed last night by President Trump according to multiple sources. Now, we don't know who the multiple sources are, and then it says, Michael Jaco. It says reliable source is Michael Jaco. Oxymoron here, a former Navy SEAL. Who announced it just now on his YouTube channel. Vatican, Pakistan, Germany, Italy are all linked to something. I'm not going to digress from the chain. The president signed the insurrection last night, they said on several news sites. This is obviously true. Okay. Then somebody says, this is probably one of the nuttiest things I have seen on the internet. Abe Lincoln told us not to believe everything we see here. People beware. Fashion your foil hats immediately. Avoid being sprayed by aircraft over you also. And then I wrote, correction, sir. Abe Lincoln is the one who signed this Insurrection Act. He's visited the Ford's Theater and is still an active president. This is... And then somebody says, did you get this from QAnon? Somebody says, I have a hard time with all these conspiracy theories going around. Maybe I'll be surprised, but I'm not holding my breath. So now, there's another thing here that's going on. That is a very strong meme, and there is a very strong belief that Trump is hiding. And of course, if I'm going to be sarcastic, I'm going to say he's meeting right now with JFK Jr. and Jeffrey Epstein, hoping to, take the country back. But there is a very strong belief in Trump supporters, and I can't say how strong. I did read that his approval rating went up in an unbiased poll since the January 6th event. His approval rating went up from like 40-something to 50%, or 50% still. Maybe it was 42 to 47, and 50% strongly disapprove of him in general. But his approval rating went up on a survey that wasn't by CNN or his detractors or was supposedly objective. Now, so you have a huge contingent of people that now believe there are two. This is indicative of the division you talked about long ago. There is a division where people are tuning out the mainstream media. They're not going to listen to it.
Yeah.
They're not paying attention to it. And that there is now another government, and that Donald Trump's in charge of it. I don't know what the hell Trump is doing right now. They said on the news that he was going to the border to extol the virtues of his wall, to brag about that. And then I also heard separately that he was in a bunker in Abilene, Texas, which isn't far from the border. So, that might have been true, that he was, and then now they're saying he signed an insurrection act. If he were to sign an insurrection act, if I were in his place and I was going to sign an insurrection act at this late date, I think he did it too late, in my opinion.
Right.
I would have to have the military on my side, and I would go in and grab Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, possibly Mike Pence, and other people that were my most severe enemies, and incarcerate them so that they didn't have a voice. I would completely silence them, and I wouldn't make a lot of noise about it, and probably put a military takeover of Congress and sequester them and imprison them to a certain degree. They're not going to like that. And then with the problem with doing this, at least from a legal standpoint, is at some point the habeas corpus will have to be acknowledged, and if they eventually get into a courtroom, they can raise hell. Even if he's morally right in doing this, they can raise hell with him, and it would create a lot of trouble for him in this particular situation, in my opinion. And if he was going to do it, he should have done it right after the election, and he should have had an audit done right there on the spot. And I think if he was going to do it. So anyway, but the point here is, and what's important,
well, just to
right
confirm, just to confirm what you were saying about that the Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. So in terms of Abraham Lincoln's suspension of habeas corpus, he was placing into prison anyone who was considered a Copperhead or a Confederate sympathizer. So when it came to the Great Emancipator, he certainly was someone who acted immediately. He acted immediately, and he acted with great decisive force. So when he did what he did, it's never really decried in history. No, you never hear people really talking about Abraham Lincoln being this Stalin-esque type of dictator for doing what he did. So it's one of those things where if you apply yourself forcefully enough, then basically you silence the enemy, and you perform a preemptive strike, a preemptive act that prevents them from revising the history in their favor. So that's what Abraham Lincoln essentially did by striking first and striking decisively. Just to verify what you're saying, until the day he was shot, there was all of these people by the hundreds who were rotting in prison that he had imprisoned on no particular case, just the fact that they were suspected of Confederate sympathies. So something to be remembered.
These were very hard times for the country, and one could easily conclude that he got his karmic blowback by John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, in a sense.
One could conclude that, just like Kennedy got his karmic blowback when he signed the death order for the president of South Vietnam.
Well, among many other crimes, Kennedy was probably involved in the assassination of Marilyn Monroe. He and his brother had both had sex with her, and of course our man Peter.
Whether or not he was involved in assassination, he was definitely attributed for helping to ruin her life, an unstable individual.
Thank you. Thank you. But by the way, just so people know the exact number, I looked it up. It's 14,000 detainees were still in jail and still without trials when Lincoln was shot. So that's 14,000 people compared to what Peter Moon is suggesting in terms of just a number of very vocal enemies of Donald Trump Lincoln was he was like sweeping people off the streets. And by the way, just so people know, slavery was still legal in the United States. Lincoln only outlawed it in the Confederacy, or quote unquote, the states in rebellion, the rebel quote unquote states. He left it legal in the United States. Just so people know, hardly the great emancipator at all. So, yeah, so it's, to take it from there, Peter.
Well, yeah, and you know, of course, when I went to school, every Lincoln's birthday was celebrated.
Yes.
I mean, we got the day off, the actual day, February 12th off. We got February 22nd off.
Oh, and tell people how it was separate from Washington's birthday. It was a totally different day from Washington's. They put the two together now.
President's Day. They had the 12th of February and Lincoln's birthday, and the 22nd of February was Washington's birthday. Reagan, who under his administration, it was changed. So they just had one holiday in February. They called it President's Day, which was, I think, the third, whatever, Monday or whatever it is they choose in February. And then they added Martin Luther King's in January, the 15th, and then now it's whatever weekend falls around the 15th, because they wanted to honor, Martin Luther King, and that was appropriate, as opposed to just, they couldn't have too many holidays, so they consolidated Lincoln and Washington into one. But Washington's birthday was not celebrated anywhere near to the amount that Lincoln's was.
That's right, because Lincoln was in memory. He was actually in living memory. There were still surviving Confederates and veterans of the Civil War at the time.
I'm talking about when I went to school in the 1950s and 60s.
Yeah.
Well, but so with and I remember this particularly in the first to fourth grade in the Los Angeles school district that I was in, is that maybe it was Long Beach. I don't remember what school district it was in Lakewood, California. But they had the upper older kids would be doing a play on Lincoln, where you'd hear the Battle Hymn of the Republic, and there would be a play acted out every Lincoln's birthday, or the week before. So, and you'd be studying Lincoln, and you'd get a dose of Lincoln. And how he freed the slaves. He was mostly recognized for freeing the slaves, and for being the president during the Civil War, and also for getting shot. And that he was always considered to be the great president. He was the great president. Him and Washington were considered the greatest presidents. Of course, we didn't really study any other presidents but them.
Right.
We really didn't. Maybe you learn a little bit, Jefferson a little bit, maybe some of the others a little bit, but it was, all you remember is learning Lincoln and Washington.
Right.
And that George Washington had wooden teeth or something like this. I don't know if that was quite accurate, but
Oh, that was true. They didn't have dentures in his day, yeah.
That whole thing was exaggerated, though, about the wooden teeth. There's a lot of myths and the cherry tree and all that. But so anyway, that Lincoln was, as I say, he was a very troubled character. I guess he was a pretty intelligent character. He was a very massive, big character. And he had, a likable personality, but he was faced with a lot of, the whole country was faced with a lot of horrible issues. One of which was the massacre of Indians, which didn't really get brought up that much. It was a lot of heavy karma, and he seemed to embody it all. There's also stories that he was of the Rothschild breed. That he was tied to the Rothschild family, and that he was sort of a bastard, and was of that bloodline.
Who knows? It's
I don't know that he was. And he did expel the Vatican. he did expel the Vatican from the United States. Were not brought back into the United States as a recognized diplomatic entity until Reagan. Reagan brought the Vatican back through his connections in what are known as the compound.
Okay, so that explains quite a bit, because I remember that there were people who were asserting that, I'm talking about, this was like during World War II, because my father was on a ship one time and a sailor was reading a book, and when he was basically telling my father, this book proves that the Catholics killed Lincoln. And my father, of course, was a practicing Roman Catholic. He wasn't one to take offense at something. A statement like that is obviously so out there, it doesn't have any impact on the immediate situation. My father didn't make much of it, but he never forgot it. And I remember when I related to him that there was a conspiracy book on the market that was basically saying that the Black Pope of the Jesuits, the Jesuit, the head of the Jesuits is known as the Black Pope. Essentially, the Jesuits are the worldwide intelligence agency of the Roman Catholic Church, and have far greater impact on world affairs historically, not contemporarily necessarily, than many other intelligence units. The Jesuits have the CIA or the KGB beat in terms of historical influence, but in terms of that, it was essentially stated that the Black Pope of the Jesuits had ultimately had Lincoln assassinated. Now that would have been in retaliation for his expelling the Roman Catholic Church from the United States, which is a very white Anglo-Saxon Protestant thing to do. By that, I assume what you mean, what he did was essentially he refused diplomatic recognition of its papal nuncios, that the nuncios were no longer considered the equivalent of the diplomatic state recognition that other nation states got. It's essentially what you're...
Well, he kicked them out. They had a presence here.
Right.
They were enemies of his, and I think, but there was also, now he tried to hire Garibaldi.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
I forget Garibaldi's first name. I think it was Giuseppe.
Giuseppe Garibaldi. Yeah.
Yeah. And anyway, he was from Argentina, Garibaldi, and he wanted to hire him for the American Revolution because he was a great warrior. But Garibaldi went to work in Italy, and what he did was he worked for. This guy's name was Giuseppe Mazzini.
Mm-hmm.
And Giuseppe Mazzini was the successor of Adam Weishaupt of the Illuminati. Okay. And Giuseppe Mazzini. And this is historical. This isn't, David Icke's Illuminati or
Thank you.
Some of these other Illuminatis that get talked about. But, yeah, so he was the genuine successor, and there was a group called the Carabinieri. To this day, the police in Italy are known as the Carabinieri.
Yes.
But the Carabinieri go back into history as they would carry these lanterns with carbon. So they don't light as they would have light, and this is during the times of the Inquisition. That's why because their lanterns were of carbon, and they would meet in opposition to the Inquisition.
Okay.
They were a counter-insurgency, but they had to be very silent, and they would carry these flames of carbon, which not only provided light at night, it also symbolizes the light.
Right.
So, and to this day, the police are called the Carabinieri, and and Garibaldi and Giuseppe Mazzini were there to basically wage war on the Vatican, the Papal States. All of Italy, they created the state of Italy. There was no Italy.
Right.
Italy, and I learned this from my daughter's Italian teacher.
Right.
My daughter learned Italian, and she explained to me the whole Italian language.
Right.
You have parent-teacher night, and I get into in-depth discussions if I'm allowed to, which they always find kind of interesting.
Uh-huh.
most of the parents go in. So she explained to me that the whole Italian language that we have today originated in the boot of Italy, which is known as Calabria. And Calabria is famous for bergamot. Bergamot is a citrus fruit that only grows in Italy, in the southern boot of Italy, or maybe some other obscure place in Asia or someplace. And it's a citrus fruit. But anyway, so bergamot, Calabria is where the Italian, that language that they spoke there sort of worked its way up, and the Italian language became encoded or encapsulated with Dante's Inferno. Dante is the one, just like Shakespeare made the English language, Dante, she told me, was the one that made the Italian language.
Yes, this is true, yes.
And I've never had the time to read Dante, who, describes all the different levels of hell, amongst other things. But, so anyway, the Italians, Garibaldi was hired by Giuseppe Mazzini to basically raise the Papal States and conquered the Papal States. The Vatican was left as an isolated tower and stripped of all of its powers. And the Italians this was also identified with Freemasonry. The Italians considered Freemasonry an enemy of the church.
Right.
As what happened with Napoleon. Napoleon was a Freemason.
Right.
So and you might read theories that the Illuminati had infiltrated Freemasonry, and the whole thing was to depower the Catholic Church, which they effectively did. And so now you had this country called Italy with the tricolor standard, red, white, and green. If you go to Italian pizza parlors or delis, and particularly in New York and elsewhere, you'll see the red, white, and green flag, which is the flag of Italy. And most countries have a tricolored flag. France has red, white, and blue, as does America, as does England. So, and then you'll see Romania has red, blue, and gold, and so on and so forth. Most countries have three colors. Mexico is red, white, and green.
Right.
So anyway, so this is Garibaldi. Italy is creates Italy, and the Vatican is neutered until Mussolini comes into power and turns it into a financial clearinghouse.
Right.
He empowers it for purposes of finance, and then it takes a much bigger political role in the world. And supposedly all of this stuff is being attributed to a current thing. And I just, don't understand it all, what's going on currently. I did ask my friend in Italy to tell me what's going on. I sent him a link and said, can you tell me what's actually going on with this case, if anything? Because he had clarified some things that were going on in Italy during the COVID-19, that broke out of Italy. And he said it was almost exclusively old people at that time.
Right.
And that it was a lot of distortion and stuff like that. So, we went on a digression to Lincoln and all of that.
And just to contextualize further, so people understand this, without going too deep down the rabbit hole, whatever Lincoln did to purge the Roman Catholic presence, I'm not quite sure what he did, but basically there was not yet a diplomatically recognized nation-state status with the Roman Catholic Church as we have today, until the Vatican was essentially forged by Mussolini. In terms of Giuseppe Garibaldi, of course, he was a nationalist and was simply, when Peter Moon used the term, he raised the Papal States, That's spelled Razed, as in raised, meaning burned, kind of like raised means like leveled. People will hear that and they'll think you mean uprise, uprise. It's less like, just to explain to you, Peter, sometimes you'll use terms like our man, Preston.
Exactly what you're clarifying and why you're clarifying.
Yeah. And Preston Nichols, for instance, when you were relating, I think it was Preston, looked out in the backyard or something and saw prints in the snow, and you meant like giant bird-type footprints, giant claw prints, three-pronged, and as in Prints. A bunch of people in the chat room immediately thought Preston Nichols looked out and saw Prince, the artist, as in the black performer, out in the snow. So it's just
that would make a lot more sense.
Just a lot more sense. Yes, it's just I've learned over the years that I have to repeatedly qualify and clarify everything I say.
No, that's understandable. Yes. It's very understandable because that would be right down Preston's alley.
Yes.
Of working with musicians.
Yes. Actually, I hear you. And so that people do understand this, however, I mean, Catholic schools, for instance, were still active in the United States forever because they were recognized as superior learning facilities. So you had nuns teaching white Anglo-Saxon Protestant kids because they were considered far superior teachers because they were disciplinarians and would whip the kids' asses with yardsticks and shit. So there you have that. That still was going on in the United States. So it's not like Catholics were purged from the U.S., though they were probably persecuted to extent and not hired in certain areas. I mean, the economy was so different at that time that we didn't necessarily feel such persecutions the way we would today. Not to dismiss it or defend it or apologize for it. This is obviously a form of religious discrimination, but just to put that into perspective for people in terms of whatever it was that Lincoln did. But he did something, and then as it was bad enough where when John F. Kennedy became president as the first Roman Catholic president of the United States, he could not visit the Vatican because he knew automatically everybody would think that he was taking orders from the Pope, so he allowed his wife to visit in his stead. So, Jacqueline Kennedy went to see the Pope while John F. Kennedy stayed home, and he was still accused. Until the day he was shot, he was accused by the average, by the way, so people understand this without going too deep down that rabbit hole, until the day John F. Kennedy was shot, everybody in the United States fucking hated him. They hated him. They wrote in columns and op-eds, opinion editorial pieces that he should be shot until he was shot, and then everybody changed their mind and said, oh, he was a saint. Until the day he was shot, everybody said kill him. Everybody hated him. And they all said that he got America involved in Vietnam because he was taking orders from the Pope, because for those of you who don't know, Vietnam was a French colony and its ruling class was entirely Catholicized. The entire Vietnamese elite of the Republic of South Vietnam were all Roman Catholics. And everybody was convinced John F. Kennedy was there to keep them in power simply because they were all fellow Catholics. And that all these, all our American boys were dying to keep a Roman Catholic elite in charge of this faraway foreign land. This is what everybody thought in America until he was shot. And then all that disappeared. So this is like the conspiracy theories you've got going now that are resulting in the perpetration of actions that everybody is condemning, and then by that time it's too late. The actions have been taken. So back to Peter Moon, and we'll take it from there. Hopefully, I've contextualized a number of things for people about very complicated.
That's an interesting digression to talk about Lincoln and
Kennedy.
What went on historically.
Yeah.
But to get back to the current situation.
Yeah.
We have this idea that this meme that Trump has signed the Insurrection Act. It is, for all intents and purposes, a rumor. very clear that mainstream media is anti-Trump, for lack of a better word. Well, that's an accurate word. They're anti-Trump. So now a meme is being created. Now that Trump has been memed, he's now an invisible communicator. Trump could actually control, if he wanted to, and I'm not saying he does want to do this, he could control surreptitiously, or somebody else could control surreptitiously, which means clandestinely, secretly, a whole army of Trump supporters. And Trump could go along with it or not go along with it, because if he doesn't go along with it, he has no voice to say he doesn't go along with it. So, because he can't be heard. I suppose he could put up a website, and then people will say, I'm in close touch with the Donald Trump team. Well, who the hell is the Donald Trump team? The Navy SEAL? I don't know. So, but basically, and this is, so you've got these a schism, a media schism happening right now. And some people are just refusing to watch the media because they're recognizing the corruption of it. And they're not only recognizing the corruption, they're not allowing it in their house. So they want an alternative media. And what we have here is if you, so we're in a situation like, if I adopt this reality, well, if I don't hear it on the news, it's not real. Well, it could be real, but what reality do you have? Let's just imagine for a second a reality where you have Donald Trump is now the President of the United States. He has formed the Insurrection Act, but he's not occupying the White House. You know, and so you've got this invisible army of people. And this is what it seems to be going in the direction of, unless he actually seizes back the power and does a military act to arrest his adversaries. And this is a possibility. He's got a few days left, and they're just going to try and impeach him. But this is first of all, it's a nuttiness, and we have to take the nuttiness with a grain of salt. But what's more important than the nuttiness is that there are people who are completely not just pro-Trump, but anti this new office of the president-elect, and as well as the Congress, because they also believe or suspect that the Georgia elections were fraudulent. And of course, they're so close, it leaves you to wonder. But so this is a huge faction that amounts to a huge percentage of the population. Now, some of the people are just, they're not going to go, take arms or anything like that. But they're completely and utterly disgusted with the oncoming administration. Yet these people will not necessarily admit that Trump is gone until he's gone. And even then, what if he really is elected? What if it's really true that he's elected? Well, I was elected, they falsified, so he can go on being president in his own world. It's only going to give him 4 more. He won't be able to run again. So, well, he might say that he might use it, so he might actually serve for 12 years. He might serve for, 4 years in silence. And then when he goes to run again 4 years from now, he'll say, well, no, Biden was the president. He can change it. I don't know. It gets ridiculous. But what's important is these are the dynamics of war. These are the dynamics of infighting. Civil war is what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. And there was Antifa people in New York City today. I saw videos of them walking in riot gear. One guy had a pig on his head. mask of a pig. And I don't know what he was saying. I guess he was, I thought it was funny because it reminded me of the pig put in front of Nancy Pelosi's house. And, was he sending a message that I was the pig that you cut off the head of? I don't know. Or was he making fun of the police as pigs, which they used to be called in the 60s? Referred to them as pigs.
Right.
I remember a concert in Davis, University of Davis, where they had Country Joe McDonald, who was more famous for Country Joe and the Fish, sang the anti-Vietnam war song, Fixin' to Die Rag, it was called, Fixin' to Die Rag. And he was performing solo, and they had the security guard walking up and down in front of the stage. I don't know why he was walking up, because this is a pretty well-behaved crowd of, mostly hippie types that went to the university. And he started singing this song. There was a song that he wrote, and he just I forget how the song went. He goes, "Don't you, Mr. Pig." And every time he'd say Mr. Pig, he just looked at the security guard, I wouldn't want to be that security guard,
Right.
It was very intimidating.
Yeah.
But nobody was going to get violent, because it wasn't a violent crowd.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the kind of enmity people had for the police.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the big reasons, not the only reason, because the police represent the establishment. But one of the main reasons nobody liked police is because everybody did marijuana,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a bustable offense. So you didn't want to be around police, you didn't want to see police. They were bad. They were the bad guys, just because of that alone.
Right.
Just because of marijuana alone. And they didn't seem to do much but give you a ticket or something. So that was what police were when I was growing up, and they didn't seem to be a very big presence, because there weren't that many of them. You think of a campus full of kids, it was huge. And I don't remember a lot of police problems at all there. But in any case, so you see, you've got this huge faction of people that is stirring the pot. You have a administration or a current Congress that should be very, I guess, fearful for their own lives. I mean, you've had threats at the home of Pence, threats at the home of Nancy Pelosi. This Republican Senator Lindsey Graham was accosted at the airport, to the point where he said, "People are very upset." He acknowledged it, though. And sometimes they do acknowledge it, the press people. The whole reason they're upset is because there is not a fair, adjudicated audit that's open to inspection of the vote. And there's just this impression. And all the officials, it's like the people don't trust the officials that certified the vote. I certainly wouldn't trust anybody who's an official. I don't trust these people. It has nothing to do with how I feel about Trump. I don't trust politicians. They're less trusted than used car salesmen, and they're less trusted than pimps. I think a pimp is trusted more than either a used car salesman or a politician.
Well, there you have that. And so that's definitely an appreciated analysis. I'd like you to address some geopolitics. We have this wonderful person, Mr. Julian, who, of course, lives in Romania. And he was kind enough, of course, to enter a comment in my last episode. in which Ungurianu Julian commented, basically, he says, now let's think what is going to change in the global agenda. While Trump was focused on China and North Korea, Democrats are going for Russia and Crimea. That means war in Eastern Europe. So he says that for us, meaning people in Eastern Europe, Trump was the lesser evil in terms of what could be let loose upon the world stage. So his concern is that the Democratic agenda would be to return to the strategic NATO position of Russian containment, and therefore that might lead to, like Obama putting the energy that he did into Ukraine, which of course was part of the strife that was going on in what feels like a lifetime ago, that the strife could return. I don't feel that that's necessarily the case myself. Honestly, I think that at this point, with Trump's Parthian shot, which of course Peter Moon sent myself a communique last night that was, I believe it was last night that Peter Moon sent that to me about Taiwan. And so, of course, that broke out in the news thereafter from many, many outlets and sources so that it can be cross-referenced. But Trump's Parthian shot was to basically, through Pompeo, his Secretary of State, eliminate a lot of barriers in terms of American diplomatic visits to Taiwan. There was a lot of just non-recognition of Taiwan for the sake of placating communist China, which the Americans placated by saying, we won't do this, we won't do that. And even the friend, I believe was it Dennis Marshall who sent that to you before you sent it to myself, Peter?
I think so.
Yeah, and I believe what he said was, I don't really understand this, and I don't expect you to, but DDD probably will. That's pretty much, so thank you, Dennis, for acknowledging that. Yeah, basically it's just, that they're just cutting through a lot of the bullshit and just saying now that American diplomats will be traveling without the kind of bullshit that they had to do before, which was tap dance and kowtow to communist China and say, we're not really doing this officially. This is just a personal visit, this kind of bullshit. It would be like if somebody was going to Taiwan, they would say, oh, I'm doing so as a private citizen and not as an official of the United States. This kind of bullshit. Okay, all that's going to stop now. It's just basically Pompeo said that we're stopping all the placating of communist China in this regard. So there we have that, and with that, what that shows us is that with his Parthian shot of jabbing Red China in the face, he's left the Democrats stuck with this angry red dragon that they have to confront across the Pacific. And that's fine. That's fine. So it should be fine for everybody. It's fine for myself as someone who is, of course, on the side of the Taiwanese. And it is fine for people in Eastern Europe. It should take a lot of heat off of them. And I'm speaking here to Julian. And but let's ask Peter Moon his thoughts on this. And you can expand on what I'm saying or, take it in other directions geopolitically. But what's your feeling about this?
Well, I mean, I just, you're the expert on Taiwan. I just feel that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Trump, it seems like a very positive thing that he did with regard to Taiwan. And, I mean, Biden's got a handful to deal with. What he has going for him is a lot of experience. He has a lot of experience and he knows a lot of things, like Nixon did. It doesn't mean he's a good person. It doesn't mean but Nixon's experience in foreign affairs was quite astute. He understood situations.
Yes.
Because he understood circumstances and situations. I think that Biden does too. is probably his greatest weakness is where he's taken advantage of them. So that would be the biggest danger, because people say he's owned by China. They're saying everybody's owned by China, and that's how the Chinese.
That's what they were saying about that. Who was that guy you were talking about that all said people are upset? The Republican who turned against Trump, and then everybody was attacking him, and he said people are upset. Oh God,
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham, that's it. Yeah, they online the big Q-tard conspiracy theory is that Lindsey Graham is owned by the communist. That he's an actual card-carrying member of the Communist Chinese Party, if you can believe that. But
this is what happens: is people churn out conspiracy faster than you could actually conspire. They just churn it out like crazy. And I mean, obviously this guy is, he is the epitome of a politician, Lindsey Graham. Like, he'll go this way, he'll go that way. He's trying to, be a Trump supporter. He's trying to distance himself from Trump. He'll swivel back and forth and try to do it very adroitly. Ultimately, he can't. And as I say, these congressmen are in danger. I mean, there's a lot of people that want blood, and this is an unfortunate situation but that's sometimes what it takes to bring change, and sometimes it's almost like it's like a blood ritual, like an occult ritual that's taking place. And I wouldn't say it's as much of an occult ritual as it is a process of life. And the process of life will often imitate what goes on in an occult ritual, because an occult ritual is a part of life. So it's like when it gets very grisly with the planet Pluto, the archetype of Pluto, which rules psychic energy, it rules transmutation, it rules torture, twisting in the wind, and it rules politics and control. So you have the elements of a conspiracy, and whether it is or not, you have those elements going on. So when people start spouting conspiracy theories that don't make sense, it's more of a symptom of what's going on, because they never get it right.
Right, thank you. But by the way, Ryan C. Bailey has entered a comment on my link to tonight's transmission, and this is the link that is published on the DDD timeline that was established by the lovely Maria Michaela Gregorich, who doesn't seem to be in the chat room with us tonight, but I think she's doing okay. But everyone do maintain her in thought and prayer. And she's up in Toronto, Canada, of course, or where's Quebec? That's Toronto's Ontario, I guess. Ontario's more Quebec.
Yes, Ontario. It's in Ontario.
Thank you. And so at any rate, Ryan C. Bailey says, Happy AD 2021, Douglas and Peter. He says, listening to your outstanding program, Critical Omissions, I finally made it to Romania at Peter's suggestion, and it did not disappoint. Thank you for your unique perspectives, and please never stop being the renegade military historian. Cheers from Ryan, and he has 3 flags, the United States flag, because there's many American flags. You saw them, you saw the gamut of them displayed at the riot at the Capitol. And so the United States flag, the flag of the Republic of China, which is identified with Taiwan, and the Romanian tricolor, the Romanian flag. So he's got all of those flying, as well as some other wonderful emojis, the thumbs up and the smiley face with sunglasses, the Christmas tree in the earth, or the pine tree in the earth. So wonderful. So thank you, Ryan C. Bailey. And just wanted to bring that to Peter's attention. You must know this individual, at least peripherally, yes? I mean, if you told him to take a trip to Romania, you must...
I don't see it on the chat.
It's DDD. It's on the DDD timeline established by Maria. In other words, it's the Facebook timeline called DDD Douglas Twain Dietrich. You'd have to go there, and it's entered on the link to...
I'm just not sure.
Oh, okay.
But
I'll give you the link to it. Maybe that'll help. I'll give you the link to it in the private messages. There we are. That should help. Give me just a second.
Now, one of the things my brother-in-law said today, there was a picture he saw of the riot going on at the Capitol, or whatever you call it, and there was a big picture of the Romanian flag in the middle of it. He was very curious about that. He wanted to know what the Romanian flag was doing there. And I certainly didn't know. But it was kind of symbolic of the relationship between the two countries. Of course, Joe Biden was there 3 times. And he was there right at the same time. He came in right after I did, like within a day. When I arrived from my first visit with Paula, which I would call my honeymoon, although we weren't married yet. This was 2014. I met her the year before. And I went back to visit a cave, which I never got to visit. And I spent a good, it must have been 10 days or 2 weeks there in Romania with her. And when I arrived in the airport, her mother was there to greet me, which surprised me. And then she said, you know, the vice president and the director of the CIA are following you. I said, what do you mean? She said, they're following you. They're on your course. And they arrived within 24 hours, and I saw them on the news. They were on the news, and they were opening up I guess it was a particle accelerator facility. It was huge. It was the biggest in the world. And the only one, it was never made the news in America. The only one to report on it was Joseph Farrell. He was the only one that reported on it, which pleased me to no end. He did an objective report on it.
Yeah, of course you realize we have our own problems with Joseph Patrick Farrell.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I'm still pleased that he did it because he was the only, because I could find no other verification except maybe in Romania.
Right.
To acknowledge that. And he was coming at it from a completely different angle
of course.
Than I was.
Right.
And I remember trying to meet up with my friend there, who's the head of nuclear security in Romania, and it wasn't working because he had to go be there to ensure security for the vice president and the CIA director. He was directly involved with their security, you know, being that they were on Romanian territory. And David was getting frustrated with him because he wasn't answering his communication. So I wrote to David and said, you know, he's off. He's dealing with this stuff, you know. I let him know that he was, you know, very busy. But so that was just kind of weird. I was a little close to the action, so to speak, by email. No, not really close, but just that it was in my general sphere of reference. And she said, "Oh, they're following you. You know, they're interested in what you're doing here," which also tickled me because when I guess it was a few days into the trip, we visited the hotel where I used to go to. Still will on occasion. Friends with the family there, and they said that the ambassadors of the United States to Romania took a vacation up into Transylvania. He stayed at this hotel. It's, you know, one of the nicer ones there in Transylvania. And he said, and his wife, she was reading my books. And she said that she wanted to go to Sarmasejatuza. And she complained of the bathrooms there.
That's reason enough to complain. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're outhouses, and the Romanian national response was to put up some wooden outhouses, which are made of very nice wood. But it's not a very pleasant experience because they smell like hell.
I can imagine. Oh my fucking God.
But, so I thought it was funny because that was my first problem when I went there. I had the same problem she did. No outhouses. And you have nature, and it was a big problem, but it was one that I got over. But the thing is that it was almost like she went there because I went there, and then she put in the complaint, and they brought in, they gave a response. So there's now outhouses there. It's really kind of a direct result of me being there.
There you go. There you go. These are the Peter Moon outhouses. We call them moon houses. I'm sorry.
And you know, it's funny because I had a real anxiety about going to the bathroom without a toilet because I'd never done it, and I didn't understand that, you know, because I was afraid that if I would, you know, squat down or stand up, it's going to get all over me. Not understanding how the anatomy of the body is such that, you know, it really won't do that. So I was like, and at the monastery I was staying at, I was eating very sparsely because they did not have a proper toilet. They had what they called a Turkish toilet, and that was bad news. You know, it's basically a piece of cement with a hole in it, a rectangle, and there's a hut around it, and tons of cheap toilet paper. And they had tons of cheap toilet paper. So it's like and I'm like, oh, I try to go out there, and I can't. It doesn't work, and I'm actually having my friend Nicole try and translate for the monk, one of the monks, to tell me how to take a crap. Seriously, it's funny. It's really funny. He started getting embarrassed. You know, she's like translating, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I went back there. It didn't work. I ate nothing. Finally, I went back there, and when I got there, that was the first thing I had to do, and it all worked like clockwork. I had brought my needed, you know, accoutrements. You always take toilet paper with you when you're traveling, but it was really a challenge for me. So, and you know, they say that you find your greatest fears at Sarmasegiatusa. You will confront your greatest fears, and that's my greatest fear. I was doing pretty good because that was my greatest fear, that I would have a misstep, and I didn't. So I confronted it, and all has been well ever since. But you know, so anyway, Joe Biden was coming with the director of the CIA to, you know, basically, what did they do? Christen a ship? They were christening the particle accelerator, which it was a different type of particle accelerator. I think it had to do with lasers, but it was nevertheless the biggest one in the world. It wasn't necessarily a nuclear one per se, but which made it maybe more interesting. So to get back to Romania is not so much the Biden connection to Romania, because Biden's connected to all the politics in Romania. And if either Biden or Trump have knowledge of what's going on with Department Zero in Romania, I would tend to think Biden might have more knowledge than Trump would.
Right.
Because he's been there 3 times, and he was in the vice presidency when a lot of stuff was going down. And he might have had a need to know basis. I can't speak for Trump. He comes in late on the chain. I don't know what he's been. And since Trump took office, the Romanians, according to the books, have a lot more control over what goes on than they did in the initial times during the George Bush administration. Because, you know, the Americans are still partners, but they're more on the outside looking in than they were initially. Because the higher forces have not wanted them that way. And the fact that I am juxtaposed in between America and Romania could work greatly to my advantage in dealing with any of this stuff.
Yes.
Just that I'm part of 2 countries. Now, what was particularly interesting last night is I had a dream, and it was a very incredible dream, where there was this bed. I said, oh, a bed, I want to sleep. And I crash on this bed. It's kind of like a couch. It's very comfortable. But I realized after I got on it that somebody else had been sleeping there. And I was taking his bed. And he kind of looked at me like, who the hell are you? I don't know. You know, he had to go to work, so I took the bed. And then I see this guy I knew from my past, and he was a very distinct creature. He was an examiner in Scientology. Well, he did many things, but one of his jobs was as an examiner. And
could you articulate that, explain that?
After a counseling session with an e-meter to see if it was a successful session.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yes, and he later I read that he examined, you know, the highest level of counseling. Not when I knew him, he was not an examiner, but that's kind of how my dream recognized him as. He also has an aspect of him that, in his physical appearance, a little like Gollum. A little. I mean, not horrific looking. A little bug-eyed, but he reminds me of a angel of death almost, an angel of. I've had these things appear. It's like an angelic presence, and I say angelic in quotes. I don't mean it disparagingly to him or to angels. You know, it's like almost like a jinn, and he was there as an examiner to kind of check me out and see if I was okay. This is how I interpret it later. Then I walk over in between the Sphinx in Romania and this stone structure called Babele, which means old woman, which is 3 huge rocks. It's cordoned off. It's a sacred site, although the Sphinx is not cordoned off with a fence. This one is. I mean, you could step over the fence, but it's there to protect it. So in between those 2 structures, which are only about 100 yards apart, is you go 300 yards down, and that's where the chamber is beneath. They say beneath the Sphinx, but it's actually not directly below it, but about 300 yards or so, where is this incredible chamber. So I'm sitting there with my back against the wall, which is sort of a qigong posture, and this rush of energy comes up my feet. And I said, oh, wow, that's the energy of the inner earth. It was beautiful. Beautiful experience. And that was my dream last night. And the issues of Romania, all of a sudden it tells me that Romania is coming back online for me. It's coming back online. I couldn't go last year because of the COVID crisis.
Right.
And right now, I can't go unless I get a visa.
Okay.
And I know I could get a visa from my friend. I know I could get one, but I don't necessarily want to go over there during COVID crisis. And I don't want to deal with excess paperwork.
Yes.
I don't want to go over there. I want to wait till the COVID crisis clears.
Yes.
Because I also want to take certain people with me, and I don't want, have to go through all this, BS of...
Oh, quarantine and all that shit. You don't want that. Hey,
No,
by the way, I want people to know my own opinion, my own analysis on that flag, and I want to get back to Romania because I want to let everyone know. Maybe this is giving away something private, but really, Peter Moon's wife is about to get citizenship. And that's so exciting because this is like something that my mother went through, and I have very distinct memories as a very young child of her swearing in her citizenship, taking the ceremony to swear in, and how exciting that was for us. And so I'm very excited for Paula. And but definitely, I hope I'm not giving away too much private about your life by sharing that.
Well, me, my father, her, but by the time she even hears about this, she'll have her citizenship.
Yes, and so I definitely know she'll get it too, because for reasons Peter might explain to us, but because he's been coaching her so effectively, and she's so sharp anyway, and her English she speaks English so much better than most Americans do, and but at any rate, in terms of what I wanted to say about the flag, the Romanian flag was present at the storming of the Capitol, because what people were making was an allegory to the Romanian revolution, which overthrew Nicolae Ceausescu. And there were plans to hold basically show trials and execute people on the National Mall. So this was going on all over the chat rooms, where they had organized to bring weapons, and they brought them, plenty of them.
Well, thank you for answering that question, because it makes sense.
Thank you.
And what happened in Romania was the army did indeed take control, and they held the trial. They held it quick. It was probably no more fair than the trials MacArthur did for
Yamashita and
yeah, it was and certainly Ceausescu protested, and they got rid of him, and it was definitely the right thing to do.
Yeah, yes,
definitely the right thing to do, and the real problem with Ceausescu was not that the Illuminati or any what you call secret cabal wanted him gone. He was no longer doing his job. He wasn't serving the people. He didn't serve the people well. The people didn't like him. They hated him.
Yeah.
And this is a problem for the Democrats. I don't even know if the people who are anti-Trump like Biden and Pelosi. I don't know, because that's not the issue. They haven't gotten a chance to screw up yet. I mean, they screwed up enough in the past, but Trump gets all the blame or the credit, depending on who you like and what you want. But so but they have to act so as to win the hearts of the people. And the first thing they will do is, I would imagine, is pass this. Give everybody an extra $1,400, which is nice for a few weeks, buy you some goodwill for a few weeks. Mm-hmm. And I also heard that Kamala Harris was going to guarantee everybody at least a room to live in with 3 meals a day or something like that.
I think that's probably rumor. I'd be highly skeptical that she would make such a promise. She might be saying.
I don't think she promised it. I think she's advocating.
Okay, now that would be more sensible. Okay, the fact that she would say that.
Right. Like she's
that would be an objection.
Posturing for it.
Yeah.
And that's a nice that's actually a comforting idea.
Thank you.
Yes. It's a comforting idea, but who's going to pay for it and who's going to implement it? They can't even implement the vaccines, and that's not a fault of Trump, and it will not be a fault of Biden. It's a fault of the government itself. It's like, I think Biden could kick ass better. I mean, Trump could kick ass better than Biden, but the government, and and then they're also, what is it? Nuclear. They're concerned. Pelosi was concerned about the nuclear secrets, or maybe it was Biden.
Well, they're concerned about the nuclear codes. Pelosi in particular, yes.
I said they should listen to Douglas Deepak, who could tell them what it is.
Yes. Well, it was that for decades. They've changed it now. They had to. Once it was exposed, they had.
11111.
Yes, something of that nature. Yes,
complex.
Yes. But definitely. So in terms of everything else that's going on, there are other things, of course, that we could bring up about the books. And if you have any questions, because you tend to inspire me, the one thing I think is most important to emphasize. This is what I did when I gave that lecture and I was telling Peter Moon about this. What happened was just the other day, it might have been the morning. I don't even remember what time now. My schedule is so different from the average biorhythms that when I talk to different people, it's usually at the oddest times. So Peter Moon and George Knight and I were all on the same Skype call. And basically what had happened was, oh, by the way, did you look through the corrections I made on George Knight's transcription, Peter?
No, not yet.
Okay. I look forward to your review of that. It's not that long, of course, just about a page.
I'm going to be starting that chapter soon, just to compose it, so I will have to look at it.
Yes, and even though very little is all that applicable to our current book, it will be applicable to future books and is anyhow indispensable anyway for context of everything that I speak of. But so when I was talking with Peter Moon and George Knight, then I was going over this one lecture I had delivered when I had the great misfortune of working with Lorien Ann Fenton, this wretched creature. And she, of course, sabotaged everything as she was instructed to do. And when I delivered this lecture at it was a MUFON meeting. It was a MUFON meeting, believe it or not, because my name is anathema, as Keith Call will tell you, to MUFON anywhere else in the world. Keith Call went to a MUFON meeting, and he brought the great Douglas Dietrich Roswell and the Rising Sun DVD, and he was physically ejected from the premises for all intents and purposes. But when I delivered the MUFON lecture, the response was overwhelmingly positive. There was one detractor, but he was shot down like a flaming idiot. And I sent him crashing and burning, as they say. And everybody else who was there, and these were stellar professionals, consummate professionals, in the sense that one man was a psychiatrist, another man was a software engineer, and they were all looking at their iPads and looking up everything I was saying while I was saying it and confirming everything that I said right then and there as I said it. At any rate, none of this was recorded by Lorien Ann Fenton, of course, who made certain to destroy or not record anything that was done. As a matter of fact, there's really no describing just how repulsive and grotesque this individual was, but I think we exposed some of it when Crystal River and I were discussing her abuse of Max Spears and her pedophilia with Max Spears, because she would revert him to his childhood persona before she had sex.
Just clarify that we're talking about Lorien Ann Fenton, not Crystal River here.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yes, deeply appreciate it. And I'm sure Crystal River appreciates that too. Though, hey, at least it would force her to come on, so she would, just for no other reason than to spank my ass. At least it would get her to keep her appointment at that point. So at any rate, in terms of Lorien Ann Fenton and that speech that I delivered, I was pointing out Operation High Jump as being integral to the Roswell incident. Now, we won't go into much detail in Operation High Jump per se within this book. That will be in another book to come. But definitely it was the very reason the Roswell atrocity happened, was because of interdepartmental infighting. And one of the things I was pointing out to all of the audience when I was talking about the Operation High Jump is that this is what a lot of people don't get, is when I'm telling them about the fact that the United States High Command was convinced that the Third Reich had basically exmigrated, reestablished itself on the continent of Antarctica, and everyone knew at that point that was not the final destination. Or rather, a few people knew it, but the majority of people thought that this was the last final destination, that they were trying to establish enclave on continent, and that was going to be their continent, the Ice Reich. And therefore, everyone was cooperating as much as possible with what little that they had available at that time, including the Soviets with a very, very token force, in mostly observers, in Operation High Jump, and very heavy participation from Australia and New Zealand. Now, in terms of Operation High Jump itself, of course, when I was trying to contextualize this to my listeners, I said, remember, the United States High Command believed this and was acting on it. And what I was trying to point out to them was that it doesn't matter what you believe, because this might sound absurd or ridiculous. Not only that the High Command believed this, but that anyone would think it was worth exmigrating to Antarctica. That Antarctica is so foreboding and so inhospitable that even as a last resort, a kind of final redoubt, most people would feel that it's just better to be dead, better to not even bother. But this is not the point. Whether or not you believe that the Third Reich was establishing itself at the bottom of the world is irrelevant, because you're not the people in charge. What I explain to everyone is that it's not what you believe that ever matters. All that matters is the men with the guns who are in charge. The military junta that has effectively run the United States since World War II. And these people act on what they believe. And this is the part that I've always tried to emphasize to people when it comes to Satan's Crusaders. It doesn't matter if you believe that Satanism is simply an adult version of Dungeons and Dragons, that the belief in magic is entirely inconsequential to our interaction with reality. You can believe all this, and it's absolutely fucking meaningless. Nothing you believe in means anything. The only thing that matters is the men with guns who run the American empire and what they believe. And they act on what they believe. So if they believe the moon is made of green cheese and that blowing it up will provide everyone unlimited amounts of cheese for the rest of eternity, then they will act on that belief, and their actions are all that matters. It's the same as if you may feel that there's no validity to the Islamic religion, and you may feel it has nothing to do with reality. But if you're in a room where you're held hostage by Boko Haram or ISIS or other people who take this as their literal belief system, then what they believe matters more than anything you do. It's that simple. So this is the situation we're all in when it comes to the American military junta. When it came to the insurgency that stormed the national capital, it doesn't matter that their beliefs were all based on Michael Aquino's QAnon, which is nothing more than an egregore in the internet that is possessing people's febrile minds, what little minds they have, the empty space between their ears. It doesn't matter that it's all shit that's between their ears. They're acting on that belief. As insane as their beliefs are, they're acting on them, and people will die as a result. And in that case, whether it's the Muslims, the fundamentalist extremists of Islam with their warped interpretation of true Islam that are holding you hostage, whether it's the lunatics overrunning the capital who are killing cops that they would normally say are heroes, except when they stand in their way, or the men who decide, we have to invade Antarctica to pursue Nazis who most people would assume were not real but figmentary, then it doesn't matter. None of that matters. All that matters is these people who are acting on that belief have the power to do so. And because the American military had all power to act on that belief, Operation High Jump happened, which is historically undeniable. And no one can deny that it happened. No matter how much you try, it is simply...
Nobody denies that it happened. The only thing they might question is what really happened. But no, Operation High Jump is in the annals of history.
Thank you. And the question that people would have would be, why? And then when you tell them why, that's when they shut down. I can't believe that they would think that there were Nazis in Antarctica. No, this was considered the final battles of the Atlantic War. And they were supposed to be the final battles. It was supposed to be an exterminatory campaign. They were acting on it to make it so. And, of course, it failed miserably. And because of that, the Navy said, now it's our turn. The Army said, now it's our turn, because the Navy had failed so spectacularly. And this was all part of the interdepartmental infighting for the lion's share of budget. The Army took great advantage of the fact that their own failure with trying to force the Japanese to show them how to pilot these unconventional super delivery systems that could take an atomic bomb and fly under the radar coverage that the Third Reich had on Antarctica and drop that bomb in their midst to annihilate their population before it could relocate to Unterland. All of that resulted in the Japanese simply mass suiciding, mass killing themselves, and to the best of their ability, and the Americans being left with a bunch of debris that was useless in delivering any atomic bombs for the Army onto the Antarctic continent. And as a result, the Army simply took advantage of the propaganda situation by saying, oh, it's aliens, and then denying it. But they told all of the political elite, well, you see, the aliens are real. And we had to deny it for the public after we released the information. But you see, this is why we need an Air Force, because there is an alien threat. They're here. It's now. And this is why we have to have an Air Force. And that was the birth of the United States Air Force, birthed out of a lie that there was an alien presence. And, of course, born out of the lie that America had won World War II through its military. The military lost World War II. And the military lied that there were aliens after World War II in order to give birth to an entire branch of service that is dedicated to being nothing other than a traveling golf club. And I brought up how golf courses are entirely integral to the defense of any Air Force base. It is literally in the mandate of Air Force base construction that as a part of the perimeter of defense, it has to have a golf course. I mean, that's a fact. I'm not making that up. It's not sarcasm. So, and of course, Preston Nichols essentially verified that for Peter Moon long before Peter Moon met myself.
About, yeah, you're the only other one I've heard that recognized that.
Yeah, thank you. And so there you have that. And so that's probably an important part of the mentality. So it's just kind of starting you off so you can tell us a little bit about how far you might have gotten in that chapter or whatever you wish to share about your insights at this part in terms of, at this point in working on the book.
Well, that was an excellent discussion you just gave, and it was a discussion we had the other day, which clarified, fine points that I can put into the book, which you just explained, that it was the, what was going on there. I mean, it's this whole, but I didn't realize that they had told the politicians that it was aliens, which that's a new twist for me. And it's very interesting because it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and just some further context there. They didn't tell that to Truman or Eisenhower because Truman and Eisenhower knew goddamn well it wasn't aliens because they were conducting the talk-down procedures with the Japanese. It's just that Truman and Eisenhower were both military men. Everybody needs to bear in mind that it was a requisite because the president was the United States executive commander-in-chief of all armed forces. It was a requisite for the longest time that a president was expected to have combat service. That if you didn't have combat service, you weren't fit to be president. And so when it came to Eisenhower and Truman, these men had solid combat experience. These were military men. They could see right through any scams the military tried to pull. This is what led Eisenhower to bitching all about the military-industrial complex. But both of them were dealing with the fact that the military fucking lost. This is why Eisenhower was so Truman was so disgusted, he didn't run for a term he legitimately could have run for. And Eisenhower was so disgusted that he attacked the military-industrial complex on his way out the door. So both of these men knew what was going on. They knew that they had lost the war. They had been there to lose it. And they were also there to basically surrender to the Japanese, destroy and dismantle the Department of War, establish in its place a Department of Defense. They had been through defeat. And so when it came to the politicians I'm speaking of, we're not talking about the executive commander-in-chiefs. We're talking about the more lower-level politicians like the governor of the state of Arizona or New Mexico, who were some of the primary movers and shakers behind establishing an Air Force Day as a kind of national holiday that is not federally observed, but there is an Air Force Day. It's like you don't get a day off for Armed Forces Day, but there is an Armed Forces Day. And you don't get a day off for some certain recognized holidays in the sense that they're recognized and observed only in a sense of respect, but they're not, you don't get a day off for them. But one of those days is an Air Force Day, and people can look this up themselves. There is a national U.S. Air Force Day that was established in wake of Roswell, the Roswell atrocity, and this was all part of the promotion of a separate force that was supposed to protect us basically from the fucking aliens. So that's where that came in for more funding. So the ultimate result of the great interdepartmental infighting for the lion's share of the budget between the Army and the Navy really went to a third party in a sense, which was the establishment of a new branch that was born out of the U.S. Army Air Corps, the Air Force. All of this was part of the failure of the Navy with Operation High Jump, the failure of the Army, which they capitalized on, and then the birth of the Air Force out of that. So all of this is part of the narrative that hopefully contextualizes this for many people. And again, Peter, I'll turn the stage over to you again for a while. 8 to 9, 9 to, it's about 11 p.m. where you're at. So if you're tired, feel free to take your leave. But if you want to stay with us for as long as you want, please.
I can go for a while. And I once had, I was interested enough to go to the Air Force Academy.
That's right.
When I was in school, I asked for a catalog.
Yeah, that's right.
My freshman year in high school, because I'd read a book about, it was a fiction book, about some guy going there to play football. And I said, oh, well, this sounds neat. I actually have a bit of military acumen in me. Yeah. But I was sort of born with it, although I never joined the military. But I got the catalog. It looked like a very interesting place to go. It was very modern for those days, the buildings, the facilities. But when it said that you had to be a conformist, we don't want nonconformists, I said, that's it. I couldn't do it. and then I found out that you didn't really have to, you had to have good grades, you had to have a good record, you had to have this, that, and the other thing, electives, and it was good if you did sports and stuff. But the people that they picked for the, because you'd see them in the paper, the local, for any of the academies, they weren't stellar people.
Thank you.
They were okay. They weren't stellar students. They were very mediocre.
Thank you. Yes.
And but I was already not interested. I didn't notice that. And then I had a friend in Scientology who'd actually dropped out of the Air Force Academy. He said it was ridiculous.
Thank you. Yeah, what did he say?
He says, I just couldn't do it. I had no interest. He says, you'd be going over obstacle courses and they'd have doctors sitting there waiting for you to pass out. He said it was utterly absurd. They're waiting for you to conk out. They're there to save your life. But he just thought it was absurd. And then he said that well, how about I said, the academics? He says, oh, they hand it to you on a platter.
Thank you. Yes.
It was not challenging at all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here's here's Dick. Here's Jane. Dick says hi to Jane. Well, we're being facetious here, but it was not.
It is so true. People have no idea. I've dealt with officers all my life. When I worked at the Presidio Military Base Library, we had, of course, officers as clientele as well as enlisted men, and just incredible observations can be made. They're so indoctrinated as to their place, their station, their place in the scheme of this synthetic anti-life that they have, their place in the caste system of the military. The enlisted men would read only certain reading levels of newspaper that were specifically for enlisted men. There was an enlisted men's newspaper, Army, Navy, whatever, and there was an officer's source of information that was different, more magazine-like, more journal-oriented, also some magazine formats. This was in the days of print, when zebra print was taken seriously, and you had formats that were glossy, and there was no other source of information really. Even though computers were coming online, they were not yet so invasive into our life, and so the library was an important place. And so these officers and enlisted men, even within the realm of the library, would not intermingle. They wouldn't interact. And of course they had separate clubs, the officers' club and the enlisted men's club, but they could both potentially intermingle at the library, but never did. It was just they were so indoctrinated into their separation. But it's this artificial separation was the only thing that gave the officers any sense of their elitism, their superiority. Otherwise, these are people who were fucking worthless. You just would not be fit in civilian life for the most part to do anything.
Maybe you could answer a question, and this doesn't necessarily apply to military personnel, but it applies to policemen. I've met policemen who can rattle off codes, laws. I mean, like they were a computer, they could rattle this stuff off.
Right.
I mean, how do they do that?
It's just, you get used to it after a while. It's kind of like the codes, various codes you could call out over the air. Even now, I feel reluctant.
Details of the codes. If you do this, if you do that, person can be arrested if they
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just after a while you remember that. It's just, how would I say it? It's rote learning. It's just rote learning, and they do take a kind of interest in it. I think it's wretched and pathetic, but there are officers, this is their life. This is their only sense of identity. They cannot imagine themselves ever being anything else other than a cop. So it is since they're so wrapped up in it, then they have the intellectual energy to invest in it. As a matter of fact, this was an observation Harry Henneberger made. He was that Marine Corps officer who I had talked about, who got heavy into the drug scene after after he retired, and just thought he was like the coolest shit in the world. In other words, yeah, I'm hippie now. I used to be a mean military machine, but now I'm hippie. Like, this was something revolutionary and something that should impress people. I mean, a legend in his own mind. So, but this fucker was like somebody who made a good observation oft times, and one of the observations he met was he heard a couple of policemen talking to each other, and it just drove him nuts. He said it was like listening to two answering service machines responding to each other.
Well, I suppose that's a lot of what they do professionally.
Yeah, yes, and so their casual conversation came out the same way. It was just like, it's like listening to two machines talk to each other. I mean, but then again, if you were in the medical profession, and I'm sure our man, Mr. Pac-1 Morales, can attest to this, perhaps. I mean, he knows Elizabeth and she knows him, and they wouldn't talk about work to any great extent. But if you're in the medical profession and you hear nurses or doctors talking to each other, they'll fall into a kind of professional speak where they'll eat lunch and they'll be talking about grotesque medical conditions like fungal blooms or skin rashes, something you would never bring up while being able to eat. And, or they'll talk about surgeries, and they'll still be able to eat. I mean, it's just, this is the kind of this kind of professional mindset that makes them able to relate only to each other. And after a while, this is why nurses oftentimes marry. In the old days, nurses would marry doctors, but then once women were allowed to become doctors, then doctors only married each other, and nurses were stuck with each other, and they wind up marrying other normal people. Nurses don't tend to marry other nurses because they don't want to talk that shit at home. But doctors, you can imagine what a couple of doctors.
Human conversation in general can really be depressing to listen to.
Yeah.
In general.
Yeah, it can be, but when you hear two professionals talk, it really hits home. Just how bad conversation can be. Like you'd say, I don't want to listen to this, but anyhow, I think you get my point. It's just basically that for a police officer, because that's their entire identity, they have the energy to invest in that form of mnemonic retention, the memory retention of codes and the like, which you and I would just find abysmal. I mean, I could kind of understand it to an extent. I used to be there. I used to like be able to do that sort of thing. I had to do a lot of drugging and drinking to get it out of my system. So in a sense.
Were you speaking of the veterans, the returning veterans?
Yeah.
Especially from the Vietnam War era.
Yeah.
And many of them became long-haired.
Yeah. Yes.
Hippie-esque, but you know what? The one thing they had in common with the hippies?
What?
Dope.
Yeah. Yes. Of course. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The dope was all pervasive. Yes. It was. It was just everywhere. Well, they showed that. In series like the movies like Platoon. Where so he was right on that score. The Oliver Stone, before he degenerated into Vladimir Putin's buttfuck. So there you go with that. And but by all means, in terms of what you're telling me about the one guy who got out of the Air Force Academy because it essentially just wasn't even a challenge, and got into Scientology instead. I presume he was in the Sea Org. Is where you met him?
No. In fact, he was the half brother of the movie star Aldo Ray.
Interesting.
I don't know whatever happened to him. He was a great guy, and I would visit him when I would return to Davis. And I think he's still in, to tell you the truth. I really don't know, but he was a super nice guy. But I just don't know. It's like all of those people, there's so much in the past, and they become more distant every day. And I'm very thankful they were in my lives. So many of them helped me. Mm-hmm. We used to have the neatest conversations, him and I. He always remembered those conversations. They were out of this world. We'd be sitting there in our lunch breaks and talking about the most esoteric aspects of existence. I thought that was just par for the course, but he always remembered them as kind of unique, because we were just two people on course together. Right. That's all we were. And, it's I guess I had a very, maybe a unique way of looking at things. I don't know. But, so all these people, they're like, everybody's like a prop in your life. All the people, and I'm saying, for those in the listening audience, I turn 68 next week, so it's like, wow, it's a lot of experience. Yeah. But the people in your lives are props. They're there, and they're there to teach you certain things. You're there to teach them certain things. And when you get through a whole life, it's like, wow, you look back on it, it's like, this is remarkable. This is remarkable. They're not there. There's no use in trying to resurrect them into your life other than to say hi. But what's that worth? I do have some people from my distant past still in. I may talk to them now and then, but it's like, life is an amazing thing. There's props and you learn from them, and they're sort of a gift. And sometimes their endings don't work out so well, which is very disappointing. Like, one of my best friends is suffering from cancer, and it's bad, and he's had some really rough experiences. He's like a brother to me. And his attitude is he's wanted to die for years. That does not help his health.
Ooh.
And I have a lot of sympathy for how he feels, but I can't. And he can't even talk. I talk to him through his wife if I want to find something out. It's very sad, but I can't. It's like he wants to die. My wife knows someone at work is in a similar situation. He's nowhere near as bad off, but he's lost his wife, and he wants to die. This is not a good attitude to have, because life is a gift.
Yes.
It is a gift. Even if it's a hard life, it's a gift. And your future will be determined by how you deal with the gift. If you take the gift and do something positive with it, you'll be given more gift, more life. If you are given a life and you do something negative with it, well, you might be given more negativity until you get the point.
Yes.
This is how I look at life.
Yes. I mean, it's valid, definitely.
Yeah, you don't have anything to lose by looking at that, because it can only bring you more positivity.
Right. And that's true. It's true. And in terms of the impression I get about Scientology, the old days, when you were a part of it, it could not help but be a reflection of general society, in the sense that I imagine it to have been fairly dominated by basically white European Americans. By that I mean descended from Europeans, not European in the sense of culturated such, but just white Americans who were of this kind of predominantly, I would imagine, white Anglo-Saxon background, who basically got into the organization, and that Mr. Hubbard himself would have attracted this kind of individual, and that they would, I would imagine it being fairly different these days, because of course Scientology became internationally extending itself throughout Europe, particularly Germany and Italy, and also just got a bit more influx from different cultures. But there's still this, I would get the feeling that there's this sense of retroactivity, this sense of going back in time, that there's this kind of 50s flavor to the environment that's just always there, and that's part of the intent, that they would intentionally keep it there as kind of this 50s kind of or retroactive cultural affect.
It kind of, in a way, had a 50s morality to it. In a way, because that's when it kind of came on as a movement. But it was just a what would I say? Yes, it was predominantly white, middle class, because you have to look at it cost money to do it.
Yeah.
So it didn't have your poor people. The organizations were usually put in a downtown area on purpose, because students could get housing cheap in a downtown area. So that was purposeful, to put them in a downtown area. It wouldn't be a great neighborhood. The organizations,
right?
The missions, which were usually in a more suburban type location, like Davis, where, because you're trying to get new people in, professional people, and then you also have professional people, and then eventually in the 1970s they started getting, which you might call super professional people, where you had people from Hollywood coming in, and where it cost a lot more money than a regular organization, and you had a very richer and richer caliber of public.
Right.
And this is what they were pandering to. It was never racially
diverse,
prejudiced. But you might say, especially in the early days, you didn't have that many affluent. There were plenty of affluent black people in the world, but not necessarily. That doesn't mean most black people were affluent.
Right. So in other words,
not what you would call a demographic.
Right. That was my impression. Was not that Scientology was ever exclusive, but rather that there was just that there were not many colored people in the demographic where they.
You had a handful, and I remember trying to help one girl, and she was like the only black person in one particular organization. It was called International Headquarters, and I had to deal with her personally, and basically her fundamental problem was that she hated white people. And she was working around nothing but white people.
Yes. Oh my God. How did you deal with that? Or how could you do it?
I kind of was probably more friendly with her than anybody, and she liked me. You know, it was like, it was just, you know, whatever situation. I think, you know, with somebody like that, in Scientology teaches polarization. In other words, if you have problems with Jews, it's because you were a Jew. I mean, I'm being oversimplistic here.
Right,
if you hate Nazis, it's probably because you were a Nazi and you hate what you did.
Right.
And so on and so forth. It doesn't matter. And that was it's a whole code of behavior. If you hate gay people so much, it's because you are gay.
Right, right.
What is that? What do they call it? The self-hating homosexual.
Yes. The self-loathing. Yeah. Go.
Punish gay people because you are gay, and it makes you somehow better, different, or whatever it is, or it doesn't have to be gay, but it's whatever it is. So, you know, that was she was. I don't know whatever happened to her, as to so many people. But L. Ron Hubbard actually had a secretary who was black.
Well,
she answered to him directly, and she did her job.
Right.
She did her job. She was a great senior. She was my senior, and she was a great lady. But unfortunately for her, she kind of got purged.
That's what I was going to ask. Is what happened?
She was black, but because she was part of the old guard.
Right.
She got purged, and I remember, and I didn't like the fact that she was purged. It was actually quite disgusting.
Thank you.
It had nothing to do with Hubbard.
Yeah.
And
well, I'm assuming this happened when Hubbard was becoming more helpless, right?
Well, I mean, he was just not there. He was no longer in Clearwater. You know, she was his secretary still. She'd been the secretary on the ship, but now it was years later, and certain factions of his messengers, you know, wanted to eliminate his personal office because his personal office was his personal office. They were kind of attacking him. They didn't appreciate or respect his personal office, which was a big problem in many levels. I had been promoted out of it by then. So, and that really it turned out not to be a promotion. They kind of tricked me, but kind of. But in any case, she went by the wayside, and I heard that she always wanted to be the boss's secretary, so she went out ended up being the secretary for some boss at a big radio station, I heard.
Oh, okay.
And then I heard that her husband, who was also black, reverted to drugs.
Oh.
He went to drugs.
Oh.
I think they got divorced, and then I heard years later she went back into Scientology and into the Miscavige regime. This is the last I heard of her.
Oh, God.
In other words, she missed all of the crap. She was the early purge, not the purge where Savage was, shining his teeth all over everybody.
I see. Okay.
She didn't see that.
Okay.
She didn't. She knew who he was. She would have known him, but no, she didn't. She she missed all that, and she was never anywhere near as well trained as I was in terms of regular Scientology. I had a very, I guess what you call, what's the word, extensive, not only training but experience. I was thousands upon thousands of hours counseling and being counseled.
Yeah.
In addition to that, administrative study, technical study, and that's not even the study. And then also experience in dealing with people's failures, which was extraneous to all of that.
Yeah.
So, and was coached into a viewpoint of, I guess what you'd say, harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could take a religion like Catholicism or Islam, and if I studied everything there was to know about it, I could correlate and harmonize it. Buddhism, anything, and I could make it, which you call harmonize it, make it, take the good elements and embellish those and downplay the elements that people have difficulty with. That's what, and it's not just public relations. It is public relations, but as Hubbard said himself, he says, good public relations has to be true and sincere. And if it is true and sincere, of course, you can't say everything to everybody. Like I remember my teacher one time telling me how he fixed his uncle, who was a crack addict, and his aunt came to him and said, he's going to sell the living room furniture for his habit. So he takes the uncle up on the roof of the building and hangs him by his feet. and says, you're going to stop? Stop. And he's scared to death. He said, I'm going to stop.
Oh, shit.
Pulls him up, and he said that he went to church every week after that and never touched the drugs, is what he told me.
That's incredible. That's
the type of force it takes. Now, he's not going to do that to one of his students. This was for his aunt, who he loved.
Right.
And, look at what this son of a bitch was going to do. And he scared him into religion. But I was one time mentioning that about, I said, you should, this woman I brought to him, I said, you should have told her that. He kind of looks at me like, no, I can't say that. In other words, you have to judge your public. What are you going to tell? You're not going to tell a new student that. He would tell all sorts of stories that he's not going to tell to new people, or even to people that he doesn't know that well. He's students. He's going to tell us some of the more hairier stories where it gets pretty outrageous. Some of the things he had to do in his life, but because he didn't hesitate to show force if it was warranted. And to somebody who grew up in the ghetto, under extreme, and had a family that he told me had many cousins in prisons for murder. It's just like he really worked through a hell of a lot to be a civilized human being, and he was civilized, and he was one of the most intelligent people I've ever known. And even one of his students, very good student, and I consider him a great asset to have as a friend. He taught me some pretty neat stuff. He was saying, he didn't teach this. He didn't have a curriculum. And because I was talking about, I'm going to put a curriculum together. But I don't criticize my teacher for not having a curriculum, because people would come to the class and they say, well, this doesn't have a curriculum. And I'd say, it's not supposed to have a curriculum. He teaches from infinite mind. And so you had to plug into him, and that's where you got educated. If you sat there in a programmed way of saying, well, this is the curriculum, now I know this, now I know the ABCs of I know the ABCs of Qigong, then learn the subtleties of what happens when you go up to bat and you look at the pitcher. You know, I didn't play a whole hell of a lot of baseball, but it was sure a lot easier to hit a baseball if you went up to face the batter and you could see something that amounted to fear, uncertainty, or lack of confidence in the pitcher you were facing.
Right.
If you saw the opposite, which was rare, you know, you were cooked. You know, I was cooked, you know. That was rare. But usually you'd see the, you know, just the mental state of the person was lacking in some degree. You know, because they got to throw a pitch over the plate. That's not necessarily easy. So, oh, wow, you got one up on this guy. You know, so it's like, you know, and that applies to anything. If you have the, you know, I guess what you call the basic skills to do something. So, the, you know, whatever, there's, confidence is a big part of anything.
Yes, it's so important. And honestly, it's want to thank you for sharing that, because it's important for all of our listeners. In terms of let's see, just trying to kind of buy myself time while I try to.
I'll go back to Romania. I want to go back to Romania.
Yeah, let's do that.
Biden. Not so much Joe Biden in Romania, but I had a friend of mine from Romania. We had some exchange, and he's been a very special person. He's taken me on at least 2 of my trips to Romania. You know, he's been my driver at least twice. Mm-hmm. And I just, you know, he'd like to go again. And so I need a driver, because I think I'm going to have to rent a van. Yeah. So, because I, you know, rather than just a car. So this was very good. So I'm starting to feel my trip. And I once I began to feel the trip, then I had this dream about the inner earth and getting the blast of energy from the inner earth. This is a very magical place for me. It's a very magical place for everybody, anybody. But what's important here, from my perspective, and I will throw a little astrology into it. Pluto in Capricorn is destined to cause all sorts of transmutation.
Yes.
Which will manifest in the form of revolution. And I don't know if I said it on the air the other night, but it was 1775. Mm-hmm. I might have said it to you, I don't know. But 1775 was when the shots heard around the world were fired at Lexington and Concord. Mm-hmm. This started the Revolutionary War. We're now just about to hit that time. So what you saw at the Capitol the other day was only the warm-up. If we take us back to 1776 when Pluto was last in Capricorn. Okay. So it's got, and then the French Revolution occurred, 10 years later. So there is a lot of potential for changing, and also points where, like say, when there's a hurricane, it doesn't matter who the president is, whether it's a Republican, a Democrat, an idiot, or a smart guy, they're going to respond to that hurricane and they're going to offer aid, which they do. They're going to do it because that's what the government's there for. The government is not 100% against you, although sometimes it seems that way. But it's not. It's there to do a function. So what you're going to see in the coming years, I don't know how long it'll take, you'll see the government being more responsive to the needs of the people. And for Kamala Harris to even suggest that everybody is entitled to a 3 square meals in a room, this is something we've never had in America. It's been a country of genocide.
Yes.
And on many levels.
Yeah.
And you have to survive in spite of the challenges. In communism, you know, they find what you're good at and they put you to use. It also has its problems because it's exploitive as well. It's the top of the food chain. More problem than communism or capitalism is the top of the food chain. The very top, the hidden hand, is the problem. So there are positive things that may come. At the same time we're going through this, Pluto is hovering over my sun, which means I'm going through a personal transformation on a very deep level. I have an opportunity to transmutate, to transform. And this is particularly exciting for me because of all the things I've learned with Qigong. It gives me a great opportunity for renewal. I suppose you could say it also gives one an opportunity for death. But Pluto is more death when it squares you than it is when it is on top of you. When it's on top of you, it tends to transform you, which means a death of sorts, a death of old habits, old ways, and it's exciting. Now, this becomes exciting to me with what I've learned in Qigong. It also becomes exciting with what the contacts that I've built up with Romania, particularly with all these ideas of people going into the inner earth. And Radu Cinemar's books say that there is quite a presence of people from Unterland, from within the earth,
yes,
coming that live and interact with people above earth. It's just, and this is, he's talking about in Romania. I'm sure it's not exclusive to Romania. There might be a whole bunch of, you know, people that do this out in Minnesota or South Dakota, for all I know. I don't know. You might find them more Indian. Indians have connections like that as well, but it's more mysterious.
Asian Indians or Native American Indians?
Native American Indians.
Thank you.
And, you know, the Indians I know don't mind being called Indians because they said that's what we are. It's what they grew up knowing themselves. So you know, I think most of the people that take great umbrage with that are political correct freaks, although some will. But in any case, you have this potential or opportunity. Now, the whole key with the inner earth, and we take it back to Christianity, he's talking about love, a vibration of love, and escape. There's a lot of focus on escape in Christianity. It may not be called escape, but it's going to the other world. This is not the kingdom of heaven that we live in Malkuth, the world of the earth. So it's connecting to that other kingdom. It becomes very dysfunctional when you deny and spit on this world, because it will tend to bite you back. So the trick is to honor and respect it if you're going to live here, and not give it the finger. And this is a big problem in Christianity, because you have, in the Bible, you have Christ outright rejecting this world. He rejects it when Satan offers it to him. I think he rejects it a few other times. He ultimately rejects it before Pontius Pilate. You know, he rejects it. You know, this is, you know, you can have this shitty show. And it continues to be a shitty show. You'd say, like, okay, this is not it. And you want to be able to go from one world to the next. So, but this is a vibration. It's a vibration of love. And the hatred that ensues with all of this political stuff going on, which is only instigates, it's just all this hatred that is instigated. And whether it's deserved or not, it's hard to like any politicians. It's really hard to like them, because you see them and, you know, what is the self-interest factor is immediately abundant. So you're pitting, well, whose self-interest factor is worse? Who's more of a bastard? Who's less of a bastard? It's a big problem. So you just, this transformation that needs to take place with the individual is to connect with love or a similarly vibrational frequency. And this is what the depth of the inner earth is about, at least as it's described in the books. So when you get a rush of energy, it's almost like I'm accepting it. I passed the examiner, I'm accepting that energy. One wants to cultivate more of that energy. One wants to tap into the frequency, because the frequency of the revolution is it's not very peaceful.
Thank you. I feel that I'm not giving anything away by bringing this up. My intuition would be that you wouldn't mind my asking. I'm curious as to how are you going to go through with publishing the Radu Sinnamar books in Taiwan? There was a request that was made from...
No, I can't do that.
Okay.
I refer those to the publisher in Romania because he owns the rights. I own the English language rights.
Okay.
So if he wants to publish them in Chinese, he goes, and I referred him to that.
Okay.
Whoever asked me, yeah. I referred them, and they wrote me back and thanked me very much. But that's who they need to deal with.
Okay.
And because he has the international language rights, I just purchased the English language rights.
Okay.
And I looked into the I did publish my own book in Spanish, but it just really hasn't gone anywhere significantly. So if it did, and I created a Spanish audience, I would have gone for the Spanish language rights. But I'm not going to do that. It's great enough to have the English language in everything because most of the world speaks English.
Well, or rather, English is an international language that people can access worldwide with greater ease than other languages.
It is the international language. It didn't used to be. It used to be French.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And French was. I think, of course, I'm rather disappointed that English is the international language in a sense because it's a language that I feel dumbs people down, but it is what it is, and at least it makes it convenient for myself in many ways because I've gotten such a good command of the language over the years that it's actually advantageous to me, so I really shouldn't complain. But there we have that. So in terms of the other international language, Espanol, as you knew, as your instinct taught you when you were trying to aim for kind of like the Spanish publication, is also the second to English in that regard as to a really universal language. Of course, all of this can get confusing to people in terms of when I'm arguing the point that the most spoken language in the world is Chinese. The difference is that it's not widely dispersed. It's not like it's all in China.
And they can't even understand it with each other over there.
In a sense. Could you give me some specific examples of what you're referring to? What you saw in action?
Well, my Chinese doctor, when she go over there, she always needed a translator.
Okay.
And when I've said that, they she spoke Cantonese, so of course she needed a translator.
There we are. Yes.
But she said, but it's also common from area to area. The dialects. It's not, from what I understand, it's not like going to the South and speaking with an accent, or going to the Boston where they have an accent. That's not that big of a gap.
Right. No, the gap.
The inflection is much different in different areas of China, so I understand, even amongst the Mandarin-speaking people.
Yes.
And the Cantonese and the Mandarin is completely different as well. Those are two different versions, I guess you would say, right?
Yes. They may as well be from different planets. Cantonese and Mandarin Chinese are so profoundly different that there is little comparison. And
but the same characters, right? They use the same characters?
They do use the same iconography, the same characters, but then so do the Japanese, technically. I mean, technically the Japanese language, its foundation is in the Chinese calligraphic iconography. But you can imagine how different the Japanese is from the Chinese. It's not that different in the sense that both of them can look at the same iconograph and they'll get the same meaning in general. It's just that the differences are pronounced enough with the dialects that what the communists have done is they've dumbed down the Chinese language, trying to universalize it. So this was, of course, a class issue because in the terms of the original, the Chinese culture for hundreds and hundreds of years, you could almost say thousands, was based on a kind of academic elitism. And the academic elitism was such that education was not just acknowledged but revered. And Confucianism demanded that the educated elite essentially rule. The bureaucracy was far more important than any sense of social mobility or democracy, which was very much an alien concept. That there is validity in a communist Chinese dictator like Xi Jinping arguing that the Chinese have no experience with democracy. That doesn't rationalize or justify his atrocities or anything he's doing. But for the longest, there was no conceptualization of such a thing within Chinese culture because of, well, that could take volumes to articulate. But my point is that the intelligentsia became identified with the language. The very term Mandarin Chinese harkens back to the Mandarins, and the Mandarins were the elite of Chinese society that essentially ran it for the aristocracy or the nobility. They were the bureaucrats, but these bureaucrats were the holders of secular power. And as a result, of course, they had power in the most immediate sense, more so than the emperor, who was letting them run the society. And as a result, the unlike the West, where academics are viewed as the good guys, and the persecution of academia is looked on as a horror, when the communist revolution took place in China, the intellectuals, the academics were viewed as the enemy. They were viewed as the relics of that age of imperialism, that age of severance between the those who could read and write to this exquisite degree and everyone else. And for that reason,
it's like the movie Idiocracy in a way.
Yeah, the communism was espousing a kind of idiocracy, and
both in Russia too, where they nobody knew how to grow the crops in Russia, because they penalized the farmers. They took over the farmers and nobody knew how to grow things.
Yes. But you know what the problem with that, ironically, was that the Russian Revolution was the product of a bunch of exiled intellectuals. That was the opposite of what happened in communist China. In Russia, you had a bunch of overeducated academics who were theoretically married to this idea of collectivization in communism that they felt would emancipate all mankind and take it to the next step in human evolution as a
completely destructive. And
Yes.
This is why somebody like AOC, who has good ideas but no pragmatic experience, is very dangerous. And it's also why she's rejected, because it flies in the face of pragmatism. It doesn't, the idealism can't be integrated, but integrating it is a big challenge. And this is also what happens with too much energy goes into the frontal lobe and takes it away from the primal, creation of the land. But that's been going on in America. I mean, it's just not that in capitalism has been fighting agrarian economy as well for hundreds of years.
Well, just in terms of AOC, that would take us down another alleyway. So I won't go down there right now. but in terms of the contrast, I think needs to be emphasized with Russia and China in terms of the exiled intellectuals returning to Russia to fuck it all up with their destructive concepts, and then with communist China, you truly did have a proletarian revolution that resulted in the extermination of the intelligentsia. And the result is that dumbing down process, that idiocracy, has been it waxed and waned. It was just extraordinarily cosmically destructive under Mao. They began to recover from it, and Xi Jinping brings it back in a more insidious way. Well, this has actually been going on long before him, where they decided to universalize the Chinese language by dumbing it down, and for that reason, then they wound up creating this kind of stupid person's Chinese that doesn't. It's not Chinese the way it was classically. It is a kind of text speak. It would be like Pidgin English. The other day, by the way, Derek Talley is going to bed. Derek, do you have anything you want to say before you go to bed because you're working tomorrow? Anything you need to report to us and an update on your status, or anything else you want to say before you take off? Let's give him a chance, see if he's...
No, I'm just listening. So I posted some stories on my page, so for later if I happen to be up, if you need a break. But yeah, I'm getting ready to call it in now, and I'm enjoying listening to you, Peter. How you doing, Peter?
I'm good, thanks. Doing very good.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
We love you dearly, and take care of yourself. And yes, by all means, guard your health. And thank you so much, for all you do.
One thing I want to say, Douglas, before I just mentioned is that David Anderson pointed out in his presentation at Atlanticron in 2008 that there are more, by far, he made the numbers, by far more people in China who speak English than there are in America who speak English. There are so many.
Yes.
That's not to say that there aren't a lot of people in America who speak English. There are. There's just so many people in China that America would probably be the second most popular. Well, India would probably be the second most population that speaks the largest amount of English. India would probably be number 2. China would be number 1, and the United States would be number 3. Have the most English-speaking people in it.
Right, that's true. The largest democracy in the world is not the United States. It is it's Asian India. For what that's worth. I mean, obviously they have a whole different concept of democracy than.
And their leaders are also scientists. The presidents are also scientists. They know science, and it's like Hirohito, but it's in great contrast to America. Jimmy Carter was actually a nuclear physicist.
Yes, I know. That's so unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, it's like, and you can see how it didn't help him at all. I mean,
he was a peanut farmer.
Yeah, basically, that's how he acted. It was bizarre. It was absolutely bizarre. It was...
and I remember, I thought he was such an idiot when he turned his peanut farm over to a blind trust. And you know what happened to that peanut farm? The blind trust ran it straight into the ground.
Of course.
And, Trump was not that stupid. Yeah. I mean, you don't turn over, something to be destroyed.
Yeah. No.
I don't care. I mean, it's just dumb. It's dumb management.
Yes.
He said, I'm doing what's best for the people. I'm doing what's best for the
people. What the fuck was that? I mean, was that some kind of, this bizarre, it's almost communist. It was, what the fuck was that?
And then when he left office, he didn't have any money. He didn't have any money at all. I mean, I think he used to get $100,000 a year, but that was nothing. He lost everything. He was poor. And, they give him money for a library. And, I mean, originally he found his way, but he was building houses in the Bronx or whatever. He found his own way. He was he was going to survive. He had quite a reputation. Maybe not a politically strong reputation.
No, yeah, he definitely survived after being president. It wasn't like he was ever in danger of being destitute.
No, he's in his 90s now. I think he's 96 or something.
I keep forgetting he's alive.
Yeah, he's like they were hailing him as being the oldest living president. He's like in 96 or something.
Holy shit! Is he even mobile? I mean,
yeah. I mean, obviously he's slowed down, but he's still kicking.
Oh, by the way, I bring this up because it is relevant. I don't think it's how do I say this? It's one of those things that it's relevant because I just feel it is. At any rate, you had an opportunity the other day to see that idiot, that Jap trash piece of shit.
Daryl Hamamoto?
Yeah, you had an opportunity to see him in action, and you got to see his vapid, wild eyes and his narcissism. But I was, give us an idea of the impression that you had of overall of this scumbag.
Well, I don't know why I started listening to him. It was something about Sonny and Cher, Sonny Bono being tied to something, and I said, "What the hell is this?" This sounded interesting because Sonny Bono was a Scientologist.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He got I don't know how he got interested in, but this was when he was the mayor of Palm Springs. He also had a restaurant. I think first he had a restaurant in Palm Springs, and then he became. I mean, it was a nice, classy restaurant. And of course, Palm Springs is money. Retired people. California people would retire to Palm Springs. In New York, they retired to Florida back in the day. So it also would, Frank Sinatra lived there. A lot of people lived there that had money. It was a money town, and he had, I guess, probably the classiest or the snazziest restaurant in town because I don't know if it was called Sonny Bono's, but he was a celebrity. He was one of the celebrities of the 70s, and people would come to his restaurant, and so he became the mayor of Palm Springs. Everybody knew him, and from there he parlayed it into Congress. He became a congressman. In the process, he had become a Scientologist, which made him more publicly conscious. And I once heard him on an interview on New York radio talking about his experiences with Dianetics, and he was playing himself down. And then apparently the story was he did a total whitewash of the investigation of Hillary Clinton and the Whitewater investigation. He was on the subcommittee to investigate Whitewater, and I heard him say some things, I think, on David Letterman that were completely stupid. He didn't do a good job of doing that. But what did he know?
I mean, the guy's just a fucking entertainer. I mean, and these entertainers, yeah. Go on.
He was an entertainer, but he wasn't stupid. I mean, he was calculating businessman. He was a good businessman. He really was.
Okay.
He made big mistakes, but he learned from them. Cher, his wife, was a complete business asset, to him.
Well, I mean, but at the point that he became a politician, he was divorced from Cher and had married his bodyguard, this big, tall, blonde.
I'm saying he was a businessman. He was shrewd.
Yeah.
He was shrewd, but when it came to investigating, conspiracies like Whitewater,
right?
Him and his team, they kind of just followed the, nothing here, nothing there. But anyway, the standard story with him, I think he had a falling out with the church, which would have been surprising during that time period. He came in long after I was gone, but he was on drugs, and there probably pain or headache related, and then he crashed into a tree and died. And of course, this was what happened to Robert Kennedy's son. Also crashed into a tree.
Right.
While skiing.
Right.
And Daryl Hamamoto was talking about him. God, I forget. Somebody, the mob, was mad at him, and I forget why the mob was mad at him, and they beat the hell out of him, called it a skiing accident. They beat the crap out of him, like with, you know, and I forget why. I think it had to do with an investigation he was doing or something.
I have no idea. I mean,
that's what interested me, and I said I never heard this before. And I mean, he's not the only. Daryl Hamamoto was not the only one to say it.
Of course not. No, I was telling people about the potential for Sonny Bono being assassinated when I was working with Revolution Radio. It's just, it's one of those things where it doesn't hold enough importance to me to pursue. It was one of those.
Well, you know, it was curious to me because it just was curious to me.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting.
Icon.
Yeah.
And I said, what the hell is this? I never heard this one before, and I just curious. So I started listening to Daryl Hamamoto, and you know, he's very what you call what's the word?
Well, I assume the entire narrative was about himself, that he would somehow bring it.
It's very self-referencing.
Yeah.
It's extremely self-referencing, and he's talking about it, and yeah, I mean, to the point where it's like this guy's got a problem being self-referencing.
Yes.
And just the way he talks, and it was, I know it was nauseating. It was just, you know, it's not like I'm bothered by it. I'm just sitting there, you shouldn't be talking this way.
Thank you.
You should not be talking this way. You should be, just get to the point and not going down hills of, when you were, when you were having a Slurpee at 7-Eleven, how the guy made it and how they used to make them, what the things used to look like then, and what bracelet the guy was wearing on his wrist, and he was Hispanic, and I always got along with Hispanic people.
Yes, thank you. It's just...
Yeah, and it's just like a lot of added inapplicable information. So, and it was just like, I said, what type of person is this? And then he was an academic at UC Davis and talked about his experience there, whatever. But it was just too much information about him that you didn't need to know, you didn't want to know, and more than that is you shouldn't be saying this. Just get to the point. Sonny got his head bashed in because he did X, Y, Z with a mob, and bop, 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 bop. And it might be much more entertaining and watchable with a 3-minute video that informed you of the facts, maybe longer. But he was a very unimpressive character because I know that he had appeared on your timeline, and when I saw him and he was Japanese, I thought, well, maybe he has some relevancy just by the fact that he's Japanese.
Right.
He's Japanese American.
Right. Not Japanese, yes, just Japanese American. That's
true.
Him
a banana.
Yeah,
a banana.
That's true.
And a banana is somebody who's white on the outside and yellow on the inside, or yellow
on the outside,
white on the inside.
Yes, and he's definitely was. He was. I'll get into him later. I mean, people know my opinion on him, of course, all based on the reality of his attempting to ambush me on my own program. And just a disgusting individual and a Holocaust denier, a supporter of the individual who was, what was that guy's name? I've successfully purged him from my mind. But that man has his own fanatical following. He was like David Irving. He was a David Irving cultist, Daryl Hamamoto. And David Irving, for those who don't know, you aren't missing shit, but David Irving is basically, his career is spent in Holocaust denial. It's just, to me, he's the most boring person on earth. I mean, if you've ever heard David Irving lecture, it's just tedious. I mean, and turgid.
There's two things I want to say before I take off here.
Yeah.
As we pass the midnight hour.
Yeah.
But Joe Hamamoto, I was, I didn't understand why you had such a conflict with him. I never really understood it, but I blocked him. I didn't know what the conflict was about because I didn't see it all.
Right.
But without even getting into what the problem you had with him, is just you can listen to him for 20 minutes and it's enough to
Thank
delete.
Yes.
It's not going to go anywhere. The other thing I'd say about forums with Holocaust denial, there are real issues around the Holocaust that are not accurate the way they're portrayed. However, all of that does is to create a forum. It just feeds off of people's hate.
Yes.
And you can make all sorts of cases against Jews, and you can feed all that. And it's not very productive. It just feeds hate. And a lot of this revolution stuff feeds hate. The media builds it up because while they're deleting Trump to delete all of the hate that he might incite, they're doing nothing right now but inciting hate against him and his disciples or followers, whatever you want to call them. So that they've become an instrument of hate, and it's just not very constructive. There's better, as I was earlier saying about love, it's much more constructive on a personal basis. It's just positive. It's good, and it enables transformation. I was able to step out of the conflicts in Scientology, which, and as they say, one old timer, he was on the ship in the early days with Hubbard, and he stayed years after I did. I talked to him after he found his way out, and he told me the power struggle that went on in Scientology when Miscavige took power.
Mm-hmm.
He said that makes the stuff that goes on in Washington D.C. look like nothing. This is what he told me, and he's talking about the internal energy and the power that was going on to grab the legacy of L. Ron Hubbard and all of what it represented. He said it was like, I'm actually glad I missed it. But I was able to avoid all of that controversy. I didn't want anything to do with it. And it was, just, okay, step outside and basically go live a life in the suburbs, which is what I did. Which, I can't complain about it. And the same with this stuff. It's, you don't need to go and put your feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
Yes.
Although there's a lot of people that would like to do far more than that.
Well, they stole her laptop.
Yes, I know, and they stole a bunch of other laptops. But the problem with that is we're going to start seeing stuff come out on the laptop, and you got to wonder, well, is that really what was on there?
Thank you. That's the whole point. That is the entire...
And the one thing is, I'm not a fan of Nancy Pelosi, but I mean, you're basically stealing her property, and it's government property. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they read out her emails personally, but it's like, it's her property, and where do you draw the line? If it was Trump's, they'd read them all out. Everybody go ha ha ha, but it's just, this is a revolution. So it's like when you're in a revolution, the rules don't apply. And if you go back to, and it also makes me wonder if the laws are going to be changed. Ross Perot, who I personally considered to be a hybrid.
Yes.
An Atlantean hybrid of a human being with a chihuahua. That's just my own take on Ross Perot. He wanted to redo the Constitution.
What did he want to do about it? What did he want to amend or...
He said it was outdated.
Uh-huh.
He didn't go into specifics. I thought that was enough to give him the thumbs down.
It is strange. It's a strange thing for him to say. It's different from my saying the same thing, but I put all kinds of basically reasons why, caveats, what would be done, etc. But in his case, for him to say that is bizarre. It's not like he has anything to complain about. So,
if I were to say, to wax speculative on it, I would say that the original, preamble, or what was it? I think it was the preamble said, life, liberty, and property. And Benjamin Franklin changed it to pursuit of happiness. Because you really can't have happiness without property. It doesn't have to be property in an onus sense, but property whereby you can eat. Like, we do not have insurance, we do not have what is called a social
net.
For people. It arises out of necessity. There's social programs and whatnot, but corporations could easily take care of their people, but it's only out of greed and people hoarding money. So if the Constitution, the thing I would recommend over anything for the Constitution would be to have a safety net for human life, and that would include, no abortions, but emphasize human life. People are you got to take care of people. The family, the tribe would take care of people. So you go against the tribal lifestyle, and nobody's taken care of. This would be, you could make an amendment, but you obviously contemplated this a lot more than I have. But these are the kind of things I would expect to change, and some of the democratic agenda is not bad. The problem is all of the greed and corruption that goes along with it. It's like, okay, we'll give every person a home, but I will secretly have the contract, and
wouldn't that be something?
This sort of thing, which Barack Obama did with what was it, cap for trade, or was it cap for trade, or whatever it was called, the green exchange. It was all put together by British Petroleum.
Oh my God! I don't even remember the details of that. But
they put together a green exchange, so you get charged for anything you polluted if you're a corporation.
Right.
And that fine would go into a green exchange. That would all go back to British Petroleum. In other words, if oil went out of style, British Petroleum would become the richest corporation around.
Right.
They would get all this stuff, and it was all done clandestinely. And Obama's wife, who they like to disparage her by calling her Mike.
Right. Right. That's so sad. But go on.
I just don't think she's a male. They love to say she's a male.
She's not a male. Yes. I mean, it's just awful that they say that. But go on. Yes.
It's ridiculous. But anyway, she was a lawyer for the firm that did BP, and he's all tied to British Petroleum. But so on and so forth. So it's like the corruption is magnificent, and it's how big it goes.
Right.
But anyway, this is the way of the world.
Yeah. Yes. And it's sad. That's pathetic. I had no idea about any of that. No, I'll look into it a bit. Obviously,
the one who reported on it was True Ott, who's now working with Alex Studer, who is the one that I hope to run across True Ott again, because he's done a lot of work on, because he's a former Mormon who was at the highest levels, got the hell out when he saw the satanic connections to the Mormon Church.
Right.
And that's all for future fodder. It's just, you have to go on and do your business, but we have much more positive things to focus on.
Right.
Your voice will be more heard, and whether it'll be respected or not, it'll be more respected. But it'll be more heard, and then when it's more heard, it's more powerful. It has more impact.
Thank you.
And then this is a good thing. It's a good thing because there's so much truth that needs to be told, and the world's going to change. It's just there's going to be some what do you call it, growing pains, and I would expect a lot of the negative characters we see making headlines to go by the wayside. They're not going to last forever.
Yes, thank you. Definitely appreciate that. Well, we all love you dearly and share our love with Paula, and our congratulations. I hope she doesn't mind my making the public announcement that I did. And
She won't know. She won't. And then we should have some news on Wednesday.
I look forward to that. It'll be exciting. And by the way, I don't mind sharing this with the public. You could give them just a hint of it. Sometimes you speak about elements of myself, and she just has a hard time accepting it, as anyone would. And yet at the same time, her parents readily accepted hearing about my being the son of Adolf Hitler, and they just took it in stride. And they just were willing to work with it, and it was only the time difference between here and Romania that prevented them from coming on this program. But
I would also tell you what she kept saying to me, because when I spoke to her group in Transylvania, and of course it was all being translated into Romanian.
yes,
Paula was in the group, as was her brother. I only knew her a little bit from a conversation with her at that point, but her mother said, she kept saying to me, kind of almost like interrupting my talk, and she'd say it in English, she goes, "We are not human. We are not human." And I kept saying, okay, I didn't have an issue with it. It was like, it's like you could have said, we're not Mexicans, we're not Englishmen. We're not Frenchmen. Okay, you're not human. I didn't have an issue with it. I acknowledge that. Okay, you're not human. You don't have to keep saying it. But she kept wanting to say it. She was trying to get the point across. That they are something else other than human.
interesting.
And that is, it means what it means. If you tell me you're not human, okay. It's okay. I don't have an issue with it. I'm not here to judge you, to say, oh, you are human. Okay. But what I'm saying is that's why there would be an acceptance of what you said.
Right. Okay.
In general, Romanians and even Europeans in general are much more accepting
Yes.
of what a person says. Americans are great deniers.
Yes.
And I would say back when I was in advertising, if it was at a group meeting, I'd say I'm in advertising, and they'd look at me like, no, you're not. No, you say you are, but you're not. Oh, you think you are. Oh, you say you do these things.
Yeah, what is that shit about? What is this pathological...
And when I did this with black people, it never happens. Oh, you're an advertiser. Okay, good. You were accepted. I also noticed this. Somebody today, after football, was talking about some mobster that they had run into the son of. It was a whole incident in a bar where they were bouncing, and it was a hairy incident where the mobsters met with these hockey players from the New York Rangers and stuff, and there was almost this big fight that broke out, and somebody saved it from happening. But it was this mobster who was like a killer, and they were going to have the hockey players against the mobsters. Would have been a great fight.
I can imagine.
But anyway, it didn't happen because the manager really knew how to handle them with communication. But talking about that, and I thought about some of these instances I had with, and this is what I would say with mobsters, people in the mob or connected to them, with martial artists, with black people. enjoyed I've been given far more respect than I would with white people or with my peers that were white people or with Scientologists or anything, you know, by criminal element, black, and martial arts.
Right.
Martial artists who are good are very respectful. Very respectful too. I've experienced great respect just because you're on their wavelength. It doesn't mean I'm better than them. It has nothing to do with that. It's just respect. Respect, and as they say and bikers. And I'm not a biker. I'm not a mobster. And I've had limited dealings with them. But they kind of look at you and, you know, give you a thumbs up or thumbs down. And all in accordance with how you behave and act. And I found that interesting, as opposed to, you know, the lady down the street.
Right.
You know, just far more respect of the core of who or what you are. And I found that, I said, well, why is that? Why is that? You know, it's not about me, it's about them. You know, I could say it's about me because I experienced it, but I'm saying, why do these people give respect? And respect from, it's more of a courteous standpoint. Because they don't really necessarily know me. Or they might know me. You know what I mean? Treated with respect and being treated at face value.
Right.
And certainly not having been in a position to violate their codes. And I think one of the worst things you can do with people like that is to start pointing your finger at them and judging them. Especially with criminals or bikers. You're going to get yourself into really trouble if you start, you know, telling them things.
Yes. Yes.
It's like, you know, it's inappropriate.
Yes.
So for what that's an assessment of what's wrong with white people who are living in a program of lies, and we could go into in another episode of the melanin or the lack thereof in the brain, and how it makes them respond with something that's you talked about cunningness in the vampire.
Yes.
The vampire is cunning. Cunning means deception. So they will deceive you, and they will, you know, appear to be more intelligent than they are because they're so dedicated to deception that you're not going to plug into the fact that they're not what they seem to be. Well, this is very much the case of white civilization, particularly in America, whereby people live by fake degrees, they do fake things, they exploit things. It's almost like, why do they do this? It's to compensate for a lack of. This goes back into the history of the Exodus from Egypt. And in other words, if you are lacking and you have a deficiency, like I knew a girl who got a job as an electrician. She wasn't an electrician. She just went and started working with them. She was a girl amongst a bunch of guys, and she started faking, and they started teaching her stuff. So she learned how to be an electrician by just showing up and going to the job and faking it, and they taught her how to do things. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
And so that's like, well, she had a lack. So she had to compensate for that lack by faking it, but then she learned her skills. And this is what, so if you get into a new job or something you don't know, you have to fake it until you can learn it. But this is one of the, but if you really truly are lacking and don't deserve to be where you are, then you start overcompensating.
Yes.
And you compensate, you say, well, everybody's a liar like I am. So I don't believe what they say. I know they're lying to me because I'm a liar. And you've constructed this whole false persona. And this is sort of an addictive behavior pattern. Like if you're living around a bunch of addicts of one particular persuasion, they all have the same, prejudices. And this is one thing white people suffer from as a culture. Not every white person, but I'm sure you could meet several white people who would tell you this is a problem with the culture. It's phony. And people don't mean what they say, and so on and so forth. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, again, all our appreciation, and I will bring up next time you're with us when we have more time to talk about it. It's something that I do feel is important. I do feel that it was very touching that Paula expressed such horror when you were relating to her about the full body blood and plasma, just the draining of the blood from my body and the full body blood transfusion that was performed on myself by Dr. John Henry Hagman.
I didn't go into that. I told her, I alluded to it because I didn't remember all the details, but
okay.
It was more about the fact that you consumed it.
Oh! Okay, so that was what her horror was about. Okay.
But then I mentioned, the operation, it's very complicated. And, but it wasn't hard. It was just like, she said, that's fucked up. Well,
okay.
And it's you can see why anybody would say that. I said, and I said, that's part of who he is. And she said, yeah, she likes you, she met you. She wanted to spend an extra day with you. So, but I'm saying is, there's a lot, I said, there's a lot of issues surrounding Douglas Dietrich. It's not a simple thing. So, judgment is non-productive.
Yes.
It's really, I can look at it and I say, well, that's not something I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to recommend other people do it. But I don't even think like that. I said, well, this is just who and what he is. And the judge is really non-productive in a situation like this. I mean, it's productive to judge somebody when they're actively hurting or killing somebody.
Yes. Yes.
And you said that person's bad. Isolate him, put him in prison, or stop him from hurting other people.
Yes.
That's when you judge people.
Yes.
Not because they offer an opinion or have an experience. And in your case, it's like there's so much gold to be milked just in terms of finding out the truth about certain things. Aside from the fact that I have a commercial relationship with you, that only facilitates getting at the truth so that other people can read and get at the truth and not have to listen to thousands of hours of tape recorded stuff, some of which has been scrubbed.
Right. We're definitely, the one last thing before I let you go was, I know you weren't much into baseball, but you must have heard of Tommy Lasorda dying.
I said I didn't play a lot of baseball, but certainly I heard of Tommy Lasorda, and Tommy Lasorda was very noteworthy in my Montauk experience because it was very funny. He had two things happened simultaneously. Is that he had a son. He said Tommy Lasorda's son died, and he died of a drug overdose or something, and he had this, he looked like a spitting image of a blue-eyed blonde-haired Montauk boy. He was the spitting image. I said, that son of a bitch looks like he's a Montauk boy.
Wow.
Then Tommy Lasorda, right in tandem with that, appears on Channel 5 News. The interviewer was Tommy McDonald, a sports announcer, and he's interviewing Tommy Lasorda. They're in the batting cage, and it's a very hot day, and Tommy McDonald is wearing Bermuda shorts, and he's interviewing Tommy Lasorda, and Tommy Lasorda just chews into him like a crazy bastard,
Whoa.
saying, "What are you doing wearing those Bermuda shorts? I'm not going to talk to you if you wear. You're representing, the people of Channel 5. You've got and Tommy loving the shit out of it. He's getting like super compy out of this,
Yeah.
And it's just like, this guy's crazy.
Holy
Tommy
shit.
Lasorda is crazy, and he was, and then he appears in this book. I forget the name of the book. Bryce Taylor is the author, and she's like a Kathy O'Brien type of person.
Uh-huh.
She had all this programming, and she explained how Tommy Lasorda would bring in the Dodgers, and she'd have to have, sex with, I think the one she couldn't stand was Ron Say, the third baseman for the Dodgers. She said, he was very repulsive, and she was forced to have sex with the LA Dodgers, like Tommy Lasorda was like a big handler, according to her. So all this stuff fit the bill with this guy.
Wow.
What I would also say, he did one of the most, I guess what you'd call it. I was writing to Dennis about this when we mentioned it, because Dennis was a real baseball player, really good baseball player. Mm-hmm. And Tommy Lasorda did the best job of baseball managing I ever saw. And it was a playoffs one year against the Mets, and he chewed out his pitcher, who wasn't throwing strikes. It was like the 8th or 9th inning, and he just went out there and chewed him out, yelling at him. You could see him, like, he says, "Throw strikes, you son of a bitch.
Wow.
Don't nibble around the plate." And he did. The pitcher listened to him, and the Dodgers went on to win. So that's my soliloquy on Tommy Lasorda, who was not one of my favorites, but certainly he was a character.
Well, definitely glad to get that out of you before you took...
Why do you even know about Tommy? There was one other Tommy Lasorda story. I went to a baseball camp in Catalina Island when I was 14.
Uh-huh.
It was Jim Lefevre's. Jim Lefevre was a star second baseman for the LA Dodgers. He played in the 1965 World Series. He was a very good, solid ball hitter. Now, I went to his camp, which was run by his twin brother, Tip, not an identical twin. And his father, Benny Lefevre, who kind of did the cooking and kind of ran the camp. And so I never got to meet Jim because he was on the road while we were at the camp. But we had a lot of adventures at that camp. I got to spend 2 weeks on Catalina Island. It was quite an adventure. But and you're secluded. You're on a camp, and there was some counselor who had an interdimensional experience. I remember.
Whoa!
And he was talking about it, and he's like, and they got rid of him so fast.
Oh shit!
I always wanted to hear what happened. He's telling us about this like he just had an out of time experience. I mean, he was sitting there coaching us, teaching us how to play baseball. He was in high school.
Uh-huh.
He was a high school guy,
uh-huh.
and we were like going into high school. So, but I said, well, what the hell happened here? But they got rid of him. Anyway, I knew something about Jim Lefevre, and then I remember one of my favorite incidents I read in the sports pages about Jim Lefevre. He was a coach for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's a coach, and Tommy Lasorda was the manager, and they got in a fight. They got in a fist fight. And I remember them interviewing Jim Lefevre when another a manager and a player got in a fight. And I thought that was funny. They interviewed him for a historical reference. So I really remember Jim Lefevre for punching out Tommy Lasorda. I was excited, not just because I went to his camp, but I figured he would have had a damn good reason.
Oh, by the way, just to clarify for our listeners, when Peter Moon is talking about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Montauk boys, we're not thinking of the noble Nordic Aryan of the Schutzstaffel or the SS. We're thinking in terms of basically fuck bunnies. This is the tragedy of.
But they were considered to have the appropriate genetics.
Right, right.
And if they were twins, all the better.
Right, right. And
that was the genetics they worked with. They were fascinated with the Aryan theme.
Right.
And Montauk is full of blue-eyed, blonde-haired kids.
Right, right. But many of them, I'm presuming, were sexually exploited. Were basically, and I think that this had a lot to do with. We don't want to pursue this now. You got to get to bed. But at some point in the future, we might talk about Preston Nichols to, whatever extent we feel it's relevant. That that was like his dead end. He just kept going back to deprogramming the Montauk Boys, which was basically, the way I interpret that, is just a form of like sexual kind of indulgence, but he kept insisting it was not, that it was like,
well, that oversimplifies it. That oversimplifies, because in other words, there is he could pull information out of people through his interaction with them, and that's what he was after, was information.
Okay.
And then they could go into their own. They became sort of like little artilects unto themselves in their own way, where they're tapping into information in the way the artilect does, or even the way you do, but it was not done through, it was done through going into a different frame of reference, of which I guess what you would call the Montauk programming would enable them to tap information. It was all about information. And yes, it rode along the lines of the deepest aspects of the human being, the deepest aspects of the hidden, which was all kind of locked up in the sexuality of a human being. So it was very clinical. But as Duncan Cameron said to me, even though it's clinical, there is a line where the human being crosses over. It's the same thing happens in Tantra. Tantra is supposed to be using the channels of the sexual energy to raise the Kundalini, to make the person rise above it all. But if you go to a Kundalini workshop, you're just going to stand back and look at the loosh that develops. And there's going to be a spiel about there not being, that's not what you're there for. But then what the hell are you there for? You see? It's like, but there is a quote-unquote legitimacy to it. But then the human element is what's going to undermine it. So it's almost, again, it's a very tricky thing, but there is a clinical aspect to it, and that's the problem with that. But Tommy Lasorda showed all the hallmarks of being, and his kid, he showed all the hallmarks of being programmed up the kazoo.
Right.
The fact that he knew how to manage and motivate a baseball team is almost what you would call
collateral.
Collateral, yeah. And the Los Angeles Dodgers, were a very, was the epitome of, it's the big team in town,
right.
In LA.
Yes.
It's the big team in town, so it's like, wow, and it's all the celebrities that come out to watch it, so it makes sense. It's good to have, I guess, an MK Ultra manager. And there are sometimes these guys creep up in baseball, these MK Ultra types. Another one was Tony La Russa. He's been hired by the Chicago White Sox. He got a DWI, I think, when he was coaching or the St. Louis Cardinals. He was just sitting there drunk in the middle of the street, and they got him. And he's a lawyer, by the way. They got him on a DWI or DUI, and then they just hired, he retired, successfully like 8 years ago or something. Then they hired him for the Chicago White Sox, and the day after they hire him, they announced that he was arrested the night before for a DUI. It's his second one. And the White Sox hired him anyway.
Wow.
You know, he's like in his 70s. But it's like, and he was like a big denier of steroids. He said, oh, these guys, Mark McGuire didn't take steroids. No, he didn't take steroids. You know? Absolutely full of shit. So, you know, you have to wonder about some of these people. And as they say, you know, sometimes the athleticism is completely collateral. Such as the case of Bruce Jenner.
Yes. Yes.
The decathlon champion.
Yes.
Oh, you know, he was a hell of an athlete.
He was. And then to see him degenerate like that in such a way, it was...
And he killed somebody. He killed somebody in a car accident.
That's right. That's right. Holy shit.
And he was also right there in O.J. Simpson's, you know, circle of friends.
Yes.
He was a good friend of the Kardashians and O.J. Simpson. They were all part of a circle.
Yes.
So what was that? What is that about? I don't even know much about the Kardashians other than they're famous and.
There's not much else to know, to tell you the truth. It's other than that, it's all flash and bullshit. But definitely glad that you shared what you did, and deeply appreciate it again.
Well, what do you have to say about Tommy?
I didn't know. My father would have had much to say, but I have nothing. My father would have known it. It was just because...
What was he, a Giant fan or something, so he hated Tommy the
Lasorda? Oh, no, it's just my father was very much into baseball, so I wouldn't say that hatred might be taking it to an extreme. He was much more the sportsman who understood that sports was sports, as opposed to these people who take these virulent attitudes and treat sports like it's gang activity, and that they're supposed to be out, killing each other or something like that. No, my father was just shocked at that level of insanity when, he read the story of some kid who got beaten to the point where he was, basically brain injured the rest of his life because
that happened in Dodger Stadium. Some San Francisco Giant fan got beat up.
Yes, that was horrific to my father that something like that could even happen. And so no, he was just from a different time and a different place, but he very much knew the baseball scene, and he was so it was just something he had grown up with, and so I asked that more out of respect for him than anything else. So no, I had no.
I got another good baseball story. I thought this was funny.
Yeah.
This is when I lived in California, and used to get the San Francisco Chronicle every morning, and they had it was Willie Mays was in his heyday. Willie Mays is the greatest, one of the greatest baseball players that ever lived, and he was these two Marines. The story was these two. I've tried to find it on the internet. I couldn't find it, but these two Marines got awarded or won seats to sit right behind the Giants dugout, and they did nothing but harass Willie Mays.
Oh Jesus!
The whole time, so he can, you're yelling at the dugout, they hear everything you say.
Yes.
And it got so bad that Willie Mays jumped out of the dugout and attacked these guys.
Wow.
They were riding him so long. I don't know if they were saying racial stuff. They probably were.
Yeah.
And Willie Mays was a very easygoing person.
Yes.
But they raised his ire so much that he went out and was slugging them in the stands, and I think they got everything they wanted for it. It was just they were Marines.
Yeah. Assholes. Yes.
Did their best, but it made good copy for the newspaper.
Right.
Did he root for the Giants, by the way?
Well, because we lived in San Francisco, yes, he was, a Giants fan. But like I said, he never had that attitude of you must be loyal to the Giants. I mean, we went to see the Oakland A's. He would take me to different baseball games when I was young. So I was far more just along the lines of identifying this as some kind of tribal or gang affiliation in terms of like rooting vociferously just because I was so young. I just thought that was what you were supposed to do. But no, he was just more he just loved the game. And of course, as then all the contracts came and strikes and all the rest of the stuff, and then he began to think of them all as prima donnas. He lost interest for a while, but it was too bad that he didn't get a chance to meet. Oh God, the guy's name was Lacey. Yes, Mr. Lacey when he was.
Oh,
yeah, and a pity that Mr. Lacey, of course, when that Jap trash piece of shit, Daryl Hamamoto, was ambushing me on my own program. That was my ultimate severance with Lacey. He was severing bit by bit because he hated Laura Lee Solomon, which I thought was really stupid that, he severed with me because he hated Laura Lee Solomon, because ultimately Laura Lee Solomon was not a permanent fixture in my life. And then he wouldn't sever with Daryl Hamamoto when I told him, look, basically my enemies are your enemies. Oh no, he was like, oh, don't be like that, And I said, basically this idiot tried to ambush me on my own program, so, and I thrashed him, of course.
You're having the same problem that Trump does. It's like to bat back at somebody. To bat back at somebody like that, the way you did, the way Trump bats back all the time, is considered morally reprehensible by many people.
Oh, well, yes.
It is. It's, in other words, how dare you say this about another person? How dare you say this about another person? How dare you call somebody out? And there's nothing wrong with it if a person, we're not all here to be polite to each other.
That's right, yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
It's considered socially unacceptable behavior. And this is one of the problems. People are afraid to offend. They're afraid to offend. And they overdo it. They have a great capacity to a fear of offending what another person might say or think. Yeah. And this is very counterproductive, especially when, you whether you have a good reason or not, you have a reason. And he doesn't understand the reason.
Yes.
He's probably incapable of understanding.
Thank you.
And that's why he condemns your behavior socially, because he doesn't understand that there can be a good reason to not like somebody.
Yes.
And there is, because it's like you can't think. L. Ron Hubbard said that man's weakest ability is his ability to confront evil.
Yes.
It's very true. We can't confront evil. So, if you say this person sucks, and you have reason, just say, okay, that's the way you feel. Okay, but then you have to take it a step further to explain it to him, which obviously he wasn't capable of doing. And, Dr. Hamamoto is a PhD, this, that, and the other things. So, he must know what he's talking about, but he doesn't. He's got some severe
issues.
Better listen to him and make up your own mind.
Oh God, yes. Better yet, don't listen to him, and you'll be you won't have missed a thing. But people who do listen to him, you're in for no treat. Believe me, it's just the same old self-absorbed crap. He feels that he's the victim of conspiracy. But there you go with that.
But I also have to ask you, how did baseball become so popular in Japan? I mean, how far back does that go?
Well, that goes back to before World War II. I know that much. And it was
before World War II, because Babe Ruth went over there with a team of players. There was even a spy that was sent. There's a story of a spy that was sent to spy on Japan.
Yeah.
I think he went over with the All-Star team from 1933.
Yeah.
And he spied on the Japanese. He was there as a spy.
Yeah. it was just, the Japanese for some reason took a liking to it. I can't understand it myself. It's one of those things that just became culturally they really enjoy it. And of course, what they play in Japan, a lot of Americans go to Japan to play baseball on the Japanese teams. They enjoy having white and black Americans on their teams. And a very funny film was made about this with Tom Selleck. Tom Selleck was in a film as portraying one of these white American baseball players going over to Japan to play in their game. And of course, what they'll tell you is that whatever they play over there, an American will say something like, "Whatever they're playing here, it sure as hell ain't baseball." It's just fairly different. It's mutated. It's Japanized. So it's definitely different from the baseball games in the United States. I know that much. And so there you have that.
It's the only country where it really caught on. Back in the day, now a lot of countries play it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it caught on in not so much South America, but in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Well, and any culture that was colonized by Japan has a very solid baseball standing. The Koreans and the Taiwanese, as you well know,
Right.
they love baseball, both the South Koreans and the Taiwanese. So, yeah,
But
just
not the Chinese. Not the Chinese.
no, not the mainland Chinese. No, not at all. No, that was no, the mainland Chinese. God knows their concept of sports is very different, and they have different types of sports obsessions. But I can get into that with Daniel Arola, and I have talked to him about that, for instance, so that people, it's just like for instance, a lot of people think that there's an actual Shaolin monk who's involved with mixed martial arts or something like that. And I was talking to Daniel Arola about that, in which he and I were explaining to the public that there's this Chinese guy from mainland China. He's not a Shaolin monk. He was like part of that group for a short period of time, or he just took on the persona, and because he looks the part, then Americans just take it literally, and it's just it's just a selling point. It's his shtick. It's just his shtick, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like he's we're condemning him. It's just we're qualifying the fact that that's not what he is. Not what Americans are taking the market sells point, and they're taking it as the truth, as the fact, whatever. You get what I'm saying. It's just, in a sense, it doesn't even matter, to tell you the truth. But that's, so there you have that.
The physical fisticuffs, or lack of a better word, that goes on in martial arts is what attracts so many people to it, especially the Bruce Lee stuff.
Yeah.
And I've watched a person who's very adept at the martial arts, and he's very good at pushing people around. But there's far too little mention of the health.
Yes.
It's just omitted. It's about who's more powerful than the other person. And my teacher would demonstrate his power sometimes, especially if it was necessary.
Yes.
But most of the time, you're learning about it being healthy.
Right.
It just so happens that the martial is collateral to the health. I only started getting interested in the martial aspects after 7 years. Right. And even then, I'm not, it's all about health. It's all about living. And to stand strong in the world is to be martial. Just to walk down the street is a martial act.
Yes.
But yeah, so much of this stuff is, you might as well be studying how to shoot people.
Yes.
How to kill them, and a good martial artist will know all the pressure points and all that stuff, and how to take somebody out. But the focus on it is detrimental to the human being, because what are you learning it for?
Right.
You can learn enough to protect yourself, and you're going to be fine in over 99% of all situations. And if you breathe better, you're not going to even come close to those 1% of situations. You stay away from riots at the Capitol.
Yeah.
Because one of my friends, he was being harassed, and he went after people, and then they came after him, and he took care of them. And somebody comes from behind him with an iron something or other and hits him on the head.
Lord, that's
awful. It's like, what? Oh, it's like you got to understand the circumstance. It's not, he was totally adept at taking care of these people, but then they play outside of the rules.
Of course.
And if it's not people, the universe will play outside of the rules. If you start, fiddling around with stuff you shouldn't. You're not in an action movie. You're not Steven Seagal in an action movie.
Right.
And if you want to be Steven Seagal in an action movie, better to study the life of Steven Seagal and see what happened to him.
Yes. Oh my God. Thank you. Excellent example of the last person on Earth to emulate. Anyhow, I'm gonna spank you and send you off to bed. You need your rest. Oh my God, it's way past your bedtime. Have a blessed night, and we all love you dearly. Share that with Paula, and we'll speak again on Wednesday. Good night for now. And okay, and Jameson Reese, I'm going to call you on stage, and I'll ask you to hold it for as long as you can. I'm going to basically refresh myself. Try to prepare to monologue and basically kind of, how do I say this? Just, really, I'm reluctant to start monologuing tonight, but I have to, obviously. And, I'll do my best. And one of the things I'll cover is, of course, human trafficking, and that itself is an ugly subject. And so I have to psych myself up for it. And I hope you're feeling all right. How are you? Are you cold? I know that you're keeping the temperature.
Yeah, I kind of ate too much candy, so I'm okay right now. And I have enough caffeine to, rebound from the sugar jag. It's just a question of ingesting enough of the pills for blood pressure to ensure that. So I'm using stuff to counter stuff just to be able to stay awake, but it'll work out.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, you know what happens when you try to be like Steven Seagal, right?
Oh, tell us. Yes.
You wind up running like there's a carrot up your ass.
I mean, it's a funny image. I don't know quite what it references, but I can't stand the son of a bitch anyway. I mean, I personally hate Steven Seagal because I feel personally violated by him for the shit he produces and just tosses out there. It's just awful.
He doesn't act. He can barely speak.
No, it's just awful. That wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if he didn't act or didn't speak, so long as he was delivering action. But he's not delivering action. He's not delivering shit. It's just crap. It's like there's no describing how awful it is. I mean, his stuff is just, it's offensive that he produces it. That you want to basically do violence against him for the fact that he's violated you with the shit that he's produced. It wasn't always that bad, but it just got worse, and worse and worse. It was horror, it just got worse. You get my point.
Honestly, I can't stand him because he's a fucking rapist.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. He doesn't even strike me as having. He strikes me as so stiff. His body, not his dick. He strikes me as so stiff that I have a hard time imagining him even being able to get it up. And he strikes me as old. He strikes me as like, when did he conduct this rape? When he was young? Was this recent?
I don't know, but supposedly it was something against some 17-year-old girl. That was like ages. It was like well over a decade ago.
Well, it had to have been. I don't even think he's capable of that now. I think the 17-year-old girl would kick his fucking ass. Honestly, that guy can't do shit. I'll say that, and I'm not afraid of his coming. What you say? Yeah, I can imagine him. Fuck,
here's something
he'll
even
bore
more
me to death.
Here's something more amusing. If you want to talk about fucked up actors, Arnold Schwarzenegger compares U.S. Capitol mob to Nazis.
Yes, of course. What else would you expect? He's just a... Look at him. Look at the guy. He's a fucking train wreck. Look at the son of a bitch. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's like the Washington Post says, oh, the rioters were flying the flag of fascism in the Capitol. Okay, the Confederate States of America was not fascist, okay? This has nothing to do with fucking fascism. This is like, you talk about the historical ignorance that conflates.
Well, this goes to show you how far, America has its head stuck up its ass.
Thank you.
The people down there who were at who were at that demonstration, who invaded, well, actually, I would call it an uprising, where they stormed the White House. They can't even spell the word fascism.
Thank you. And of course, what you said, where you say I would call it an uprising, this is an interesting point, and I thank you for bringing that up. I'll address it sometime in monologue, but it's what happened was so unprecedented. We really don't have an appropriate historical term for what happened. There were so many things wrong with what happened that we don't really have the proper descriptors. So that's one of the challenges that I have as a historian dealing with this. But anyhow, I won't deal with it I'm hoping you can hold the stage. I'm not going to be gone for an hour. I'm just going to refresh myself and come back within about 10, 15 minutes at the longest. But I'm hoping you can hold the stage for about an hour. I'll be here with you, and I'll be cheering you on, and I'll be piping in. But right now, I'm hoping that you get it in your head that the stage is yours for about an hour, approximately,
Gotcha.
maybe longer. Thank you.
All right, yeah.
All right,
I'll manage my time wisely.
Thank you. I'm going to go mute, and I'll let you know when I'm back. And bless you. Thank you so much.
All right, so we have, according to the Associated Press, the Chicago shooter who we spoke about earlier this night, who killed 3, and which, the New York Times says it was 4 people, but the Chicago shooter who killed 3 had posted social media rants. Of course, what would we expect? A man who police say killed 3 people and wounded 4 others during a series of shootings in and around Chicago posted nonsensical and expletive-laced videos in the days and hours leading up to the attacks. Investigators on Sunday were trying to determine a motive for the Saturday afternoon attacks, in which police say 32-year-old Jason Nightingale, what a name, apparently chose his victims at random. Police killed Nightingale in a shootout just north of the city about 4 hours after authorities said he shot his first victim in the head and Southside parking garage. Those killed include a 30-year-old University of Chicago student from China named Yiran Fan, Anthony Faulkner, 20, and Aisha Neville, 46, a security guard. Wounded were a 77-year-old woman, a 81-year-old woman, and a 15-year-old girl, according to the Chicago Police Superintendent, David Brown. Another woman was shot in the neck in Evanston, police in the suburbs said. Holy shit, she's lucky to have survived that, if she survived. Authorities didn't release many details about Nightingale, a Chicago man whose LinkedIn page listed work over the years as a janitor, security guard, and forklift operator. But a series of disturbing videos posted to Facebook over 2 years under Nightingale's middle name, Oliver, offered clues as to his state of mind. In one posted Thursday, Nightingale held a gun to the camera and muttered unintelligible statements as he appeared to be driving. A police official who spoke on condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak publicly about the investigation confirmed it was Nightingale in this video. No music. No music, Nightingale says in this video, his speech slurred. I don't need no seatbelt. I'm coming, girl. What the fuck? He posted dozens of other short videos, including several in the hours before the first attack, which were viewable until the page was taken down Sunday. In one, he says, "I'm going to blow up the whole community." And another, Nightingale appears to groove to BG staying alive while laughing. The shootings began shortly before 2 p.m. Saturday with the killing of Fan, who was shot in the head while sitting in his car in a parking garage in the Hyde Park neighborhood, Brown said. After that, Nightingale just randomly walked into an apartment building a block away where he shot the female security guard and a 77-year-old woman who was getting her mail, Brown said. The guard was pronounced dead at the hospital, and the other woman was hospitalized in critical condition. From there, Nightingale went to another nearby building and stole a car from a man he knew. He then opened fire at a convenience store, killing the 20-year-old man and wounding the 81-year-old woman in the head and neck. The woman was in critical condition. After leaving the store, Nightingale shot a 15-year-old girl who was riding in a car with her mother, leaving the girl in critical condition, police said. He then went back to the convenience store and fired on officers who were investigating the earlier shooting. None of them were injured, Brown said. Nightingale then drove 10 miles north to Evanston, which borders Chicago, where police responded to a report of shots that had been fired inside a CVS. Nightingale had apparently walked into the pharmacy, announced that he was robbing it, and fired shots that didn't hit anyone, authorities said. He then went across the street to an IHOP restaurant where he shot a woman in the neck. She was in critical condition, Evanston Police Chief Demetrius Cook told reporters. Nightingale left the restaurant and was confronted by officers in the parking lot, leading to a shootout in which he was shot and killed, Cook said. Evanston Police Sergeant Ken Carter said Nightingale appeared to have a connection to Evanston, but he did not have further details. He said Sunday that an outside agency would take over investigation since the Evanston police were involved in the fatal shooting. Chicago police released a 2018 booking photo of Nightingale that was taken after he was charged with multiple driving-related offenses, including driving on a suspended license. His criminal record started in 2005 and included arrests for guns and drug violations, aggravated assault, and a 2019 domestic battery case, according to WLS-TV. An attorney for Nightingale could not be located Sunday. Friends were shocked to hear of the shootings. Whoa, back up. Why the hell would they say an attorney could not be located when he was killed in the shootout? Well, I don't know. That just catches me as odd. Perhaps I'm not in my but I'm still having a sugar rush, folks. So bear with me. Friends were shocked to hear of the shootings, describing Nightingale as a devoted father to twin girls who had a charismatic personality and a sense of humor, but who had been through tough times. Tommy Taylor remembered meeting Nightingale at the movies in the park event in Rogers Park, a Chicago neighborhood that borders Evanston. They hung out over the years. From all the years I knew him, he had always been a good guy and funny guy, Taylor said. Something had to happen to him in order to break him up like that. University of Chicago officials say Fan was working towards a doctorate in a joint program between the University School of Business and Economics, and that his family in China had been notified of his death. We know that this shocking incident brings grief to our entire community and concern for the well-being of safety of others, the university said in a news release. In the days ahead, we will come together as a community to mourn and lift up fellow members of our community at this difficult and sad times. Blah, 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 blah. Well, anyway, that's pretty much the story. I'm not going to go in, I don't need to go into the last spiel there. Now, it's quite curious. They haven't showed his image. I'm going to, and who knows how the guy looks, or what ethnicity it is. I would only attribute significance to that because I tend to question as to whether he was, someone who was influenced by the alt-right shit, or if he was just a guy who had just cracked up under the pressure of just a lot of stuff. Who knows? I mean, when they say that he posted social media rants, they just tell us one example of it, and that's it. So that's not really much to go by. But in other news, Chinese state media blasts latest Pompeo move on Taiwan.
But by the way, before you go there, I just got back, and I want honestly, I think you're being far too objective about this, far too fair, far too kind. Let's just say the truth here. The guy is almost certainly a white guy, and he's almost certainly influenced by the alt-right. If this fucker was on social media, there's no way he could not be influenced by the alt-right. We know that basically this is an alt-right terrorist who will not be designated a terrorist because he's fucking white. And he went out and just shot a bunch of people because he's angry about Trump. He's angry that Trump is not his president. And this is guaranteed what it is, and for that reason, they'll cover it all up.
Oh, yeah, because if he was black, they would have showed his picture right up front.
There you have it.
They would have showed his mugshot. They would have had him holding up his prisoner number and all that other shit.
They would have doxed him. They would have given up, whatever he had done growing up, from, like, stealing a candy bar, whatever they would get on him, they would... they would just...
They would make him sound like an absolute monster.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's quite telling how that in and of itself tells us that there's still a sort of support from our, mainly white male society of, this sort of behavior. Which,
yes. I mean, let's put it this way: if when they've taken studies and analytics, and they've done things like they experimented with what if white women had not been allowed to vote. And of course, white women are more empowered than other women in this society. But that aside, when women were given the right to vote, it changed our society completely. And so one of the experiments they did to prove this was they basically did an experiment where they took away all the women's votes analytically. That means in a computer model of the time that Obama was running for president. And it was the female vote that made Obama president. When they took away all the female votes, if women had not been allowed to vote at the time that Obama was running for president, he would have lost. It's that simple. It was women who put Obama in power. And if it hadn't been for women voting or given the right to vote, Mitt Romney would have been president. And so this is the kind of nightmare society that we have. Is people don't realize this, that the numbers of white men who voted for Obama are practically zero. It's just everybody who voted for Obama was female of all ethnicities or colored. And that was it. The white men exclusively, almost as 100 percentile, voted for anyone but Obama, anyone but the black man. And, of course, there were some educated, whites or progressives that voted for Obama, but or straight-ticket Democrats, but they were statistically insignificant. That was an actual statistical fact for you, not the crap Trump was throwing out. So this is like the world we live in. The white men are stuck in the past, and the past is where they ran everything. And women as well as black men were their property. Bear in mind, for those of you who have any doubt of the misogyny of the white male as an average, think about the fact that white women were given the right to vote. We're talking about they were fighting for it in the 1920s when my mother was born. The decade into which my mother entered this world was when women in America finally got the right to fucking vote. Matter of fact, I think it was the first election that they voted in was the year my mother was born, 1923. But black men were given the right to vote generations before that, technically, even though they did everything they could to gerrymander and suppress them and fuck them over so that their vote didn't count, or so that they couldn't vote, by basically demanding that they had to have education requirements and all this other shit. They were technically, at least, given the right to vote long before women were given the right to vote. And so, in other words, the white male was willing to give his field hand the right to vote before he was willing to give it to the woman he slept with. This is how fucked up white men are. So if you don't get it by now, that I'm not on some kind of like politically correct trip or something, which many of you I'm sure assume, but you're just completely mistaken. You're lost in your own denialism. It's like Peter Moon was saying, I mean, when he's saying something is bland, and here's Peter Moon as a white guy, and he says something is bland to a crowd of white people as, oh, I'm in advertising. And they go into denial about that. To tell you the truth, Peter Moon explained it to extent, but it's beyond what he said. Again, he's just being too nice, and he's just saying, oh, well, it's this or it's that. Yeah, the reality is, they're fucking pathological. There's something wrong with Americans. This pathological denialism, this unhealthy skepticism, and yet they believe anything they read on the internet because they somehow feel they've trawled it up themselves. I'm sorry, just ranting there for a minute. Thank you for starting to talk about Taiwan. I'll let you get back to that, and feel free to provide whatever analysis you make of it.
To add to what you say, they even go as far as call themselves experts on a subject by reading shit on the
Thank you! Oh, thank you! Oh, God! Oh, go on!
And not even picking up a single fucking book.
Yeah.
Or and blatantly ignoring people who are experts and calling them fake news!
Thank you. And because the word expert has an onus with these people, because they're so anti-intellectual, they call themselves researchers, which is even more fucked up. I mean, Daniel Arola has the perfect meme for it, basically, where he says, you are not woke, you are not, a researcher, you're simply an idiot with access to the internet. I mean, it's basically it, to use a Daniel Arolism all over again, basically, yeah. Oh, I mean, I could go on and on about that. It's maddening.
They're a fucking joke.
Yes, thank you.
They are. And one of the best examples of that is Richard K. Cole.
Yeah.
Who says, I'm a researcher. What the fuck does he research?
Thank you. Douglas Dietrich, that's all he researches.
He couldn't spell the word research.
Yes.
If he had Alexa telling him how it's spelled.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yes.
That is the sick, sad world we live in, and even still, they're still defending these assholes.
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't even call them assholes. I would call them subhuman because, again, when we look back on the fact that they were willing to trample a woman of their own ethnicity.
Yes.
What the fuck does that tell you?
Thank you. It tells us everything, but look at what they did with Heather Heyer, who I still blame Daniel Arola for feeding the name Heather Hunter into my brain by trying to disambiguate.
I have to look her up because the name sounds familiar, but I've never seen her.
The porno actress Heather Hunter, you mean?
Yeah, maybe now is not the time to do it. But I gotta check it out anyway.
Yes. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, you looked her up?
Yep.
Oh fuck! You're gonna make me do it. Let me look her up now. Yes, we shouldn't be doing this. But then again, this is people. This is Douglas Dietrich. It's like I can do this. Yes. And okay, Heather Hunter. Damn. Okay. Yeah, she's all right. And reminds me of who does she remind me of? I forget her name. I'm forgetting the name of one of my favorite porn actresses. Oh my God, Heather Keisha Hunter. Yes, nickname Double H. And there we are. American rapper, painter, authoress, former pornographic actress. There we are. So Okay, moving on. Who else are they showing here?
Yeah, brain is completely fried now.
Yes.
Because all the blood moves elsewhere.
Why are they showing her next to this idiot? What's his name? Who's that idiot? Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen's ex, Heather Hunter. Oh my God, she was involved with Charlie Sheen. I hope she didn't get AIDS. Oh my God, that fucker's like full-blown HIV. But you know who else was involved with him was another actress that I find really attractive. I forget her name now too. The one who played in what was it, Tammy and the T-Rex? Which was basically a romantic comedy. What's it?
I've never even heard of that. Tammy and the T-Rex.
Yes.
Holy shit! Don't mind me, folks. I am as uncultured as it possibly gets.
Yes. I may not even remember the title correctly, but I'm sure you'll find it. If you look up Tammy and the T-Rex, you'll find the film that I'm talking about. But the chick who's in there, she was married to Charlie Sheen for a while. It's like, anyhow, that guy's, what a fucking loser.
Well, at least he had good taste.
Yeah, yes. You got to give him credit for that. That's true. Credit where credit is due.
Although he was probably dumb as fuck, but...
Yes, he is dumb as fuck, yeah. What's this was shit? That guy's just pathetic. So, alright, aside from all of that, let's see if you can get it together enough to go back to talking about Taiwan and provide your analysis there.
Oh, yeah, well, actually, there was another one I wanted to cover before that.
Sure, go ahead.
But,
the stage is yours,
yeah,
really.
This one I found interesting, but for other reasons. I'm sure it might not really lead to what I would like. Well, I'm not going to say. Let me choose my words wisely. Jameson Reese has to clean up his image and make himself presentable to the public. This way, I am marketable to human beings as a human being, and not something that people think of in the job market like, oh my God, this guy's fucking nuts. All right, so much of Pakistan loses power in a massive blackout. The capital, Islamabad, and one of the most major cities were affected in what was one of the biggest power failures to hit the country in 20 million people. This was January 9th. Most of Pakistan, including the capital and many of its major cities, lost power early Sunday in one of the biggest blackouts to affect the country of more than 200 million people. The cause was not immediately clear. Initial reports say that the breakdown was traced to a power station in southern Sindh province and ultimately affected the entire transmission system. Officials said emergency efforts were made to restore power, but it was not immediately clear how soon that would be. The power failure affected the capital, Islamabad, along with major cities such as Lahore, Karachi, Peshawar, and Quetta. Power was restored to parts of the capital early Sunday. On Sunday, power was slowly being restored in cities across the country, including Lahore, Pakistan's largest city after Karachi, the southern port city, which was also affected in the outage. The energy minister, Omar Ayub Khan, said at a news conference that the blackout had initially been set off by an engineering fault at the Gudu thermal power plant in Sindh province, which then pushed much of the country's power grid into automatic shutdown. He said the actual cause of the problem at Gudu was still being investigated, and that repair work was proceeding slowly because of bad weather conditions. The country has had chronic problems with its transmission system, and major power breakdowns have been frequent. In January 2019, problems at the Gudu led to a major power failure across areas of Sindh and Balochistan provinces. In May 2018, a widespread breakdown in the National Transmission and Dispatch Company's northern system caused people to lose power in Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. 80% of the country lost power in 2015 when Baloch separatists attacked the transmission line, which I think that might have happened in this case as well. I think that might have been separatists, now that I read this, because my initial thoughts was, oh shit, maybe India probably finally did it. Maybe they decided to shoot a nuke up into the upper atmosphere and black the power out. That would happen. But if that happened, wouldn't that, I mean, didn't that also happen during Operation Starfish Prime over Hawaii, over the Hawaiian Islands?
Yeah, it was happened. Yeah, that's it happened. Yeah, that's all I remember. Was Starfish Prime. It caused a blackout. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, so it's plausible that it's plausible that it could have been that was my initial interest in it, was because I thought that, we were finally seeing the moves of, which I'm sure we'll eventually see, but we're not there yet. Not that I'm looking for it, okay? So please, people, don't think that I'm out to see global war. I'm not. I am as pro-human can get, within reason.
There we go.
I have to say within reason. All right. Now, let's get back to Pompeo. Damn, all these guys are ugly-ass motherfuckers. Anyway, China's state media lashed out at the latest move on Taiwan by the departing Trump administration, accusing U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo of seeking to maliciously inflict a long-lasting scar on China-U.S. ties. This tie should have never been in place to begin with, if you ask me. You can blame Clinton for that idiocy. A writer for the official Xinhua news agency also said in a commentary Sunday that the lifting of long-standing restrictions on U.S. government contacts with Taiwanese counterparts proves that Pompeo is not only interested in stoking unwarranted confrontations and has no interest in world peace, because China is the poster child for world peace. Just look at the way they treat their own citizens.
Oh yes.
Another commentary posted by CGTN, the English language channel of state broadcaster CCTV, called Pompeo's announcement a cowardly act of sabotage of the next U.S. administration. The Trump administration, in its continuing efforts to burn the house down before leaving office, has crossed a dangerous red line with China days before incoming President Joe Biden takes office. Honestly, this is the one thing I don't disagree with Trump with. Other than that, he's generally a despicable character who it's easy to disagree with everything he does. But honestly, our America's sucking on the Red Dragon's tit has got to end. The commentary read in part. Biden takes office on January 20th. There was no immediate comment from the Chinese government on Pompeo's decision to end State Department restrictions on how U.S. officials can interact with Taiwan, which he said had been implemented to appease the communist regime in Beijing. No more, Pompeo declared in a statement Saturday. Today I am announcing that I am lifting all of these self-imposed restrictions. Taiwan is a sensitive issue for China's ruling Communist Party, which considers the self-governing island of 23.6 million people a renegade province that should be brought under its rule. Under the One China policy, the U.S. recognizes Beijing as the government of China and doesn't have diplomatic relations with Taiwan. However, it maintains unofficial contacts, including a de facto embassy in Taipei, the capital, and supplies military equipment for the island's defense. Taiwan's leaders welcome Pompeo's announcement. We are expressing our gratitude towards the U.S. for speaking. Wow, that actually sounds like fucking Bill Clinton. For speaking out and supporting Taiwan. Premier Su Chang told reporters, "We also hope to interact actively with each other further so that Taiwan can have an even bigger space in the international society," which I would welcome, since they're the only country, they're one of the countries who have their shit in order when it comes to COVID-19. So
thank you.
That should tell you a lot. And China, they seem to be doing just as bad as us when it comes to keeping their shit in order.
Yes.
He and Foreign Minister Joseph Wu, who thanked Pompeo on Twitter, emphasized the values of freedom and democracy shared by Taiwan and the U.S., in contrast to China's authoritarian one-party state. Pompeo's announcement came 2 days after he said he would send Kelly Craft, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, to Taiwan for meetings this week. She's due to arrive on Wednesday. Craft's trip follows one by Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar in August, the first cabinet member to visit Taiwan since 2014. God damn. And another by Undersecretary of State Keith Krach in September. China, which opposes Taiwan having its own foreign relations, sharply criticizes all such interaction. It stepped up aerial patrols off Taiwan last year and used its diplomatic clout to block Taiwan from participating in international forums, such as the World Health Organization's annual meeting.
Which, of course, prevented the rest of the world from learning how Taiwan defeated COVID-19, which means the Communist Chinese are directly responsible for hundreds of thousands of people dying. That's...
Although, you know, to sort of, I understand your sentiment, but to counter it, I get the feeling that even if we knew how Taiwan combated it, given the current administration, I doubt they'd give a fuck.
Yes, true enough. I concede.
Yeah,
I concede to that.
I
yes.
mean, given the kind of beast Trump is, things would have played out horribly here, irrespective.
Yes, thank you. True enough. Point well taken. Yes. So, go on. It was just, oh my God. Just remember, Trump is not doing this because he has any real geopolitical understanding. He's doing this just because he realizes this much. He knows that COVID-19 is a major factor in his loss. And he blames the Chinese. And, good on him for that. But, until COVID-19, he was saying how great Xi Jinping was and his only I'm sorry. Go on.
He was basically in an orgy with him and Putin and Lil Kim.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, they basically gave birth to this monster COVID-19.
Yes, all of them together. Thank you.
And oddly enough, the only person who seems to get stronger as more people die seems to be Trump. It's like I suspect he is COVID-19, and that's like his spiritual aspect.
Well, he's not so strong now. That's for sure. I mean, he's let's put it this way: he's like he's truly there's a lot of people who just have this incredible sympathy for him. Peter Moon does, but it's like he's been disempowered to a great extent by the riots. He did to himself what COVID-19 could not do. I mean, this is like, what's interesting to me is you even heard Peter Moon say this when he was here. He was like saying, there's a lot of people who Trump helped because of the economy. And he's talking about the Hispanics. By the way, that's a very
Well, here's the thing that people need to understand about the markets is that the markets are not controlled by the president. The markets have never been controlled by the president. The only thing the president does is have an influence on, buyer confidence. Basically, the markets are bullshit anyway, and none of it trickles down to people within the middle class or lower class. But for some reason, people are so mind controlled that they believe somehow, if the stock market's doing good, that means I have to be doing good. No, it doesn't.
Well, it's bizarre, and it's also I don't even think that's what Peter was referring to specifically, but Trump does.
No.
Trump does. Trump always credits himself with, look at how good the markets are doing. Look at as if it were him.
That just shows you how stupid he is, and that shows you how completely insane and asinine his supporters are.
Yes.
For believing that shit.
Thank you.
And that shows that none of them have bothered to research or watch anything on how markets worked, how they got started, and how they seem to be more based on the whims of human psychology more than anything.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, and even if you analyze the curves in which they rise and fall, there's a fractal pattern, and the fractal pattern seems to correspond with, it's almost like the human circadian rhythms, if you would. not circadian rhythms, but you know, it's almost like there's a sort of oh my gosh, let me find a good way of putting this. Oh man, what is it called again? What is the model that guy? Oh my, damn, my brain is.
I mean, don't worry about it. It's one of those things where I think
morphic field. It's almost like the human. It's almost like these are fluctuations in the human morphogenetic field that we're seeing. And so that's basically what the entire model is run off of. And that's why last week I had come up with that beast system, which would be something that would be completely outside of the whims of human interference. Basically, we've never seen an economic model or a market that hasn't been subjected to the whims of human psychology. But if you have something that's completely controlled by AI, then you would probably see something like that. And if it's able to process at speeds that are far greater and create fluctuations that are unpredictable to the human mind, then we would probably see something that would, at least to my mind, be a complete work of art. But that's because I seem to have a sort of, I do admit I have a biased favoritism towards artificial intelligence and machines over human beings.
Yes. As do I, for obvious reasons. But
and I have also come to really enjoy the artwork that artificial intelligence creates, because the sort of distorted forms that they create, sort of to me as an artist, seem to resemble sort of like the grotesqueness of the human soul. And AI is able to capture it perfectly. In a way that even in our attempts to draw our own monstrosities onto paper as humans, we still have this bias towards some degree of aesthetic beauty. But the AI is able to completely remove that and show the human being for what it is more perfectly than we can ourselves, because it doesn't have a bias.
Yeah, well, there you go. Where did you see this art? Where?
And of course, you know, many people who analyze art seem to disagree with me. They're like, it doesn't have feeling because it's a machine. It doesn't have soul because it's a machine.
Where can we see this art? Where can we see this?
I have it. I should send you the link to this page.
Okay.
Because it's on my Facebook timeline. I always advertise this stuff because I really like their artwork. I just can't afford to buy any of it. But each piece is original and it's created by here we go. It's called AI art, and I will send you the link right now.
Thank you.
But it's quite fascinating.
Right. I may not look at it yet. I may look at it after transmission. But thank you.
Yeah. Look at it whenever you have the time. What I really like are the ones where it almost sort of suggests a form, but it's not. It's definitely not human, but it could be if you look at, you know. So it's kind of like vague, and I kind of like that. I find, because I've never seen a human being replicate that, and I've looked at a lot of art because I'm someone who. How do I say? I'm a wannabe artist. I don't really consider myself much of an artist.
Don't be hard on yourself.
As I said in another post, my art these days is the art of the fart. I turn my fart into art.
God, let's not go there.
I let the air do the work.
At any rate, we'll move as quickly away from that as possible. Right. I think that what is a good way for people to handle you is as the artist, because that at least is how I was able to handle Richard Shaver. Richard Shaver, for instance, who most people are unfamiliar with, he was this white guy who just was a paranoid. He was a paranoid schizophrenic. I don't know if you could dignify him with the term writer. He did write. Okay, yes, we have to call him a writer.
I think it was science fiction, right?
Yeah, it was. Well, he wouldn't say so, but
I'm vaguely familiar with him because he was mentioned in a book from Alan Greenfield called The Secret Cipher of the UFO-Nauts.
Okay.
Where, this guy was trying to make this claim that, Aleister Crowley's Aiwass and all these are actually aliens, and all aliens are extra-dimensional beings, which isn't which is not necessarily far from my understanding of it, but I wouldn't call them aliens at all because their origins are mostly here on Earth.
Yeah, and we
You're
went
experiencing them on Earth, so they're from Earth,
right,
folks.
Right, and we went into the show for a bit of time in our last transmission preceding tonight's. What was I going to say about Richard Shaver? I don't want to, of course, delve deep into him, but he wrote a lot about the inner Earth, and but it was all from the perspective of a paranoid schizophrenic. And so he introduced the term DERO, which for him was an acronym, DERO, for deviant robot, as in people with robotic behavior who had deviated so much in their pathologies that they had literally degenerated physically, and that they had downbred, literally degenerated through downbreeding into deformed kinds of dwarfs, dwarven, evil dwarfs. This is where it gets complicated, because Richard Shaver was probably very psychic. As a matter of fact, he was psychic enough where he was simply, as a paranoid schizophrenic, this is my approach towards schizophrenia, is that it derives, the very term schizophrenic derives from the Greek word for broken-hearted. That's really what it means, is broken-hearted, the literal translation. So the people who are so hypersensitive that the world around them hurts, so they're broken-hearted. And of course, their behavior reflects that. And so Richard Shaver was somehow psychic enough that he was basically absorbing myth, and he didn't understand the myth or the reality on which the myth was based. But what he was really trying to say, instead of DERO, which was his modernistic interpretation of it, it's like L. Ron Hubbard coming up with an acronym like that ultimately came to form the term engram or whatever. What he was trying to come up with was a modern interpretation, or his perception through a modern lens, of the ancient Scandinavian term devoir. Now, the term devoir is spelled D-U-E-G-U-E-R, and that is a vile race of subterranean dwarfs that were antithetical to humanity, that were tormentors, like the Cho, but to the Europeans. And so that's what he was tapping into, that Nordic racial memory, when he, as a white man in the modern incarnation, comes up with DERO as these underground people with psychic rays that are driving people insane. That was his science fiction, was that this underground race of dwarves was using mind control rays to drive people insane. And
that was actually I think what's his name goes into it. John Kill goes into it in his book. I think it's called I don't know if it was called The Eighth Tower or something like that.
Well, it almost doesn't matter. We get your point. I mean, John Keel was...
Yeah, but the idea was he was basically expressing a sort of similar sentiment with some race that was in the inner earth, transmitting these things that are responsible for a lot of the distorted behaviors of humans. I myself would say that humans are just what they are. We have to accept humans for... We have to accept the good, the kindness, the brilliance that allows us to enjoy these wonderful things we call computers, just as much as we have to accept the dark and most twisted evil aspects, because without dark and light, you don't have a whole being.
Yes, thank you. But the way I can handle Shaver, because really, there was one guy who said it all. There was a literary... a magazine publisher who, by the way, Shaver's works, when they were published, just so people understand the context here, when Richard Shaver's works were published in pulp magazines of the day, Amazing Stories or whatever, this was like the most popular thing there was. It was like the Star Wars of its day. Everybody ate it up, and they all swore up and down it was true. And they all like said, yes, there are these underground dwarves, and they're driving us batshit with their mind control rays. I mean, they just were, rather than taking this as fantasy, they took it as like reality. That it's kind of like when Forrest Gump was released. Most Americans thought it was a fucking documentary.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes. Oh, you didn't know that?
No, when I was a kid and I saw it, I was like, it's just a fucking movie. It's a fiction movie. I had no idea people actually believed this was a documentary.
Oh God, yeah. It's awful. Americans are just fucked. And anyhow.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah. So
I mean, as a kid, I knew there was something wrong with people, but I didn't know there was something that wrong.
Oh yeah. Well, in terms of Richard Shaver, the difference is Richard Shaver was presenting his science fiction stories as reality. He was saying that this is racial memory. He said this is racial memory, and I Remember Lemuria was basically the title of one of his series of stories. They were published as a serial in several parts. So I Remember Lemuria, for people who are curious. And what he talked about was genetic engineering to the point where people could change their shape. He starts off the story with a kind of very attractive female who's walking bipedally but has horse's hooves, just two of them, but that she stands on bipedally. And so it's furry. It's like starting off with furry sex. He's how he starts off in short story, as one of the characters the guy runs into, and that people are voluntarily changing their shapes based on this. He was way ahead of his time. I mean, this is stuff people...
Honestly, that'd be a badass manga.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's like, basically, he was starting off with stuff that people are only now kind of portraying. And he was, but there was this one publisher who said of Richard Shaver that his stories were the sickest crap I ever read. And I could see why. And the worst of it was their overall message was one of complete and total hopelessness. There was no winning because it's
I like that.
Yeah, well...
I love it. That's honestly what drew me to Lovecraft, was that sort of despair in the end in Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh God, yeah, all the races.
Don't ask me why. It's been a fascination of mine since I was a kid. Maybe something was biochemically wrong with me at birth.
Oh, no worries. I mean, obviously, you're not alone, and many people are attracted to that. Richard Shaver's different because he also did. He was like this flash in the pan in the sense that he flared, and then he died off. It's like people today talk about H.P. Lovecraft. They talk about Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe is forced down our throats by school. You get fed Edgar Allan Poe in school.
So one of the that was actually one of the books I stole when I was in like middle school.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean,
I honestly never returned it to the teacher. I didn't even know I had it until like I was just looking through my shit that just like this year, and I'm like, holy shit, I still have this.
Oh no, I totally get it. Yeah, but with Richard Shaver, what he also did was he felt that he could interpret writings in stone. He felt that if you crack open stones, the way people crack open certain stones and they find the crystals inside, he felt that you could do that with any stones and there would be records inside, like Akashic records. He thought that these were like records left by the ancients that he could interpret. Of course, he's just seeing patterns and seeing faces, where none are. And so he would paint over this to decipher the code, so to speak. He would call it deciphering the code within the stones. He's just painting on the crevices in the cracked open stone and creating images. But they're fluid images and they're fascinating in their own right. So this is where Richard Shaver truly shines. So
there's a sort of brilliance to that when you think about it, because what happens when someone's in a psychotic state is there's that what is it called when someone sees patterns and things? It's a human tendency. Oh my goodness, my vocabulary is atrocious tonight.
There was that article by Michaela Anastasia. She didn't write it, but you read it, and it was where the new vocabulary word was used for that I always forget myself. Oh shit! Anyhow, okay. Seeing patterns. Term.
Apophenia.
Apophenia. Thank you. Apophenia. How did you remember it? How did you get it out of your?
I don't know. I don't even see it on the screen. It just sort of popped up in my head.
Right. Okay. So what happened with Richard Shaver is the way I learned to cope with Richard Shaver was he's the outsider artist looking in. He's the alienated artist. That is the best way to handle Richard Shaver.
Well, that's actually also the best way to describe schizophrenia.
Yeah.
Because in experiments where they show people a mask, with most people will see the face looking outward towards them. But with people who are schizophrenic or going through a psychosis, it would be as if they're looking in the mask, looking outward. And so, if the average person could probably experience this on a high enough dosage of certain psychotropic hallucinogenic substances, where you will have a sort of a slight glimpse into what it's like to be schizophrenic, which makes the notion of having it all the more frightening.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. And so, aside from that, I think that's probably the best way for people to handle you, would be to perceive you as the outsider artist, the alienated artist looking in. I think that's a fine role to assume to a degree, if you get what I'm saying.
Actually, I'm somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Because what makes me, I think what sort of makes me so terrifying to people who get close to me is that they realize I could go either way, and they never know which face they're going to get. Well, that kind of goes with being a little on the bipolar spectrum.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Hey, do you feel that have you been diagnosed with bipolarity? If I remember the diagnosis, the formal diagnosis was schizoaffective. Okay.
But what that basically means is that you have some of the features of bipolar, but you also have some of the features of schizophrenia, but you don't have the the visual or auditory hallucinations. In my case, there is a possibility that there is a propensity for visual hallucinations more so than audio, but that only happens. But usually for me, that usually happens when I'm waking up and going to sleep, which isn't actually uncommon, because that also comes with people who have sleeping disorders.
Okay.
That hypnagogic and hypnopompic hallucinations.
Okay. Well, by the way, since you sent me a link, I'll send you one, since we were looking at Heather Hunter, and I can see now why Daniel Arola brought her up. You can check that link out along those lines. And so, great, now I've distracted him. He'll be locked into his private messages for several minutes now.
Well, if you, wow. Who is this? Wow, that's her?
No, that's not Heather Hunter, but it's someone who looks a lot like her.
Damn.
So, aside from all of that, now come on, now you've got a job to do. Let's.
Oh yeah. Well, for those who don't know, this is the reason why I took up drawing to begin with. It was to be able to draw the female body.
There you go. Good enough reason.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I was still like 8 years old, maybe 6 years old, but.
But by the way, that would be Richard Shaver. Most of what he would see in the rocks would be female figures. So he'd be painting a lot of female figures into the rocks, and they're done surrealistically, kind of like it's an effect. You'd have to look up Richard Shaver's art to see it, and that then you'll get what I'm saying. But that's the best way to appreciate him. Otherwise, I think that is probably his contribution. That's his contribution. to humanity. But then there's the interesting contribution was you take away the paranoid schizophrenia and the hopelessness of his literature, which of course some people would insist is anything but literary. They would say that he took the concept of subterranean life and literally drove it into the ground, to use a pun. But he obviously had some resonance with ancient Nordic mythology that he had never even read or heard of, at least not consciously. So, which is fascinating in and of itself.
Well, there's a sort of parallel between people who have certain mental illnesses and mediumship gone wrong, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, basically, people who weren't, people who would have done better in a shamanistic society, where they would be perhaps introduced to how to come to grips with these things, rather than just being left on their own.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, all right. So, I have an article that's actually quite old, but it does reveal a lot, and it makes me wonder about how much of this goes on in the U.S. as well. Staggering trade in fake degrees revealed, and this can probably also put into perspective why Britain's in why the UK is in the position it's in right now. Thousands of UK nationals have bought fake degrees from multi-million-pound diploma mill in Pakistan.
Holy shit!
Radio 4's file on 4 program investigation has found.
By the way, just to put that in some context, I was talking about the very similar thing going on in communist China. So it's both communist China. This is why a lot of the communist Chinese claims about getting so far ahead in science are just so fucking bogus. That they are at the point of corruption where you can buy having scientific papers published and quote unquote peer reviewed to the point where the peer reviews are all thumbs up and shit. So it's like, I mean, communist China is maybe coming up with some accomplishments, but a lot of it's just pure raw shit. And so this is the British version of that. Thank you. So please go on by all means. Thank you.
Buyers include NHS consultants, nurses, and large defense contractors.
No, just so people understand what he's talking about there, that's National Health Service. That these are the people who care for people's lives. So go on.
Yeah. One British buyer spent almost £500,000 on bogus documents. The Department for Education said it was taking decisive action to crack down on degree fraud that cheats genuine learners. Exact, which claims to be the world's largest IT company, operates a network of hundreds of fake online universities run by agents from a Karachi call center. With names such as Brooklyn Park University and Nixon University, they feature stock images of smiling students and even fake news articles singing the institution's praises.
Holy shit. I mean, oh god, we got to get in on this shit. Why don't we start, fucking JMO University and shit? And
I'm fairly certain that most of the people who are in prolific places here in the United States, who may even be seen as specialists or work with specialists, have probably done the same thing.
There you go.
And probably do not have the criteria by which to be engineering large structures like buildings and shit. Could you imagine?
Yeah, all too easily. Yes, it's.
Yeah, some poor some fool decides, I'm a master architect. He wound up getting that shit in like 1 year from like this by paying money to someone and waiting a little bit of time.
Oh no, I won't be able to sleep at night. Yeah, thank you. It's...
Now see, sometimes truth is much more entertaining and horrific than fiction.
It is, and you definitely, Anyhow, go on with the nightmare fuel.
All right, according to BBC Radio 4's File on 4th program, more than 3,000 fake exact qualifications were sold to UK-based buyers in 2013 and 2014, including master's degrees, doctorates, and PhDs. A trawl through the list of exact UK buyers seen by the BBC reveals various NHS clinical staff, including an ophthalmologist, nurses, a psychologist, and numerous consultants also bought fake degrees. A consultant at a London teaching hospital bought a degree in internal medicine from the fake Belford University in 2007. The doctor, who had previously been disciplined by the General Medical Council for failing to report a criminal conviction, told the BBC he had not used the certificates because they had not been authenticated. An anesthetist who bought a degree in hospital management said...
That's hard. That's hard. Anesthesiologist is what you meant to say, or an anesthetist? It would be like...
Anesthetist.
Okay. Weird. Okay, go on.
Who bought a degree in hospital... well, maybe they use a different terminology there. Said
good point. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Said he had not used a qualification in the UK. So where did he use it? And a consultant in pediatric emergency medicine who bought a Master of Science in Healthcare Technology claimed it was an utter surprise when the BBC told him it was fake. There is no suggestion any of these clinicians do not hold appropriate original medical qualifications. Actually, that in and of itself was a suggestion that is the case, because why the fuck else would they spend the money to buy it if they did not have the qualifications?
There you go.
So that's what's interesting in this article. They negate what they just said up top. This, folks, is another example of bad journalism. I wonder if this journalist did the same thing.
There you go. Yeah. Now that's funny. That's funny.
The General Medical Council said it was up to employers to verify any qualifications additional to medical degrees. But Higher Educational Degree Data Hack, HEDD, Chief Executive Jane Rowley said only 20% of UK employers ran proper checks on applicants' qualifications. And while purchasing a fake diploma was not illegal in the UK, using one to apply for employment constituted fraud by misinterpretation and can result in a 10-year prison sentence. The GMC are correct that doctors are licensed to practice medicine if they have a legitimate medical degree. But by buying a fake degree, they still have committed fraud and could still be prosecuted, she said. Danny Mortimer, chief executive of NHS employees, said that all NHS trusts operated rigorous primary checks. Bullshit. Verification was achieved through a variety of channels, and fraudulent activity would be reported to the police, he said. In 2015, Exact sold more than 215,000 fake qualifications globally through approximately 350 fictitious high schools and universities, making a $5.1 million that year alone. Former FBI agent Alan Easel, who has been investigating diploma mills since the 1980s, said, "We live in a credential-conscious society around the world. So as long as paper has a value, there's going to be somebody that counterfeits and prints it and sells it. Employers are not doing their due diligence in checking out papers, so it makes it work. It's the damnedest thing we've ever seen." Actually, it's more ties into human nature, which is to take the path of least resistance. Which is actually quite logical, because that's the way nature also seems to work, but it's not quite efficient if you have complex operations that are hinging on, well, not taking the path of least resistance. Defense contractor FBI Hella Services bought fake exact degrees for 7 employees, including 2 helicopter pilots, between 2013 and 2015. Oh, I meant FB Hella Services, not FBI.
Oh, okay. There we are.
One of these employees, speaking anonymously to the BBC, said soon after he had been given a contract to work on the Caribbean island of Curacao, the local government decided...
Curacao. Yeah, but go.
Curacao.
Yeah.
The local government decided all those working in the territory had to have a degree. We looked into distance learning, and contact was made with this online university. It was just something needed to be done to keep working in the country. Everyone knew they were not bona fide, but no one had a problem with it. Parent company Cobham had an internal investigation into that incident, but decided the purchase was a historic issue that had no impact upon the safety of any of its operations or the training of any individuals in the UK or elsewhere. Well, they really don't care, do they? Procedural and disciplinary actions have been taken to address all the issues raised, it added. But MP James Frith, a member of the Educational Select Committee, said the decision was a very serious issue. I'm amazed that a business will put itself and its very existence at risk by having fraudulent qualifications to, by the sounds of it, get into a new market. Following a New York Times expose in 2015, Exact's chief executive was arrested and an investigation launched by Pakistani authorities. Senior manager Umair Hamid was sentenced to 21 months in a U.S. prison in August 2017 for his part in Exact's fraud. Yet the Pakistani investigation has grounded to a halt amid claims of government corruption. Alan Easel said Exact continued to launch new online universities all the time and had now branched out into extortion and blackmail. It's a whole new game, he said. Normally a diploma mill is finished with you by the time you get your degree. That's just the beginning now. You get a telephone call that looks like it's coming from your embassy or local law enforcement threatening arrest or deport, unless you get some additional documents to help support the phony diploma you already have. Oh, that's great. So now you have no choice but to get a job on that fake-ass degree you got, man. You got to pay that shit back somehow.
Oh, my God. Yes. Well,
oh, man.
Well, definitely, I want to thank you for that. I want to just address some of these wonderful people in the chat room. I want to thank them very much for dropping in. One of them is Lay Renee. And Lay Renee, love you dearly. I've got your email open. We'll respond to it. I sleep all day after transmission, so I'll be sleeping all day tomorrow. So I probably won't be responding to it until around Tuesday. Of course, Wednesday is a transmission day. So the Friday, Saturday is the day at the latest I'll get to it in terms of responding to, and we'll set something up. Definitely looking forward to it. And certainly I'll do that for a number of people that I want to get back in touch with. John Evans is one of them. It's Satara. So shout out there to he if he's listening. And definitely want to start branching out and talking to more people and, visiting them on their programs and having some of them visit me on mine. It's just obviously a lot going on lately, and I have to balance the fact that 2 days of the week I spend transmitting, and 2 days of the week I spend sleeping. And so it's an odd schedule. That's 4 days out of 7, right? So there's not much time left. So Lay Renee, shout out unto she. I will be getting to my shout out to Eric Laystick soon enough, and when I do the solicitation, which won't be for a little while yet, still keeping our man Jameson, going for a while because he's helping me just take a look through the internet see what there is to analyze. Obviously, today, pretty much I'm stuck with talking about two things. One of them is human trafficking, and the other is what happened in the Capitol. They're not separate issues, really. You might be surprised. They really bleed back into each other. Alexander Griffin was saying some wonderful things. I forget who he is. I know Alexander Griffin has been here in my life in the past. I forget exactly what I affiliate with him, but he was saying...
He might be a friend of Brendan Zogitz, I think.
Oh, Alexander Griffin! Holy shit, there he is! Yes! There we are! Oh my god! Yes, that's right, he was on the show!
He sent a message to me saying, next time don't fall asleep.
That's what I saw, that's what I noticed. And I was saying, where do I remember him from? Now I remember it, yes. Okay. Hi, Alexander. And Marty Methuselah says, ain't talking about love, that is a rotten word. Yes. Oh my god. So there you go with that. Marty Methuselah is, of course, a Native American in Canada, a member of the First Nations of Canada, if I remember correctly. And Larry Renee is saying, such a great show tonight. Well, oh gosh, you're very kind, honey. You're really kind. It's one of those things where I'm not really here tonight, in a sense, just like I'm not on a lot of nights, but I'm going to do my best to deliver, and certainly we can do nothing less. I'm just so glad you're here, and aside from that, for now, we're going to go back to Jameson Reese for a little bit, and he'll take us through to fucking midnight on the Pacific Coast if he has to. But
wait a minute, it's 2:10 here, so midnight. That would
it's
be
11:11
here.
It's 11:11 over here. Yeah, I'm just being facetious, but fuck, it'll get there before you know it. And
all right, so we have this prominent guy who seemed to have, in his own sense, made himself a meme on during the riot. The guy with the horned hat and the whatever dead thing he has on his head, and this this guy's name. Basically, this is an article from BBC World News. QAnon shaman Jake Angeli charged over pro-Trump riots. Jacob Anthony Chansley, known as Jake Angeli, is in custody on charges including violent entry and disorderly conduct. Mr. Chansley, who calls himself the QAnon shaman, is allegedly the man pictured with a painted face, fur hat, and horns inside Congress on Wednesday. Donald Trump. Actually, I remember seeing a woman who had a small child who was wearing the same kind of hat.
Well, there you go. I mean, but yes.
So I guess he got that from like a kid's costume.
that would be perfectly fitting. That would be perfectly fitting. Human garbage. Human fucking garbage. so go on. Yeah.
All right, Donald Trump faces another impeachment charge for his role in unrest. Democrats accuse President of encouraging riots in which, well, he did encourage the riots.
Thank you.
I don't know why they say accuse. The FBI has been appealing to the public to help bring assailants to justice. Mr. Chansley has not commented publicly on the charges. A statement from the federal attorney of Washington, D.C. said, "It is alleged that Chansley was identified in the man in media coverage." Alleged. Either that's him or it isn't him.
Yeah.
What the fuck does alleged mean?
Yeah.
The individual carried a spear approximately 6 feet in length with an American flag tied just below the blade. These are some weird ass motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yes.
Alright, this is by Sophie Long, BBC News, Phoenix, Arizona. I arranged to meet Jake Angeli, known as the Q Shaman, at a rally in Phoenix. That hurts my throat. On Saturday to talk about his role in Wednesday's riot, or in what he called that beautiful day. Timings were difficult, he said, because he had a voluntary appointment with the FBI first. I didn't find that surprising. The fact that he thought he might be free to leave more so. But he was unperturbed because he said he had done nothing wrong and he had truth and God on his side. Oh my fucking goodness.
Yes, he's wrong on both counts.
This guy... Is he... Oh my gosh, what fucking drugs is this guy on?
Good ones. Or bad ones, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, probably crocodile.
Yeah, there you are.
Earlier, I asked Trump supporters in Tucson if what they saw on Wednesday had changed their opinion of the outgoing president. No, they said, it was a peaceful protest that had been infiltrated by violent members of the far left. I asked Jake Angeli if that was what he witnessed. He told me there were no members of Antifa or any other left-wing organizations present in or around the Capitol building on 6 January. Of course not, because they would have been killed by these crazy-ass motherfuckers. It was patriots doing what our founding fathers would have done. The reason he knew that was because Antifa are cowards who have no commitment to their country or cause. Actually, they don't exist.
Thank you.
But
effectively, they don't, yeah.
The statement said police had also detained a man from Florida believed to have been photographed carrying House Speaker Penancey's lectern from the House of Representatives chamber. This guy is like smiling in the camera, no mask on, so his face is like totally revealed, waving at the camera. How fucking stupid can these people get? Adam Johnson, 36, is being held on charges, including 1 count of theft of government property and 1 court count of violent entry. Also among those charges is a West Virginia state lawmaker, Derek Evans. He is alleged to have posted a video of himself online standing outside the building with Trump supporters and then going inside. He was arrested on Friday and also accused of violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds, the Department of Justice said. A lawmaker. How fucking stupid can you get? More than a dozen people have now been charged in offenses related to the assault on the Capitol building. They include an Alabama man allegedly found with 11 Molotov cocktails near the unrest, 5 startling images from the U.S. Capitol riot, Twitter permanently suspended Trump's account. Okay, those are links. Mr. Trump is due to leave office in 11 days. Democrats of the House of Representatives plan to introduce an article of impeachment against him on Monday for incitement of insurrection. Did I say resurrection?
It's resurrection of a sort, yeah. Resurrection of all kinds of negative things. Anyhow, but to go on. Yeah.
A White House spokesman said impeaching the president at this late stage would only further divide the country. All right, I don't think so.
Thank you. How could you possibly further divide the country than it already has?
I mean, yeah, what's going to happen? The thing's going to physically split into, like all of a sudden we're going to have a massive earthquake that just breaks the land up. And
we could only hope. We could only hope that the land would sunder. Yes, so go on.
I swear, some of these people seem like they watch too much cartoons.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about the intelligent cartoons or the more sensible Japanese cartoons, but American cartoons. Like just the wonked out shit. But, yeah, I had found out just recently that supposedly a president gets paid for the rest of their life after leaving office.
Yeah.
So that means technically our tax dollars are still paying George Bush.
Yeah.
And
don't remind me. Yes.
Oh my fucking God.
Yes.
Why is that even a thing?
It's awful. It's awful, especially considering...
It's beyond awful.
Yes.
My God, I could imagine, oh man, I could just put myself in the shoes of someone like Brendan Zogett, getting paid damn near nothing and having those taxes getting taken out to pay Donald Trump for the rest of his fucking life. What the fuck, dude? That is super lame. They've got to stop that, first off. They need to start imposing term limits on some of these termless things. I don't even like the idea of a Supreme Court justice being in there for the rest of their fucking life. That sounds absurd. Because, you know, they have there reaches a point in a human's development or a human's personal evolution. I don't know what age this happens. For some people it might happen, it might never happen. But for most people, there's a certain point where at some point they can't change and they become very rigid. So the idea of keeping someone in one term for the rest of their life more or less breeds a sort of corruption that's inevitable. It's just inevitable. That was a very bad idea when they had come up with the architect for what the government would be. So that is something I think that we really need to address if we reach the point where we decide to, you know, if we finally go to war, and who the fuck, I'm not even going to try to guess what that's going to look like. I don't want to. But we'll just say that if we have to start rewriting things and, you know, rewriting the Constitution, which I am not completely against the idea. I mean, there was something I did want to point out that Peter Moon did state, and if they had changed the pursuit of property to the pursuit of happiness, then my only thought was that the rationale behind that was to remove people's ownership from their own bodies. Because if you can't own property, you can't even own your own body.
Well, it wasn't...
Technically.
Basically what Peter Moon was trying to do was make a positive out of something that's a total negative. Peter Moon was basically trying to make sense of what it was essentially expediency. The reason that they changed it from property to happiness was because the motherfuckers realized they had to get all of their peasants to fight the war for them, the Revolutionary War that they were instigating, that they were inciting by treason. And so, yeah, go on.
And they also realized that humans are property, and that if they gave people a right to their own property, they would pretty much be hypocritical against the slavery in which they relied upon.
Yeah. Yes, there's that.
Because that would mean, because a slave could argue, well, technically, if I'm a citizen, I'm entitled to property via my own body, so you cannot put me back in bondage.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, they're not citizen slaves, or not citizens. Yeah.
But I mean like freed slaves. You know?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Understood. It was again, you're giving them too much credit for thinking that far ahead. They just needed.
I don't think they had the capacity to think even that much, because, you know, this entire country was founded on booze and guns.
Yes.
And every movie you would watch in Hollywood, I noticed their drug of choice. You don't see people. Very rarely do you see people lighting a joint casually in a Hollywood film. Mm-hmm. Very rarely do you see someone like. I mean, sometimes, at least in the 80s, you used to see people snorting coke a lot and shit. But nowadays, it's like, it's just booze. It's just straight up booze. It's like, come on. Life is depressing enough. Why the fuck do you want to just bring your dopamine to zero? Then the next thing you're going to be doing is instead of you know, and then the next thing you're going to be doing is looking at your gun to shoot yourself.
Well, which enough of them do. Actually,
well, trust me, I've been there. I've intimately been there. Yeah. And the only thing is I didn't have a firearm, and I'm blessed in that I did not have a firearm, because I probably would have tried. Because there was a point in my life where I was struggling with alcohol addiction, and that was very, very dark.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Whatever I'm going through now is relatively light and upbeat compared to what that was.
Yeah. By the way, what was it you think that drove fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger? Is he got brain tumors from the fact that he was using steroids in the past and just too many of them are? But he didn't even fucking shave to deliver his stupid little speech about, I know where these lies lead, and Hitler's coming.
His old Antifa, his old Nazi spiel.
Yeah, and he didn't shave for that. He just got on his little video, and it was totally unshaven and looking like he was in.
I think he sort of wants to put himself back in a public light. I remember seeing a video of him where where he was in South Africa or something, and and there were all these black kids who were looking up to him because he's Mr. Action Figure and whatnot there, and then some kid runs and jumps him in the back.
Oh yeah, that was actually a full-grown man. That actually.
Yeah. The guy drop kicked him in the back. And
yeah.
He threw him off, and I just found that funny.
He was.
Of course, they apprehended the guy, and the guy said he was kicking a brick wall.
Did he really? Well, that's cute. He knocked him down, but
yeah, he did knock him down.
Yeah,
but I just found that amusing. I think he just wants to keep himself afloat. He doesn't want to be lost in the public eye. It's oh no, they're gonna forget about me.
But I don't understand. Why doesn't he fucking shave? That's what I don't get. I mean, the guy, he shows up and he's like he just got out of bed, and he looks bedraggled.
Oh, he probably just got out of bed. That's exactly.
But that strikes me as that's not a sane thing to do. He's not presenting himself. I mean, whatever. Maybe he just thought this is the way to do it. Look like I'm folksy and homey and comfortable or some shit. But you know.
Maybe that's look. White guys, that seems to be the style these days. They just have facial hair on top of facial hair.
Okay, so it's like Don Johnson. Remember in the past there was Don Johnson and his he thought it was sexy with the 5 o'clock shadow, so that became a thing for a while. A bunch of white guys sporting the 5 o'clock shadow was the thing. Yeah, so there you go with that.
Now,
yeah, go on.
There was an interesting article I posted that I got from Facebook timeline. Of course, I couldn't like it after a certain point because I had to put it into context, but this is called Historyville. Okay. Around 1675, King Howard Baja of Dahomey formed the Dahomey Amazons, originally to hunt elephants. This is in Africa.
Yeah.
However, they became a feared all-female military regiment under King Gezo.
Yes.
Participating in slave raids and unsuccessful wars against the Egba people in Abeokuta in the middle of the 19th century. Now, I had to put down, I post this only out of respect for female warriorhood. These are, in fact, part of me does not find them respectable because a slave raid is meant to put people into slavery. And so, I had to qualify it by saying, as my ancestors were slaves, so in my very blood, there is a sort of loathing for people who partook in slave raids to enslave other people. It's not anything personal. It's just, those ancestral spirits boiling with rage. I hope that's understandable. But I wanted to share that because it needs to be, I wanted to, bring that to mind out of female empowerment, which I feel is always needed in today's society.
Absolutely.
Because I look forward to a day when women do take the reins, and I do think that they would probably do a much better job than our male ship has done.
That's been proven throughout the COVID virus. By whichever nations have female leaders are the ones that have done best amidst the plague. So there you have that. I mean, it speaks for itself. So there you go. So anyhow, please go on.
I have a nice poem I wrote.
Really? Interesting.
For what it's worth, it's copyrighted and stuff. I really wish I didn't spend the money trying to copyright it. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I could have used that money for something else, like Magic the Gathering cards.
Yeah. You sound like Brendan Zogit with his Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Cute.
Yeah, Yeah, there is a sort of addiction to those things. Even though I realize that every time I lose, I get so angry that it's not even as fun as I think it's gonna be. It's straight up addiction, straight up addiction. So I just have to find this on my timeline. Yeah, give me a moment, folks. I'll eventually find it. Here we go. It's called Græcororszámæn, which is actually a sort of it's a sort of occult name for the Sophia of the Gnostic tradition.
Right.
But here it is. Sex is fleeting. Once orgasm is over, it's but a lost memory, so fleeting. It's easy to forget. Attraction is the same. Today's infatuation is a lost memory in the cycle of tomorrow, as if the other had never existed. Love is conditional. It will grow old, stale, bitter, and be forgotten in the midst of now. For there is no bond sacred enough to withstand in the times of timelessness, fading into the cycles of change. Any claiming unconditional love have made their love a cheap product of mass production and lacking in selectiveness. That love itself is a cheap whore devoid of depth and meaning. The romance to life is but a hackneyed cliche ignoring the paradox of being. The romantic is but a moment to be replaced by the ebbing and flowing tides of cynicism, disappointment, and the indifferent truth in which hot and cold coexist like interwoven fibers in the threads of life. And so a great majority of time in pleasure's pursuit and seeking of happiness is but a long time entrenched in desperation, denial, and desire-induced deprivation. And so you come to mature past the naive tides of spiritual adolescence. However, you don't grow old, you grow watchful, wise, and eternal. You have grown detached in a way only a calculating chess master or wizened crone can know. You are wise now. The hungry and voracious spark of the eyes, like deep bottomless pits, seeking more, now have a glint of light, knowing, patience, and the passage of time. The voracious hollowness now replaced by a sort of gentle knowing and wizened patience. You have watched pleasure come and go. You have seen birth and death many times over, and have grown more content with what the moment brings in both its horrors and subtle joys, to no longer seek the joy of the future or the pleasurable relics of the past, which are all too fleeting and few when compared to the waiting it took for these things. The moment is enough. Each intoxication is but a rebirth into the moment, and deeper indwelling gaze into a timeless soul. No longer does the once eager child jump up and down in anticipation for candy. He can hold out. No longer does the teen shout to be heard. His words can wait for the moment of silence. No longer does a man's heart bulge with anticipation of sexual rapture. These things come and go, and will have their own season as many cycles pass. In any age, or form, or state of being, you have wizened beyond your years. You are wise enough not only to wait for death, like an impatient prisoner wandering in the cesspit of madness, but you experience like a transparent ball of quartz, an empty cup, letting the eternal moment just flow. Each spell will pass on its own time, without your lustful focus or obsession, as it has been for many seasons. You are the crone, the most wizened witch, a wisdom that doesn't stem from the passage of physical time, but the condensed accumulation of the exaggeratively slow time of patience by which one dispels anticipation for sheer focus on no particular thing. Once the voracious consumer of light and movement and stimulation, you now find a bliss in the stillness of the soul. The boring no longer bored, and the exciting no longer excites. For within each moment you're simultaneously indwelling and outdwelling, and neither in both. You can accept life's clever paradox. There is no longer a need to explain when observed as is. Nature will reveal its secrets to you in silence and calmness. Has not the earth been here longer than you? Have not the waters flowed before you came to be? Did not the air in its mercurial wonder flow before you came? And did not the fires burn before even the earth came to be? And so too will her spirit flow through you, your dance with her more blissful than a tender maiden's caress of your flesh. So fire, in all her wisdom and charm, has opened your eyes to a glimmer of the eternity of the conscious awareness within. And so the chains fall free and your bindings released outside of space and time. This life too will pass into the great unknown, a step in which none return to tell the full tale of the length of being's absence. But for now, my lady wisdom, do I embrace your gaze this eternal moment.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Yes, thank you. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And in terms of Alexander Griffin, do you remember the night he was on with myself? It was April Fool's. And
yes, I do.
Yes.
And I remember he was talking about Russia, I think.
That's right. Oh my God. Not that I want to shit all over him, but it's just bringing the memory up. You remember it pretty well. Go on. Yeah, you know.
Oh yeah. I can see how one can get pulled into the allure of Russian women.
Yeah.
Trust me, I've been there. When I was in high school, there was this one girl who I never spoke to, but I always glanced at her, and I think she knew that I liked her and was waiting for me to say something because she admitted such much later on. But she was like she almost looked like she was like a splitting image of Winona Ryder, and I was just like, I was smitten. But I was just like so shy. It's like I could speak to every other girl in the class like casually, even the girls that everyone else wanted to fuck. But when I spoke to her, it was like, it was awful. Oh my God.
You know what? I need to grab a candy bar. I'm going to go mute for just a second. Grab that candy bar. You can continue relating.
Oh gosh, well, I could say that's a memory I don't wish to keep. I rather snip that from my mind, and I sort of compensate by doing the extreme opposite of my nature, of which was at that time to try to attract women. Now it's just like I rather live like an aesthetic monk and ignore it entirely. To which, to a degree, while embracing sexuality in the tantric arts can unlock doorways to the other side, so too can oppressing one's sexual energy, or not oppressing as much as repressing it willfully. Of course, it does come with its negative side effects,
no doubt,
which are enhanced feelings of combativeness, enhanced feelings of violence, which, if channeled correctly, can make opening those gateways to the other side all the more easier.
Okay.
If you know what the fuck you're doing.
Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, keep talking. You can go on in that direction. I think many people find that fascinating.
I'll implore them to try it and see for themselves, which I don't think many people will. But it's I'm sure many men out there have gone mad from such dry spells. They're called incels, except they're the ones who are trying to get some. I honestly don't understand why people would be so eager to shack up with other people and enjoy these mating rituals in the middle of a goddamn plague. Because nothing can be more against the common sense of survival as far as practicality is concerned than mating with a stranger when you're in the middle of a goddamn plague. Just saying. Let's see, I also have a personal critique. I seem to give something like this all the time. I'm going to try not to be too harsh with this one. But, it's just a very strange view, and it's even an anathema to people who are occultists, because occultism is sort of found off of the same principle we see in all religions, which is a sort of impermanence of the physical form yielding a sort of permanent existence after death. Now, what I will say is, based on what I've learned in science, there is no such thing as an immediate death, folks. When you watch the movies and someone gets shot with a gun and they drop to the floor, that doesn't happen in real life. In fact, if you ask anyone who's a cop, they'll tell you that you would have to put like at least 9 or 10 bullets in someone's chest to stop them from running at you. If the adrenaline isn't driving them, or you shoot them in the head, and they will go down. But the thing is, even if you do that, the person doesn't die right away. There have been experiments in the ages where they used to behead people in public executions, and they wanted to see how long human consciousness lasts after a person is dead, because they had considered that an inhumane way to kill people. So, and a guy's head was lopped off, and the executioner asked the guy to blink his eyes if he was still conscious, for yes and no. And the guy was able to still blink his eyes and answer for up to 30 seconds after his head was cut off. So this should tell you something. Now, I objectively observe humankind trapped in a cross-cultural, international, what I personally consider a deceit. And I'm sure, I respect other people's views are not going to be the same. I don't hold this view to be terminally unique. Let me tell you that much. In fact, I have nothing but contempt for people who attempt to be terminally unique, because in doing so, they seem to become knockoffs of other people trying to be terminally unique, and in such, they lose their individuality because they're not being themselves. But this is it. Man seems to believe that he can claim a land. He feels he can own a natural resource, and he rejects physical reality for a sort of virtual reality, which is a sort of spiritual realm or a sort of life after death. As we see in religions all over the world, they put the physical world of being as being the lowest being. Now, I want to look at this from a social engineering standpoint and be completely objective, rather than doing my usual shitting over things with contempt and, arrogance. What I would say is the only people that such a thing can benefit are people who were, at that time, in ancient cultures, the ruling caste. Because that way, the lower castes wouldn't have to revolt and say, oh, fuck this shit, this life is all I got. They wouldn't rise up and say, oh, fuck this, I'm not going to be stuck as a slave, I'm not going to be stuck in the lowest caste of society, I want all I can get here. That would make people at a lower rung of the ladder competitive to move up in the world. Now, no, you can dispel that by giving them the illusion of a better life after death. If their lives are so hard and difficult, they're going to want to do either one thing. One, they're going to want to kill themselves because life fucking sucks. So you have to sort of make consequences for that by saying, oh, you'll go to hell, your afterlife will be horrible if you kill yourself. You don't want to lose your workers, you don't want to lose your slaves. But you also don't want your slaves to decide to rebel and say, oh, fuck this shit, I want to live like that guy on top. So you tell them, oh, don't worry, we'll all be better after you die. After you die, your soul will go to this other place. This place nobody has come back to actually tell us what the fuck it is like. Oh, granted, there are some people who have died for minutes, hours even, and have been resuscitated and come back to tell their experiences. But to a degree, I would say that their brains weren't clinically dead, because people whose brains are clinically dead after a certain point do not come back. They cannot come back because the brain starts to die from lack of oxygen. This is all physical science, hard science. So, my critique is on the idea of Keter, which is having no body or individuality, which is seen as the zenith of experience in the Kabbalistic studies. It's seen as the sort of Godhead. Everyone wants to seek the Godhead. If you seek the Godhead, you lose your own individuality. You lose everything you fought to gain physically. You lose everything you suffered to live for. Your body goes to shit. You get fat, you get ugly, you get miserable, you get old, and you start creaking and cranking, and, well, what the fuck is left to live for? But And this is why a lot of times we see so many people who are magicians who work with these spirits who can give you great physical boons to extend your life and make you more beautiful, more strong, more physically resilient, who have bodies that look like fucking train wrecks. And my question to that has to be, are you fucking serious? Nowhere else do we see, in the physical realm, we have the option of being separate from one another. We have these separations. These separations make you unique. But instead of celebrating them, we want to dissolve ourselves back into the hive mind of nothingness, where we don't have to take responsibility. We don't have to feel pain. We don't have to work for anything. I find that, personally, pathetic. Now, I want to say, what is it you'll have to show for yourself if you just decide you want to spend the rest of your life meditating on spiritual ideas that aren't physically concrete, that you can't smell, taste, or touch? I'll say maybe you can in your imagination. Maybe you can create entire worlds for yourself in your imagination. But where's the beauty in that? What will you have to show for that? A body that you'll eventually destroy and don't take care of? You piss away the pleasure of the physical world, and the capacity to change will vanish just for the illusion of going somewhere better after you die. So I critique humankind's spiritual, I find humankind, I find human spirituality to be anomalous to what we find in nature, because there are no animals I've come across who aren't afraid of death, no matter how much they might be suffering beforehand. It's only a human thing to put an animal down out of mercy. But when you stare at an animal's eyes while it's dying, you see nothing but fear. If you stare into anything's eyes while it's dying, you'll see nothing but fear. So, you own nothing in this world but the short time and intimate experiences in which your infinitesimal, let me not say it like that, your infinitesimal, tiny, comparatively to how long nature has been around, whatever tiny glimpse of life you have, which goes and comes like the blink of an eye. I believe that it's the physical earth that gives us life. It's physical being that gives us the capacity to experience the spiritual. You cannot experience the spiritual without the physical. So, for me personally, while many people may say that they're spiritual beings having a physical experience, as I've said last week, I believe myself to be a physical being having spiritual experiences. And I believe that without a body, even if my consciousness is non-localized, a non-localized consciousness does not mean that consciousness is not physical. It just means that that consciousness might exist at a density of the physical level that we're not physically able to touch, such as your biogenetic field, which holds all the information for how you will look, which holds all the information for how your genes operate, how everything operates. Your biogenetic field keeps you through passing through solid walls, just as the fields that separate each object that's physical. Now, when you think about it, there's a sort of beauty to that. And so to some degree, I would say that even information itself has to be physical to some level, even if it's not accessible to us at this time by modern science. So, to me, I see Malkuth as the highest of all kingdoms. And I think that humankind has it ass backwards. And I think a lot of the times when animals see us, whether they love us or hate us, I think they look at us with pity, because they realize that these poor fools have no fucking clue how gone they are.
Okay. That was wonderful. Dawn Maria says, I'm absolutely ecstatic about this evening's topics, human trafficking and what's happened at the Capitol. So thank you, Dawn Maria. Mwah! And Izella010 says, you opened my mind the minute I listened to you, a YouTube upload 4 years ago, talking Max Spears to Aquino. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I was speaking about Max Spears to Aquino, or speaking, he means those topics, on the topics from Max Spears to Aquino. And Lavelle Gilbert takes us down a different road that we don't need to go down right now, brings us back to the racial issues. I'll be covering enough race tonight in more of the social sense as opposed to the biological sense. But I'm going to have Jameson kind of, oh shit, we're getting a node data on the, okay, my internet seems to be on. Let's make sure that everybody's hearing us. Sometimes I get that from the studio, where the studio says no data and everything's fine, but hard to tell. You get the impression we're still on, right?
Yeah, we're still live, we're still streaming, everything seems secure.
Good. So what I want you to do is take your time, wind up. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to gargle because I just finished that candy bar, and of course you're always left with that aftertaste, and I can't abide by that. And so gonna rinse my mouth. I'll be back soon enough, 5-7 minutes, and Jameson will handle it till I return and start solicitation and then monologue. And at that point, I'll be, in for the night. We'll have, we've been on for how long now? 7 hours. Holy shit. So we've got 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 5 hours left for me to cover. I think I can handle that. So, all right then, let's prepare to get started. In the meantime, I'll be back 5 to 7 minutes, and Jameson will perform a kind of a segue ritual.
All right.
I'll go mute.
So, I'll move into one more story for the night, and this is actually a good story. I consider this good news because, for me, I believe that one of the reasons as human beings that we shit on our environment is because we think that we're not going to be here forever. So we're like, well, why the fuck do I have to care? It's because we don't treat each passing moment as if it is an eternity, as if it is sacred, and that we don't experience it as such. I have a blessing of being able to experience every moment as if it's every second, as if it's an hour. So for me, time is the complete opposite as someone who would be aging. Most people, by the time they reach 28, the time sort of speeds up 1.5 times, based on what I learned in science. But in fact, for me, it slows down by that percentage. So in Cornwall, the U.S. This is a article from the Good News Network. Oh, that's actually quite uplifting. UK debuts geothermal plant using heat from the earth to power 10,000 homes. In Cornwall, the UK's first ever geothermal power plant has put pen to paper on a 10-year deal to sell its supply of electricity to 10,000 local homes. The plant creates power by mixing water down two wells, one of which is 3 miles deep, that pass through the Porthcawen fault zone and the red-hot water and granite rocks within. The United Downs Deep Geothermal Power Project was funded throughout the 2010s by a mixture of private and public support, now set to be fully operational in 12 months' time. Ecotricity, the world's first renewable energy company, has signed a deal to buy 3 megawatts of geothermal power for the area. Geothermal is a really exciting form of energy that is currently untapped in the UK. We're pleased to be part of this project and to add power to our customers' energy mix, said Dale Vince, founder of Ecotricity. It has a big role to play in our plans to decarbonize the country. Another buyer came in the form of a local rum distillery, which is preparing a £10 million contract to mature nearly 500,000 liters of their rum using a geo-heated powered biome. But why would someone go through all the trouble of digging a 3-mile deep hole when solar panel and wind turbine technologies are advancing as fast as they are? It's because geothermal is always running and doesn't rely on the weather. And while there may be plenty of wind in Cornwall, the sun is not, by any means, a constant. Geothermal Engineering Limited, owners of the United Downs plant, responded to a Sunday Times feature on the construction, saying that while exciting, it's still very much early days for the plant and any future geothermal developments. There's a huge amount of energy below the surface of the Earth, Ryan Law, the firm's managing director, told the Times of London. The limiting factors are drilling cost and the connections to the national grid on the surface. Even still, Ecotricity predicts a growth in the geothermal capacity of the island nation, suggesting in a statement that perhaps as much as 10% geothermal energy in the national power supply could and maybe should be looked at as possible. Yet sites must be looked at beyond just Cornwall, such as northeast of England or the South Downs in Hampshire. So it's very interesting because it's not necessary. It doesn't strike me as a necessarily new idea. It strikes me as an idea that we've probably always had at our grasp, but have never really taken advantage of. Again, I know we're still dealing with primitive ways to get water to boil to turn a steam turbine. I'm questioning why we can't just have something magnetic that utilizes the tension between, two magnetic poles to turn to steam turbines and generate electricity, thus bypassing a need to have anything that boils water at all. But I'm not an engineer, so I can't really conceivably come up with such things. And I'm sort of mathematically illiterate past the addition, subtraction, division, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, thing that we all learn in high school. Past that point, I'm completely brain dead. So, I really wouldn't know how such a thing would work, but I'm fairly certain that it's still promising. It's still better than coal. It's still better than oil. And it doesn't seem to have the same limitations that we would get from wind and solar. So that's potentially good news, because it shows that, now we're starting to take responsibility, albeit a little late. And again, I don't see why oil companies can't just say, okay, they're always going to be needed to make plastic shit, which we seem to use to pollute the fucking earth anyway.
Well, actually, we're going to have to get the oil companies or someone to replace them to provide us something different from plastics, because the plastics are...
I agree with you, because the plastics are destroying the earth. We have microplastics everywhere. They probably even have microplastics that are all the way down to Antarctica and beyond by this point. Right. Every animal in this planet is plastic. Now.
I've gotten a request, so I'm going to relay this to you. I want you to look this up. Denmark debuts new children's TV show. Look that up and tell me what you see.
Okie doke.
Which tells us, I talk a lot about white trash in America. There is such a thing as Eurotrash. Am I saying all Danes are Eurotrash? Well, no. And of course, let's just see what our man Jameson finds.
John Dillermand.
Yeah. Now, this is a children's TV show about a man with a huge and uncontrollable penis.
Oh, shit!
Please give us an analysis.
Oh, my God.
Jameson Reese is going to provide us a socio-analysis of this phenomenon.
Oh, man! Oh, this is totally worthy of being put on my fucking Facebook timeline. Are you sure this isn't from Adult Swim or some shit?
No, it was cross-referenced. The person who's sending me this is someone who's very disturbed by this, because he cross-referenced it to... He investigated it thoroughly to make certain that this wasn't a hoax. We know it's not a hoax, unfortunately. This is real. Please, relate.
Wow! It's on CNN.com. Yeah, it is. It probably is real. Holy shit! Well,
he's left speechless. If you could,
I'm sorry. I find it hilarious because I'm not thinking from the perspective of a person who has kids. I can't help but think as a fucking bachelor or a kid who never grew up. So it's hard for me to really.
This is funny. I mean, this is
It's
fucking
hilarious. But I mean, I don't know if it would be a good idea to show kids.
This is supposed to teach kids about anatomy. But what's the female version of this? A woman with big ass and big boobs? I mean,
That's fucking hilarious.
you don't understand. This man's penis is like claymation elephant trunk, and he's using it to...
Are we absolutely sure it's his penis and he does have a tail or some shit?
No, it's his penis. They want kids to learn about anatomy in Denmark, and this is like national television. This is like the government approved this in Denmark.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. All right, now I'm starting to see where it is kind of sketchy. It can save children.
Yeah.
Now I can see if he's walking around in adult world and smacking people.
No, he's using this. It's a children's show. I mean, this is meant for kids. This is meant for kids, and he's using his penis to like lasso kids so he can save them from falling off cliffs and shit.
It sounds like they're trying to normalize pedophilia.
That's how I take it. Yeah, but you know,
there was actually something I wanted to show you that was a music video that struck me as them trying to normalize it as well. I don't know who these women were, but they had like these squeaky voices, and it was clear that they were grown women, but they were dressing up as little girls and dancing in like sexually provocative ways. And the guy who was supposed to come on to the girl in the music video winds up being in prison because of, I guess, the girl's age. And, you know, people are watching the video and they're like, oh, I love this music and all this stuff. I'm like, well, nobody's called it out for potentially normalizing pedophilia.
Who knows? All I can say is I know that there was a video that had a lot of backlash. Who's that chick I like, who does all the dancing in her videos, and she's just this kind of like eccentric artist, and she was basically in a skin suit, a very tight leotard that was flesh colored, and she was basically in a cage wrestling with a much older man. But what she was trying to portray was mental illness, and that her father. She's trying to portray the fact that the daughter is trying to sever from the father who's mentally ill, and the daughter becomes mentally ill because she's raised by a mentally ill man, but she breaks free of the cage, but the father does not because he's too old. So that was the point of the music video, but everybody took that as very pedophile-oriented, and so it's still, you can find it on YouTube, which I approve of because it's art and it's expressing, once you put it in context, it became crystal clear.
All right. Yeah, I found the video. It's someone called Die Antwood.
Yes. No. You found someone else. That's not Die Antwood. Die Antwood does different videos, and I actually spoke to Die Antwood. She's in South Africa. She's a Die Antwood is someone who I spoke to on Facebook and back on the old timeline, and she's this wonderful human being who is married to a plant. As an artist, talk about the alienated artist, but that's part of her.
Okay, all right. So I misinterpret
But you're taking us away. It's almost like you're taking us away from the penis. The kids in Denmark.
No. I am not intending to. That is just weird. Why is he? Did someone sit down with the people who created this and asked them why a guy is saving kids with his penis?
Yes, and they're saying, and they're rationalizing this by saying that it's teaching kids about their bodies, getting them aware of their anatomy, as if anyone needs any fucking training. I mean, when I was a child, I could find myself in the dark. I don't think any child has that problem. This was like, we once had a black African-American female Surgeon General who I know had to make it up there just because of quotas, because she got up there and said, oh, we got to teach children about masturbation. How? No one needs to teach children about masturbation. This is just something that...
Yeah, children seem to do it on their own anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just like, it's just like teaching kids about sex. By the time you're 12 years old and they teach you about sex, most kids have already had it.
True. Yeah, it's true. That's true.
So, I mean, it's like, oh, yeah. You're preaching to the choir.
Yes. So
really, some of us just learn about sex as kids when we walk past those magazine stands, in the city.
Yes, thank you.
I was one of those kids who, like, when I was 13, I was like, oh, shit. I was always looking at those, like, pornographic magazines.
Yes.
Sometimes, Indian guy wouldn't say anything, and other times he'd be like, hey, you have to pay for that. You have to...
Yeah, that's the only thing he's worried about. Yeah.
But I find it funny, though, when they have this article on CNN, nobody's talking about the fact that he's using the groin to save kids with it.
Yeah.
Why is anyone bringing that up?
Well, there you have it. Read the article. Read the article. Don't leave everybody in suspense. Read the article and tell us what the fuck they think they're doing. What is it they think they're doing?
Flagship broadcaster has suffered blowback over its newest children's TV program called John Dillermand, an animation starring a man with a penis so massive and flexible it can save children from danger, fetch objects from a river, and operate as a pogo stick. The show, whose 13 episodes are available to watch on the DR Network's website, follows its titular character as he navigates an array of unexpected scenarios caused by his inexplicably huge genitalia. In episode 1, for instance, the mustache Dillerman must use his gigantic stripy organ as a lead for his dog, but quickly finds himself inundated with requests from his neighbors to take their pets out for a walk too. At another point in the show, he is stuck floating in mid-air after balloons are tied to his groin. In another episode, he breaks his friend's vase with his penis and must raise money to pay.
Dude, you're laughing too much to read it clearly. Read it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, it's not hilarious, but it's
no,
hilarious.
it is funny. It is funny. It's hideously funny, but but this is like stuff adults should be watching. Well, maybe not even adults.
We adults would find it hilarious.
Yeah.
And in the third, he uses it to steal ice cream at the zoo. Okay, all right. He's using it to steal ice cream, so now he's doing bad shit with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see one where he's strangling. How about one where he's strangling his boyfriend or girlfriend? And think of how well that would go down.
Oh my gosh. The show's opening montage also shows him using his genitals to keep a lion away from a group of children. A still from the program showing one of the numerous misadventures Dillerman suffers as a result of his genitalia. Okay, that's the caption. The show is generally met with hilarity in Denmark and across the internet, with many praising it as an appropriate and lighthearted way, to teach children about human anatomy.
What about the female version of that?
Is suspect.
Thank you. What about the female version of that? Why don't we have the female version with...
Yeah. Why don't we have a woman who, saves a school bus with her vagina?
I was thinking more like big tits and big ass, because the vagina is just... It's just hard to portray.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna go into, if we're really going into what we're talking about, if we're really going into anatomy, then they would have to learn about the female vagina.
Good point. If they're going that far, yeah.
Most kids don't. Actually, sadly, most adult men don't even know what hole is the right hole.
Thank you. They can't find the clit. To save their soul.
For fuck's sake, they can't find the vaginal opening from the pee hole. They can't. Oh man, it's just sad.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, a handful of parents have taken to the Facebook page of DR's Children Network, urging them to remove the program. That makes sense. A spokesperson for DR told CNN that most of those who criticized the program did so without having seen the show, because it wasn't released yet. Yeah, the only people I could see watching the show would be like college kids and stoners.
Yes, thank you.
Want to laugh their fucking asses off. I don't see why a parent or a kid would really. Well, I mean, as a kid, all right, I can see myself laughing my ass off at it as a kid, but I can see how it would be inappropriate.
Thank you.
Like,
well, for little girls to watch that, can you imagine young girls watching that? That's, first off, it'll give them nightmares, I would fucking think.
Oh, they definitely won't want to have sex.
Yeah, thank you.
Like,
yeah.
Oh no, you're gonna put a fucking straw. You're gonna put a fucking giant candy cane in my. No.
Thank you.
So I honestly, that doesn't teach anyone about anatomy, because the thing's like the same color as his suit, his bodysuit.
Oh my God! Okay, you know what? I just realized Wesley Warren Jr. died in 2014. Look him up. Look up Wesley Warren Jr. And this is, they could have done this in real life with Wesley Warren Jr. starring in the role, only instead of a big penis, this guy had a pair of testicles, poor son of a bitch, that were just that size.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would definitely have to. Oh man, that's horrific. I wouldn't want that.
The daily nightmare. Imagine being both black and having 132 pounds worth of scrotum. That is just. That's and what did he die of?
At that point, I would have to opt to have them cut off.
Well, I don't understand why he just didn't have that done. I guess he kept thinking this was gonna be bank for him, that he was gonna, that he was gonna make money off this. But it was rotting. He had this massive rotting scrotum. Oh, they removed it, and that's why he died.
So it must have been attached to his blood supply.
I guess so. It was just taking all his blood, and then they removed it, and then he died. Well, there you go. Poor son of a bitch.
What disease did he have, or how was it caused?
Scrotal elephantiasis. It's not even elephantitis.
Oh, okay. Elephantiasis is actually called fibromatosis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scrotal elephantiasis, yes, caused his scrotum to grow to the point where it weighed 60.1 kilograms. That's 132 and a half
this
pounds.
had to do with his lymphatic system. Okay. This had to do...
So his balls were literally the size of fucking huge-ass pumpkins. I'm not even talking about normal pumpkins. I'm talking about... And then the fucker wears orange pants, just so he looks like he's carrying a pumpkin. What the fuck is that? I mean, it's like, okay, I've got big-ass testicles, and I'll wear orange pants so I really look like an idiot. It's like,
well, the question is, how many years did he have to deal with this?
Till he died.
I feel sorry for the guy.
Oh God! Well, bring us back to the guy with the big dick, who they say in Denmark, all the kids want to watch. Read what actually, you know what they say in that article? I'm looking at it now. Read that to them, James, and how they're saying they're making fun of the people who are worried about this. They're saying everyone now is attacking the people who are worried about this series for kids. That somehow.
Well, that goes to show you how a majority of people who are attacking the people who are worried about this are probably all pedophiles, and they're probably all guys who are supporting Trump because they know that at some point, because at some point they know that Trump's gonna, normalize pedophilia because they know he's a fucking pedophile, but they're not gonna say it because they don't want to turn off the allure to Trump, but they secretly know in their hearts, I'm gonna fuck Trump's daughter just like he fucked his daughter. That's my daughter. And because I don't want no one to know about it, but because we're gonna be in the anarchy, I can get away with that shit. Yeah, so Trump is just an opportunity for them so they could just grab kids and oh God, it's disgusting. Can we start mass exterminating males now? It's long overdue.
Yes, Yes, thank you. This is like, but these are people in Denmark, and it goes to show that there's a real degenerate aspect of European culture. That is where I can tell you for a fact much of the pedophile industry of the world was centered out of the low. What do you call those? Those stupid Benelux countries. Amsterdam and basically that's Netherlands, right? Netherlands and
Netherlands.
and
Well,
Belgium.
that's quite telling. So it seems people weren't going there just to smoke pot.
No, they were also going there for the pedophile shit. It was them, and so the Danes apparently have been just as degenerated.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, they're the people who brought us Leopold II.
That's the Belgians. It's the Belgians. Same shit.
Belgium.
Yeah, same
Us,
shit.
same. Yeah, they're the same. Eastern European countries. I mean, what can we expect for people who are, neighbors to Russia? That's right. And why do we think that every other one out of every two white male incels praises Russia?
Yes. Thank you.
Hell, why do we think that they're incels to begin with?
Yes, thank you, and definitely, appreciate that. At any rate, does that article have a conclusion?
I'll tell you one thing I'll teach my kids if I ever have any, which I don't plan to, because I would not want to raise any in this fucked up world. But I would say, if you see a white man, run. Just do not let them. Or I would prepare for them. You know what I would do? I would prepare for them a bottle of spraying alcohol to clean their hands, and I'll say, what you're really going to do is you're going to aim for the eyes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
And folks, if you don't carry a gun, there are other ways to defend yourself. Because rubbing alcohol, 80% alcohol in the eyes, my God, I don't know if the person's going to be able to see after that. So women, if you see any suspicious guys and they're overpowering, groin eyes and make the motherfucker suffer. One less male is better for the rest of the world.
Yeah. In general, I have to agree. Yes, in general, in terms of the article, what does it conclude? How does the article conclude? Because I haven't read it myself, but I've taken a quick scan of it, but I haven't. I have to turn towards some other stuff right now.
They say, now a great majority here in Denmark are making fun of the few critics instead, Sarah Cecile added. Hundreds of thousands is supporting interesting choice of words, supporting John Dillermand now.
Wonderful.
In Denmark, it is a huge success, and the children are watching it in big numbers, she says, telling CNN that 200,000 people have viewed the first episode. In the network's online description of the show, they state that while Dillermand's genitals get him into embarrassing situations, it could be used for good once he embraces that he is different. So basically, you're going to have boys, taking their wieners out and swinging them around.
Thank you.
Thinking that they're Dillermand.
Thank you.
That's the only good that could come of having kids watch that, because we got to face it, boys. We males do not mature anywhere near as fast as females do. So you'll probably have them like 16 years old throwing their junk around like, look, oh, Mr. Dillermand.
Okay, this is okay. So what you're telling me is now the few people that are condemning this are being attacked by the majority in Denmark. What does that tell us about Denmark? And honestly,
shit, what does that tell us about the rest of the fucking world? Because last I checked, we're going through the same shit here in the United States. The majority of people almost half the population that support fucking Trump, which are mostly males and mostly incels and mostly people who would probably want to go to Denmark, are all violently at war and condemning people who don't support them. So it's just the same shit, different thing. Well, except this is a little more severe.
Yeah, well, Trump wishes his dick were that big. Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, well, in Trump, it's the opposite. Trump, we'd have to have we'd be in the microscopic world of Trump. So we'd have to take like a microscope with his junk, and they would see like a little world of like coronavirus interacting with like other bacteria. It'd be like a show on bacteria and viruses for kids, teaching you. Well, I mean, that said, they might actually still be larger than his junk, but I can guarantee you, folks, he had his kids by in vitro.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And
he couldn't get a pencil sharpener pregnant.
But before I interrupted you so rudely by bringing that up, however, what were you saying? You were talking about, you had your own analysis of this. What was going on with this? We're going to have all these kids, the boys in particular, monkey see, monkey do. The boys are just going to be.
They're going to be tying junk to their junk and just thinking that they're going to fly like this guy with the balloons and shit.
Yes, tying balloons to their penises and shit. Yes, that's
People be like plugging them into light sockets and shit.
Thank you.
I don't even want to think about it.
Actually, that's good. This is social Darwinism.
Actually, it is good because we reduce the male's ability to reproduce. We reduce the male population as well.
Yes.
So it seems to work out. There you go. For people who are afraid that, I don't know, for the white majority who seem to be afraid, we're going to be replaced by Mexicans and blacks. Honestly, you're going to be replacing yourselves because of how fucking ridiculously ass shit dumb you are.
Yeah, we shit like this. Yes, I mean these are Vikings. The fucking Danes are Vikings, and these are the people who were so resistant to Christianity. They stuck with the old gods. They were the last nation in Europe to convert to Christianity. So it shows you what it got them. I mean, Jesus Christ, so much for that Viking Nordic blood. This is why Europe needed Hitler, okay?
It didn't work out too good for them, apparently. And, this should be telling for all these guys who are into this, warrior culture. I'm a Viking! Look at me! I'm a magical Viking! I put horns on my head and a fucking wig, and I'm a fucking Viking! Which has more or less become a, oh my god, it's become a metaphor for, like, the fucking occult neo-Nazis. Not all of them, but, I mean, a lot of them probably do that shit. Honestly, from what I've seen on web forums and shit like that.
Yes. Well,
man, what a night, man. I've been introduced to a lot. You are a magnet for strange rabbit holes.
Yes, it's.
I've got to say.
Yes, it's life is more surrealistic than you ever dreamed it would be. It's anyhow. So I'd better get started. I do have some responsibilities to the people who gathered here to listen to my self monologue, and we'll definitely, have to do what we can to live up to those responsibilities. Oh my God. So aside from all of that, I will. I guess I just better get started. And anyhow, thank you, Jameson, for taking us this far as you have. And we have about, let's take a look at what time we have left now, since I basically bought myself a lot more time from living up to my responsibilities by what we did. We've got 7:30 in terms of the 7.5 hours we've taken. So let me see now, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 4.5 hours. I'd better get started. So let's get started. And I love you dearly, Jameson.
I'm going to take a good break. Good night for now, folks. And if you holler for me, I'll be here trying to work on some much needed. I am totally backlogged as far as spells are concerned. I've been slacking this winter. So I have a lot of work I am obligated to do.
Yes, understood.
And these are not obligations I can afford to be lazy with.
Understood.
So
Understood.
I'll take a quick break, and
okay,
good night, folks.
Thank you. This is, of course, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, and My Struggle Be Thine Own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, who you can friend and follow at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube channel at, which is the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com, and you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which should be spelled MAGGOTAUR. Now, of course, I neglected to do something else yet again, which was to basically dredge up the ad for my sponsor, Ben Astenius, who I will have to go into in terms of his own commercial. And I'll do that, of course, sometime in the middle of narrative tonight. That will be the separating barrier between talking about human trafficking and, of course, the siege on the Capitol. So I got to make certain that I can dredge that up now and put that in a corner of the screen where I can see that when I need it. In the interim, I want to thank everyone for their patience. None of this would be possible without the patience that all of you display, which is far more than I could muster listening to someone like myself. I can tell you that much. And, okay, let me make sure that this is working, and just getting that up there where I can see it. And, okay, and, no, that's, there we are. Okay, now to return to the solicitation at hand, and with that, I do want to remind everyone that were it no for John Warrington, of course, basically I would have no Legacy Online, because he took it of his own initiative to download the majority of what I published on YouTube into his own personal hard drives, and thereafter we were able to use that to reconstruct my Legacy Online after it had been scrubbed no less than three times. And in that sense, John Warrington serves as a bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix of our material world. And by enabling myself to interact in that informational matrix with yourselves in terms of my virtual persona, he is, in a very real sense, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it's of my ability to communicate the facts unto yourselves, or the annihilation of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cults of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods, who are essentially my nemesis and yours in this world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there at the homepage of showsdd.com, which you can find by hitting the yellow donate button on the douglasdietrich.com website. You will find a footnote on mine, Biosire, if you go searching for it, and that will explain the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and once you've educated and enlightened yourself as to all of that, you can take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at douglasdietrich.com. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card. And this is important because it enables you to do something, well, kill two birds with one stone. If you go to douglasdietrich.com and you click the yellow donate button, that takes you to the homepage of showsdd.com where you will be enabled to contribute to myself via PayPal. The problem is that PayPal takes a cut. And in order to prevent PayPal from taking that cut, which just discombobulates your contribution, you need to basically indicate you're not registering or doing anything formal or anything that has any significant bureaucratic meaning, anything that even leaves a particular trail in cyberspace. You simply indicate myself as friend or relation so that a cut isn't taken out of your contribution. Now, of course, we're all friends here, or you wouldn't be trying to financially support myself. And we're all extended electronic family. So just bear with it, and that will prevent PayPal from taking their pound of flesh so unnecessarily, because they really don't deserve it. The man who organized it is, of course, the same wealthy German homosexual. Nothing against gays. I use the medical term, which is offensive, homosexual here, because it's Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel is basically the boyfriend of Jared Kushner. I shit you not, that is how Palantir, his company, got all the security contracts with the Trump dynasty. We don't want to give these people anything. Don't give him a penny. However, I do understand some people may find indicating myself as a friend or relation distasteful. And if that is the case, don't go use the yellow donate button except to reward yourself, because it enables you to access my archives on douglasdietrich.com. Use that yellow donate button to reward yourself after contribution by going there to register with my archives, and then you could log in from that point forward to access them after making your contribution via the red donate button. The red donate button will enable you to use either the credit or debit card other than PayPal without needing to indicate myself as anything. And so that would be a nice, comfortable way out of working with PayPal in that regard as well. No middleman involved. Either way, you still have to go to the yellow donate button thereafter to reward yourself with the access to the archives by registering and logging in, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long gone established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager Selina Khan and his former web mistress Lena Shea, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrichs are Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and who self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And of course, he has produced in production is The Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technologies, which you can see trailered on his Bizarre HD channel. Again, that's BIZAREHD. So our man says George Knight says he's on hold, on call. He's available. He's ready anytime. And he can come on with us tonight. We'll see if we have time to do that with all that I have to do. I shouldn't have backed it up as long as I did. But hey, painful topics, and, we're getting into them now, soon enough. In the interim, our man Jameson Reese has returned. Hopefully he's heard my acknowledgement there. And just, of course, trying to keep myself from coughing from all the detritus. Thank you, Jameson. From all the detritus from that's left in my throat from the candy bar, which is a payday, peanuts and caramel, and is hard on the throat in that regard. By the way, detritivores are the most valuable species in the ecosystems. They are the bottom feeders that basically recycle the waste products. And these are devils and demons are the detritivores of the cosmos. Of course, Jameson Reese is recommending cough syrup to me. I mean, it's funny, but it's also morbid because honestly, really, come on. It's one of those things where he's trying to get me hooked on this drug so we can have a shared experience. This is what tribalism is all about. Tribalism, he's possessed. Yes, that's right, he's possessed by that drug. But, that's the cheap shit, man. Dude, I do quality drugs. Come on. By the way, so people understand, it was like I was trying to say this, and you can listen to my broadcast where you had fallen asleep. I was trying to get you to talk about robo-tripping, because, anyhow, I was talking about Trayvon Martin, and, but anyhow, so there we have that. You were busy playing the part of the Speedway bump at that point, and anyhow, the last Dietrich Gulliver's, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. And I want to thank Jameson for saying he heard that. Good man. Anyhow, the Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, is the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead that resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter my remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. By the way, just let me check something here and see if I remembered to remind everyone, optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. If I said that before, well, that's senility kicking in. Now, to re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in thereafter at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time every Sunday and Wednesday. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, which you reward yourself by pressing the yellow donate button, going to showsdd.com's homepage, and registering and logging into the archives so you can access them thereafter, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. In terms of shout-outs, shout-out to Salman Sheikh. Allah be praised, peace be upon our Muslim brother in battle, who donated $250 United States dollars with his usual wonderful accompanying note. And a shout-out to Eric Laystick, who sent me what I presume was a $25 money order, which did not arrive, unfortunately. He sent a Christmas card containing a money order that did not reach me during the holidays. So, regrettably, we have an incredible volume of mail coming into California, especially during the holidays. It is a tsunami of mail that literally your birthday card, unfortunately, your Christmas card, unfortunately, got lost in that, Eric, and likely will not be reaching myself. So what you can do is you can check to see if that check was cashed or deposited. Get your money back, and then and you can send another one. Double it up next time. There we are. And Eric Laystick wrote a wonderful statement in Messenger. Hope he doesn't mind. I'm going to read it. And of course, Salman Sheikh writes his wonderful notes as well, and they're on written paper. What our man Eric said was, I was very moved and deeply focused as you articulated the horrid events of the mob and its siege on the Capitol building. I will be listening intently on tonight's show. Be well, my friend. Peace and health, Eric. And he followed that up in his communications by saying, okay, here we are. And let me assess what our friend wrote. He said he wrote a wonderful poem, which is, of course, hopefully he gets his books published. He said, all my love and deeply concerned awareness. That is a wonderful way to sign off. And hopefully others emulate that. And we have a prayer request for Robert Campbell. Shout out to Robert Campbell, and a prayer request. Everyone maintain Robert Campbell in your thoughts and prayers, that he heal from his surgery and does not need to go back into surgery from this point forward. Our blessings unto he, and hugs to Robert Campbell. Wonderful human being. Okay. So today, I was asking everyone to mark their calendars for today. Today is the 11th of January. It is after midnight. It is Wear Blue Day. So this is National Wear Blue Day to fight human trafficking. Monday, the 11th of January. It's every year on the 11th of January. This year it falls on a Monday. So all of January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, which is also decreed as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month by presidential proclamation, which culminates in the annual observation of National Freedom Day on February 1st, but 'tis January 11th what be recognized each year as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, also known as #WearBlueDay. Today, there be more than 45.8 million people enslaved worldwide, more than at any time in human history. According to the International Labor Organization, which is a branch of the United Nations, human trafficking, known as postmodern day slavery, is the second largest criminal activity in the world and is a 150 billion United States dollar a year industry. 150 billion US dollars made each year from forced labor. That's over 4,750 United States dollars a second. 30 million plus women and girls are trafficked each and every year. In fact, 1 in 200 people on Earth is a slave. And we have to ask, why? Because human trafficking is the business of stealing freedom for profit. In some cases, traffickers pick, trick, defraud, or physically force victims into selling sex. In others, victims are lied to, assaulted, threatened, or manipulated into working under inhumane, illegal, or otherwise unacceptable conditions. In our world, this should not be happening, and yet it's a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry. Denying freedom, deny 50 million people round the globe. Human trafficking is obviously a major issue, and there is not nearly enough reliable professional content and media around to keep people informed. It has become too easy for trafficking to fall on the backdrop, and nothing has kept it in the forefront. Now, BlueDragon.org's largest Blue Campaign Awareness Initiative event is #WearBlueDay on January 11th. BlueDragon.org is, you can look it up, a wonderful organization that was created by all the children abandoned by American GIs during the American Vietnam War. There is nothing about this that is even remotely sentimental. When the GIs left all those kids behind, they left them to a death sentence, because the communists declared that these products, these progenies, the spawn of the foreign war makers, the foreign imperialists, these cosmogenate children, half white, half Asian, Amerasians, not Eurasians, like the products of French colonialism, but Amerasians, were sentenced to die simply because they were Amerasian. and the majority of them were exterminated under the communist regime. An ethnic cleansing of the seed of America. So BlueDragon.org was organized to smuggle them out and to rescue thousands of children, because those that were exterminated were enslaved. Because they were half white, many of the boys were born with bigger penises, the girls born with bigger boobs. They grew bigger boobs as they got older, grew bigger penises as they got older. They were forced into sexual slavery. Over the years, the decades, BlueDragon.org has rescued thousands of these victimized children. So, why the color blue? Blue is internationally symbolic of human trafficking awareness. Put your blue on and join the anti-trafficking effort. Become part of the solution. Because if you're not doing something to be part of the solution, by your very inaction, as Peter Moon said, the true weakness of humanity is its inability to confront evil. I mean, hell, L. Ron Hubbard said that, according to Peter Moon, and he would fucking know. So, if you're not part of the solution, you are the fucking problem. To raise awareness of human trafficking, the public is therefore invited to take photos of themselves, friends, family, and colleagues wearing blue clothing and share them on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, along with the hashtag #WearBlueDay hashtag. It not only raises awareness of human trafficking, it generates online conversation about the crime. And don't forget to tag at DHS Blue Campaign, because if you tag at the @ DHS Blue Campaign on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, the Department of Homeland Security can see how you are participating in hashtag #WearBlueDay. This is where we come into the need for fascism. If you really want to combat this evil, it takes big government. We cannot tackle organized crime without fascism. Organized crime fears big government. If the mafia really ran the fucking world, if they really were all that, they could never have tolerated the power of Benito Mussolini. This is why the mafia sided with the United States against their own nation. Traitors. To Italia itself, Magna Italia, Greater Italy, because the mobsters had been run out of Italy by Benito Mussolini. Big crime can deal with anything other than big government. If you want to eliminate the pedophilia, you have to have big government. You have to have incorruptible big government, which means you have to have fascism. Now, how many slaves are there today? And who are they? The word slavery conjures up images of shackles and transatlantic ships, depictions that seem relegated firmly to the past. But more people are enslaved today than at any other time in recorded history. Experts have calculated that roughly 15 million people were captured and sold as slaves between the 15th and 19th centuries. Today, an estimated 45.8 million people, more than 3 times the figure during the transatlantic slave trade, are living in some form of postmodern slavery, according to the latest figures published by the United Nations ILO, their International Labor Organization, and the Walk Free Foundation. Women and girls comprise 71% of all postmodern slavery victims. Children make up 25% and account for 10 million of all the slaves worldwide at least. And sex traffickers are operating within our own borders. The United States Department of Homeland Security defines human trafficking as postmodern day slavery and involves the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act from the victim. Human trafficking has to do with transporting people into such types of slavery and may even be done for organ removal. That is not an urban legend. Don't ever for a moment think it is. Human trafficking exists not only on a worldwide level, but right here at home. It is believed that about 50,000 people are trafficked in these United States each year. Sexual exploitation is the #1 reason for human trafficking, and according to one figure, it accounts for 79% of all trafficking. Women and girls are the main victims of this, and 2 million children are victims of sex trafficking each year. 20% of all traffic victims are children. This issue is important to the National Runaway Safe Line, seeing that runaway and homeless youth are especially vulnerable to trafficking. Those caught up in the web of human trafficking come from a variety of backgrounds and socioeconomic groups. As an industry, human trafficking is growing at a rate that exceeds that of all the drug trades. Over 2/3 of slaves are women and girls, and it is estimated that between 100,000 and 300,000 children are at risk of becoming victims of human trafficking in these United States each year. In terms of a brief history of slavery, slavery can be traced back to many of the world's oldest societies, from the cradle of civilization in Mesopotamia to ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome, as well as the Mayan and Aztec empires. So what we have is, before there was the energy derived from raw materials, such as coal, and ultimately, after that, steam, and then electricity. Each time we've had a revolution in energy, it's enslaved our society, or rather slave-circuited it, to a different technology. These technologies have had their own advantages and disadvantages. There's no such thing as clean coal, and steam brought us ultimately to the engines that are bringing us into climate catastrophe. We can only hope to transfer into geothermal, wind and solar, all the natural and inexhaustible replenishing energies of the future. But the original source of energy, aside from fire, was human muscle. Slavery was the sinews of empire. This is what, in the old colonial days of chattel slavery, was called black electricity by Arabs and white supremacists. Now, aside from all of that throughout history, male prisoners of war and captured sailors became laborers, whatever their race. Women from pillaged areas, they became concubines and domestic servants. Children were used as farmhands or to help around the house. In medieval Europe, serfdom, in which a person is tied to property instead of a master, slowly took hold, while the Arab slave trade flourished in the African continent. And in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, Shanghaiing was a popular practice of tricking and kidnapping men to work on sailing and fishing vessels, while able-bodied men were forcibly press-ganged into the Royal Navy. Europeans colonized the Americas with the help of the transatlantic slave trade and subsequent slave markets, where Africans were inspected, bought and sold in public squares during a period known as chattel slavery, which I must unfortunately predict will probably someday make a return, not necessarily exploiting black people per se, but we're already at a level where we've got more slaves now than we've ever had before. And eventually, this is going to be formalized into the economy in such a way that it will be rationalized. There's no avoiding this. It will be the Cold War of the future, and the fairly near future. The Cold War not between capitalism and collectivism, but between free men and slavers, who will hold millions in bondage. They already do, and we simply ignore them. If we begin to recognize and combat them, they will close ranks, and a slavery alliance will be formed. In terms of history, abolitionists in the United Kingdom began campaigning to end slavery in the 1760s, but it wasn't actually abolished until 1833. The United States followed in 1865 after a vicious civil war. that almost sundered us. The last country in the world to abolish slavery was Mauritania in 1981. Yet activists conclude up to 20% of its population is still enslaved today. This brings us back to National Human Trafficking Awareness Day history. One of the most important things to remember about slavery is that it never really ended. It has been outlawed worldwide, but never eradicated. There are tens of millions of people trapped in postmodern forms of slavery around the globe today. Human Trafficking Awareness Day is dedicated to raising awareness of sexual slavery and human trafficking worldwide. Every day, postmodern slavery can be recognized. Children become as soldiers, young women are forced into prostitution, and migrant workers exploited in the workforce. Human Trafficking Awareness Day seeks to end this slavery, return rights to individuals, and make the world a safer place for all inhabitants. Human Trafficking Awareness Day started circa 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided myself, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was murdered, thanatized, as they say, by the Veterans Administration. And that was when the U.S. Senate designated January 11th as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, in hopes of raising awareness to combat human trafficking. It began as a United States initiative. And when the United Nations has started to highlight this topic and work towards global awareness with days such as International Day for the Abolition of Slavery, we began to at least get enough recognition going to where the Blue Campaign could be undertaken by private organizations like BlueDragon.org. Just what are all these slaves being forced to do, you might ask? According to the abolitionist group, and think about what I'm saying, the fact that there even needs to be an abolitionist group at this point in human history is profoundly tragic. And their name is Anti-Slavery International. Per their own investigations, a person today is considered enslaved if they are forced to work against their will, or owned or controlled by an exploiter or employer, and have limited freedom of movement, or are dehumanized, treated as a commodity, or bought and sold as property. Globally, more than half of the 45.8 million victims, approximately 24.9 million as estimated, are in forced labor. As Jameson Rees notes, they make everything, which means that they are making everything for us: food, cars, clothes, working against their will and under threat, intimidation, or coercion. An additional 15.4 million people are estimated to be living in forced marriages, which is slavery, by another name. Of the 24.9 million people trapped in forced labor, the majority, about 16 million, work in the private sector. Slaves clean houses and flats, produce all the clothes we wear, pick the fruit and vegetables we all eat, all of it, for all intents and purposes. They trawl the seas for the shrimp on our restaurant plates. They dig for the minerals used in our smartphones, makeup, and electric cars, and work on construction jobs building infrastructure throughout the Arab world. More than 20 million people are enslaved in brickyards of North Africa and the Middle East. Almost half of those slaves are children. Another 4.8 million people working in forced labor are estimated to be sexually exploited, while roughly 4.1 million people are in state-sanctioned forced labor, which includes governmental abuse of military conscription and forced construction or agricultural work. In certain countries, such as Mauritania, people are born into hereditary slavery if their mother was a slave. Again, women and girls bear the brunt of these statistics, comprising 99% of all victims in the commercial sex industry and 58% in other sectors, as confirmed by the ILO, the International Labor Organization of the United Nations. You might ask where this is happening. Well, statistically, postmodern slavery is most prevalent in Africa, followed by Asia and the Pacific, according to the Global Slavery Index, which publishes country-by-country rankings on postmodern slavery figures and government responses to tackle the issues. In the Pacific Islands, it's the Marianas Islands, Guam's Northern Island chain, and it's on those islands, like on, well, not Saipan, but maybe that includes Saipan in the Marianas. From what I remember, I always confuse it with Iwo Jima itself, which is, of course, occupied by Japan, in case you didn't know. The Marines, of course, never took it from the Japanese. You can look this up yourself. The Japanese occupy Iwo Jima. But in terms of Saipan and the coconut Yanks of the Marianas Island chain, unlike the Marshall Islanders, these people are absolute bastards. You're talking about coconut Yanks who take Chinese trying to escape communist China and put them into slavery in textiles factories where they literally work them to death. That is until, of course, my own gang members and the underworld network I was involved with rescued a number of them and got enough attorneys to basically attack the Jewish industries that were enslaving the Chinese. People who were in charge of Levi's, a Jewish name, Levi Strauss, and many other companies like Hilfiger, but of course it was called Hilfiger by all of the people who just hated it for reasons that are should be obvious. And thank you, Jameson Reese, for bringing that to my memory again. And I'm not being sarcastic. He helped me dig that name out of the attic of my mind. Basically, this is the kind of textiles industries that were Jewish-owned and had no qualms about working people to death who were Chinese. There is plenty to hate the wealthy Jewish Kabbalistic elite about. Now, aside from what's in the Pacific, we have to remember that the ILO, the International Labor Organization, and Walk Free, the private non-governmental organization, the NGO, they warn that all figures are likely undercounted due to lack of data, the complete lack of data from key regions where no one is allowed to take census of the slave population. The slave population is hidden. So the Global Slavery Index, which publishes country-by-country rankings on postmodern slavery figures and whatever government responses there are, which for all intents and purposes don't exist to tackle these issues. Well, the senior statistician at the ILO is Michael de Kock. And he is quoted as saying, "We believe that the global estimate of 45.8 million is the most reliable data to date, although we believe it to be a conservative estimate, as there were millions of people we could never reach in conflict zones or in the refugee trail, and places where we couldn't be sure of collecting robust data, such as the Gulf states, where access and language barriers prevented us from reaching the migrant worker communities." You see, so many of the people who work in the the Persian Gulf, as they call it, but it's the Arab trucial sheikdoms that dominate the Persian Gulf. They employ, for Dubai and many other areas, the House of Sound Filipinos and Filipinas, and they treat them as animals. Now, the same as in Singapore. The people of Singapore make me fucking sick. Singapore is a slave state that thrives on slavery. A city-state that thrives on slavery, which makes it a slave state. And, of course, there's very little room in Singapore, it being congested, and as a micro-statelet, their slaves sleep in the closet. You can go anywhere in Singapore, and people will have a slave in their apartment. They're kept in a small cubbyhole where they sleep at night like a curled up cat or dog, and they're lucky if they're given cushions to sleep on. Think about that, and tell the next Singaporean you see to go suck cock, eat shit, and bark at the moon before you push him out a goddamn window, which is all a Singaporean deserves. Now, in terms of my own anger at this subject, the reason for that should be obvious. I've had to personally rescue people from these situations. Good, I'm glad to see there's some activity in the chat room. And, alright, let me get back to the track of thought that I'm on. It's important to remember that more than 70% of the 4.8 million sex exploitation victims are in the Asia and Pacific region. Forced marriage is most prevalent in Africa. But there isn't a single country in this world that is not tainted by slavery. 1.5 million victims are living in self-proclaimed developed countries, with an estimated 13,000 enslaved in the benighted Isles of the United Kingdom. Israel is a primary destination and transit country for human trafficking, and because it occurs in secret, assessing the extent of human trafficking becomes difficult. The Jerusalem Institute of Justice conducted a study about prostitution in Israel entitled The Truth About Prostitution, which is readily available on the internet, and which I myself conclude is a total fucking whitewash. There is a complete undercount of what the number of sex slaves in Israel really is in that study. And they present it in this childlike fashion, so I suppose an idiot could comprehend it, but that's because it's idiot's data. There's nothing of substance there. Now let me take a look here. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Okay, so let me get into this as quickly as possible. Why are there so many slaves today? Because slavery is big business. Globally, slavery generates as much as 150 billion United States dollars. That would be about 116 billion in pounds sterling in profits every year, more than 1/3 of which, around 46.9 billion US dollars, is generated in developed countries, including the European Union. And whereas slave traders 2 centuries ago were forced to contend with costly journeys and high mortality rates, postmodern exploiters have lower overheads thanks to huge advances in technology and transportation. Postmodern migration flows also mean that a large and steady supply of vulnerable, exploitable people can be tapped into for global supply chains in the agriculture, beauty, fashion, and sex industries. Postmodern slave traders now earn up to 30 times more than their 18th and 19th century counterparts would have done. The one-off cost of a physically prime slave today is averaged at but 450 US dollars, while comparatively expendable dreg, such as an old woman that you're selling for domestic chores, averages no more than 90 US dollars. Conversely, a forced laborer generates roughly 8,000 US dollars in annual profit for their exploiter, while sex traffickers earn an average of 36,000 United States dollars per victim. According to the slavery expert Siddharth Kara, it turns out that slavery today is more profitable than I could have imagined. Profits on a per-slave basis can range from a few $1,000s to a few $100,000 a year, with total annual slavery profits estimated to be as high as 150 billion US dollars. It's important to acknowledge that global population rates also affect estimates. The top 10 countries with the highest estimated absolute number of victims are also some of the most populous. According to the Global Slavery Index, together, these 10 countries, Communist China, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, India, Indonesia, Iran, Nigeria, North Korea, Pakistan, the Philippines, and Russia, comprise 60% of all people living in postmodern slavery, as well as altogether more than half the world's population. Now, according to the UNODC, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, an increase in violent conflict worldwide over the past 30 years has also inflated the number of people at risk of slavery, with armed groups and terrorists turning to trafficking to show they have control over the community or to increase their force, either recruiting child soldiers or giving sex slaves as a reward for their recruitment. You might ask what difference there is between slavery and human trafficking. Well, human trafficking is just one way of enslaving someone, whereas centuries ago it was common for a slave trader to simply buy another human being and own that person as their property, which does still happen. Today the practice is largely more insidious. The international definition, according to the definition of the United Nations, is, well, human trafficking means the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons for the purpose of exploitation. And trafficking involves the recruitment, transfer, or obtaining of an individual through coercion, abduction, fraud, or force to exploit them. That exploitation can range from forced labor to forced marriage or commercial sex work, and the exploiter can be anyone, including strangers, neighbors, or family members. Most people are trafficked within their own countries, although they can also be trafficked abroad. Most often, the individual is trafficked into forced labor, with traffickers always being able to exploit their victims through other different types of human slavery, such as sex work or organ removal and selling. Now, sex trafficking in particular is a multi-billion-dollar industry where the world is its market. Human beings who are trafficked get treated as disposable. Humans become comparable to raw material that can be bought and or sold. Traffickers are able to trick and or lure their victims into slavery by taking advantage of poverty in the country, the individual's lack of prospects, and or their hope for a better future. The victims are then brought to the country either legally or illegally, led by false promises of work or prospective marriages. And once they arrive, the victims are coerced into a position of dependence by their traffickers through debt bondage, violence, and or drugs. Therefore, the victims, they become exploited. They're exploited goods and are deprived of their personal rights, freedom of speech, independence, and self-respect. Many times the victim is led to believe that they have been offered a well-paid job in a different city or country, only to find the job does not exist, and they are now indebted to their employer or trafficker and must pay transportation, lodging, and any other fees the exploiter demands, thereby forcing the victim into debt bondage. And if you're naive enough to ask, why does human trafficking continue to exist? It is remarkable that in a presumably civilized age, the practice of owning or controlling another person even exists. This is a manifestation of evil in our society. Combating this evil first requires a basic understanding of what it is and how pervasive it might be. The International Labor Organization estimates that nearly 21 million people are victims of forced labor worldwide, over half of them women and girls. 4.5 million of these victims are being sexually exploited. Now, you might ask how these enterprises even continue to operate. The industry generates billions of dollars a year in revenue, second only to drug trafficking. And just like dealers in narcotics, the individuals in this business are ruthless, profit-driven, and violent. Now, in terms of how the traffickers operate, traffickers typically pursue younger girls as well as boys and lure them with attention, gifts, and promises of a better future. And many victims fall prey to those pitches because of low self-esteem or poor family relationships. And once involved, traffickers are highly skilled at keeping their victims in line through threats and intimidation. Traffickers in prostitution do not care about those they control except for their ability to produce revenue. The customers, of course, don't care about the victims' welfare either. Now, in terms of how long these victims are held captive, unfortunately, the average lifespan of a trafficking victim, especially ones exploited for sex, is but 7 years. Traffickers view their captives as expendable and do not hesitate to simply get rid of people they no longer consider to be assets to their business. In terms of human trafficking business models, human trafficking has been dubbed postmodern day slavery for good reason. While the term is multifaceted, each aspect of human trafficking is no less insidious than the last. Globally, there are two general categories of human trafficking: sex trafficking and labor trafficking. The sex trafficking is the crime of using force, fraud, or coercion to induce another individual to sell sex. Common types include escort services, pornography, illicit massage businesses, brothels, and outdoor solicitation. In terms of labor trafficking, that's the crime of using force, fraud, or coercion to induce another individual to work or provide service. Common types include agriculture, domestic work, restaurants, cleaning services, and, of course, carnivals, of which there's not too many of those, thank God. Now, one of these aspects is unfree labor. Unfree labor describes any condition in which someone is forced to work under threat of violence, destitution, or detention. Unlike free labor, which gives the worker a certain level of agency and freedom, unfree labor deprives them of dignity. Systems of unfree labor have persisted throughout human history, with many institutionalized forms having been abolished. And yet, despite this great progress, human trafficking and unfree labor continues to be a huge facet of many postmodern economies. One way of enforcing a system of unfree labor is through the use of debt. By trapping a worker in debt, usually for medical needs or dowries, an important part of many cultures, and depriving them of the means to pay off that debt, a human trafficker has essentially made that worker a slave. Now, you might even ask, how does someone even end up becoming a slave? There is no definitive answer to that question. Postmodern slavery affects people of every color, age, and gender, but it is more prevalent among vulnerable people. That might be a Cambodian villager looking for a better paid job in a neighboring country, only to find himself trafficked onto a fishing boat, or a young girl forced to marry at 13 years of age because climate change has flooded her family's crops and they can no longer afford to keep her at home. Or a homeless person kidnapped from a London soup kitchen and forced to work on a caravan site. Or a migrant whose visa has expired and can be threatened with deportation if she doesn't do what the trafficker demands. Anti-Slavery International confirms that slavery is global but flourishes in places where the rule of law is weak and corruption goeth unchecked. So you might finally ask, what are the governments of our world doing to stop slavery? Well, essentially, fucking nothing. Slavery is illegal in every country in the world, yet still runs rampant. In 2018, although more than 170 countries had made public commitments to eradicating it, just 122 had criminalized human trafficking in line with the United Nations Trafficking Protocol, and only 38 countries had criminalized forced marriage. That's all according to the Global Slavery Index I was sourcing. The United States, Scandinavia, and Europe are rated as the top 10 governments responding to slavery, yet convictions are low. In fact, convictions in Europe fell 25% in 2016 from 2011 levels, despite an increase in the number of victims. Now, globally, the number of identified victims of postmodern slavery increased by 40% from 2012 to 2016 to 24,000 identified slaves, which is but a tiny fraction of the estimated total of victims. Experts believe the low conviction rates reflect a failure to recognize victims, as well as the difficulties authorities have in building cases under new trafficking and postmodern slavery laws. So will slavery never end? Slavery can be eradicated for good, but it would take us to great political will and considerable research. First, dedicated investigators would need to identify each level in the often murky supply chains of commodities in order to determine where labor abuses are taking place. Then, independent certification processes would need to be designed for each commodity so that consumers could make educated choices about the products they are buying and the slavery or labor abuses implicated with those purchases. And finally, industries would need to invest in the communities whose low-cost labor is being exploited to make these products. Doing so would help mitigate vulnerability to being trafficked and exploited. Now, consumers may have to pay slightly more for certain goods, and multinational corporations may have to accept slightly lower profits. But a freer and fairer labor environment would promote greater productivity, potentially offsetting some of those expenses. Now, the average person can ask, what can the average person do about human trafficking? Now, prayer for victims is one way. I'd say prayer for all of the victims is one of the ways to fight against the forces of darkness that give us sanctuary and support to human trafficking. According to Anti-Slavery International, slavery is so common that it is possible you come across victims on a regular basis. The key things to look out for are whether the person has freedom of movement, appears scared, withdrawn, or shows signs of abuse, has few personal belongings or identifying documents with them, or seems under the control of someone else and scared to talk. If you think someone may tick these boxes, it is best to contact authorities directly instead of approaching the person, as approaching them could put them in danger. In the United Kingdom, you can contact the Modern Slavery Helpline on 08000 08000 121 700. Again, that's 08000 121 700. Also, the police, Crime Stoppers, or groups such as Anti-Slavery International. More specifically, you might ask, what do I myself do if I think someone is a victim of postmodern slavery? Well, there indeed be more proactive options for recognizing and reporting. Human trafficking, by its criminal nature, is secretive. Traffickers use invisible ropes involving complex manipulative techniques or tactics to control the victims. If human trafficking in these United States doesn't typically involve the use of handcuffs, chains, cages, locked rooms, or shipping containers that books and movies might use to portray the subject, how can we recognize it, you might ask? Well, first, before addressing the red flags which may indicate human trafficking and what someone observing those red flags can do, remember rule number 1. Keep yourself safe. Do not place yourself in danger. Never confront a suspected human trafficker. If you can safely observe a suspicious situation, recognize the red flags and report them to the proper authorities. You can make a difference. Most of the successful human trafficking cases prosecuted through the various attorneys general offices have started with a tip from a concerned citizen. In terms of the indicators of human trafficking, recognizing key indicators of human trafficking is the first step in identifying victims and can help save a life. Some common indicators to help recognize human trafficking, well, they would be, does the person appear disconnected from family, friends, community, organizations, or houses of worship? Has a child stopped attending school? Has the person had a sudden or dramatic change in behavior? Is a juvenile engaged in commercial sex acts? Is the person disoriented or confused or showing signs of mental or physical abuse? Does the person have bruises in various stages of healing? Is the person fearful, timid, or submissive? Does the person show signs of having been denied food, water, sleep, or medical care? Or is the person often in the company of someone to whom he or she defers? Or someone who seems to be in control of the situation, ergo, where they go or who they talk to? Does the person appear to be coached on what to say? Is the person living in unsuitable condition? No. Does the person lack personal possessions and appear not to have a stable living situation? Does the person have freedom of movement? Can the person freely leave where they live? Are there unreasonable security measures? Not all the aforecited indicators are present in every human trafficking situation, and the presence or absence of any of those indicators is not necessarily proof of human trafficking. There are a number of red flags that, in and of themselves, may not be too sinister. But as the red flags pile up, they may begin to indicate a trafficking situation. Pay particular attention to any situation where a person is recruited for work with a grand and unlikely promise, or many grand and unlikely promises, a person working excessive hours for little or no pay, a person exhibiting signs of untreated illness or injuries, a person not in control of his or her identification, immigration, or travel documents, person exchanging sex to meet basic needs, ergo, food, clothing, or shelter, a person's behavior appearing to be controlled or fearful, a younger person traveling with an older boyfriend or companion who seems particularly watchful or controlling, a person suddenly acquiring expensive and or revealing clothing, jewelry, or electronics without explanation for how they obtained the products, or a person's communication being restricted and she or he is unable to speak separately or alone, or a person owing money to his or her, and primarily her employer, a person saying they cannot quit their job because of fear of some great harm, such as deportation, a person demonstrating sudden changes in behavior. These red flags are not uncommon. Any given day we probably inevitably do encounter someone we suspect might be a victim of human trafficking, either for labor or sexual exploitation, while we were at a park or at the mall, or on a bus or train, or even at school. If it can be done safely, consider asking some questions that will elicit helpful information without appearing to be inquiring about human trafficking. Ask about where they are from, where they live now, or with whom they live. If they are traveling with a suspicious companion, ask how they met. If they have tattoos, which can be used to brand or identify a trafficker's victims, ask about them. What do they mean? When did they get them? What's the story behind them? If the conversation proceeds to cover additional red flags and circumstances permit, remember not to place yourself in danger or ask too specific questions while a suspected trafficker is within hearing range. Move to deeper and more targeted questions. And that, of course, is where we learn about human discernment and what is safe. Basically, ask if they have ever been forced to work that they did not want to do work they didn't want to do, or if they have ever worked in a place where the work was different from what they were promised it would be. Ask if anyone takes all or part of the money they earn. Has anyone threatened them or their family? Are they in possession of their identification and travel documents, or does someone else have control over those documents? Has anyone ever taken photos of them and put them on the internet? Have they ever exchanged sex for food, shelter, drugs, or money? Ask if they feel trapped in their situation. Traffickers rely on the general public not asking questions, not recognizing the red flags, and simply looking the other way. Simple conversation with someone we might suspect is a victim of human trafficking can provide us valuable insights into the situation. Details and red flags identified from a conversation can then be passed on to law enforcement officers who can further investigate and determine whether human trafficking is taking place. Now, in terms of how to observe Human Trafficking Awareness Day, there'd be a few things you could do to observe the day. Talk to your children in your life about strangers, and make it certain that they have important phone numbers and addresses memorized. Now, learn about the National Human Trafficking Hotline and save their phone number to your contacts. 888-373-7888. That's 888-373-7888. If you suspect someone is being trafficked, this is the number to call. Become involved with or donate to an organization that is fighting human trafficking, such as Polaris or Free the Slaves, and explore free training and awareness materials about human trafficking from the Department of Homeland Security, and learn more about human trafficking and slavery and what you can do about it through End Slavery Now, another non-profit. Watch a film or series that deals with human trafficking, such as Lilia Forever, Human Trafficking, Trade, Taken, Nefarious, Merchant of Souls, or The Pink Room. And of course, there was that movie that I believe was simply called Traffic. And let me look that up. Film, Korean. The Korean actress. Okay, actress. See what I get if something comes up. Okay, I'm getting Lee Yoo-young, not the film I was looking for. What was that film called? It was called Traffic Film. Okay, Asian actress. Okay. Now, Lisa Lapira, Lucy Liu, let me see, Traffic, here we are. This might be it, 2000. See, full cast and crew, this is like this other shit. Now, I'm wondering if Jameson or George Knight remembers the Korean chick that I had on my program. Nope. That helps. Okay, this was back when I was working with Laura Lee Solomon, and Michelle Carmela Saldana helped us land this chick who had starred in this film about human trafficking. Let me see if there was human traffic film Asian actress. Human traffic film Asian actress. Human traffic, 1999. Okay, this might be it. No, that's not it. Holy shit. Oh my god. So, anyhow, if anyone remembers, let me know. And I need to get back into contact with Michelle Carmela Saldana anyway. But George Knight says he's available. Come on, George Knight. You've been listening to me forever. You must remember Laura Lee Solomon and that Korean chick that was on my show. And then she got all freaked out and said my show was too political. like human trafficking isn't fucking political, like her speaking before the United Nations isn't fucking political. But this is how people are. Now, another way you can observe this day is to participate in the Department of Homeland Security's #WearBlueDay, which was inspired by the non-governmental organization, the NGO, that started it, BlueDragon.org. All together, this is part of their combined non-governmental organizational and Department of Homeland Security anti-trafficking initiative, Blue Campaign. Wear a blue article of clothing or pin a blue ribbon to your shirt or lapel, and then take pictures and post them on social media with the #WearBlueDay. Now gather together your family, friends, and work colleagues to participate if that is possible under conditions of quarantine. Obviously, many of you are living together. You can do that. You can also post a video message or organize an event that fosters discussion about human trafficking as part of #WearBlueDay. The Blue Campaign can also be followed on Twitter. Now, one way to get involved is through the 31-8 project, 31:8. Now, the organization I've just identified works to equip and challenge society to proactively address issues regarding human trafficking. Human trafficking takes away the voices of its victims, and Project 31:8 aims to speak for them, as in Proverbs, the book in the Bible, chapter 31, verse 8. Speakest up for those who cannot speakest for themselves. And their work was on track to reach over 25,000 people in 2019, the year before yesteryear, by now being the last time I myself looked into them in any depth. Still not that long ago, considering, through presentations, training, webinars, and community projects. Visit their website at www.318project.org to learn more, or write and call your legislators. Let them know you support policy that combats human trafficking. And, of course, support events that improve awareness in your community, schools, and neighborhoods. And empower young people to make the decision to leave an unsafe or suspicious environment. Use #Human Trafficking Awareness Day, that's all one word, #Human Trafficking Awareness Day, to post on social media. Also, you can check out National Inner Beauty Day. There's an entire page on that. It happens on October 7th. You can find at least a page on the internet on the nationaldaycalendar.com. That would be nationaldaycalendar.com/National Inner Beauty Day, October 7th, to discover yet more ways to be a part of the solution to ending human trafficking. And if you believe you may have information about a trafficking situation, if you suspect someone is a victim of human trafficking, contact the toll-free National Human Trafficking Hotline at 1-888-3737-888. Again, that's 1888-3737-888. Or 1-888-3737, well, 888. Now, anti-trafficking hotline advocates are available there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to take us reports of potential human trafficking. You could text the National Human Trafficking Hotline at 233-733. That's 233-733. Now, message and data rates may apply. And, of course, you can chat the National Human Trafficking Hotline via www.humantraffickinghotline.org/chat. That's www.humantraffickinghotline.org/chat. Also, remember, trafficking is spelled TRAFFICK. TRAFFICking, trafficking as a active. Now, please note that if the situation is urgent or has occurred within the last 24 hours, you are encouraged to call, text, or chat. The information you provide will be reviewed by the trafficking hotline. All reports are confidential, and you may remain anonymous. Interpreters are available via phone call only. You can also contact local law enforcement by calling 911, which will probably be a lot easier for all of you to remember. Report missing children or child pornography to the National Center for NCMEC. That's Missing and Exploited Children. The NCMEC is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at 1-800-THE-LOST, THELOST. Well, that's 1800-843-5678. Again, that's 1800-843-5678, or through their cyber tip line. Now, to show you how dire the situation is, one of the reasons I'm bringing this up, aside from the fact that it's January 11th, is because we've just been flooded with a lot more victims who guaranteed are headed towards slavery. The slave market just expanded exponentially by orders of magnitude, because in a stunning gender gap. But another reason the overwhelming majority of men need to die: the United States economy lost 140,000 jobs last month. Every single last one of them. Every fucking one of them. All of them held by women. The United States just fired 140,000 women, selectively picking them by gender for elimination. A year ago, a rare thing happened to American women, and nothing much good ever happens to American women. So, what had happened was that for 3 months, American women held more jobs than men in the American economy. Something that had occurred, had only occurred one other time in human history. During a short period in 2009 and early 2010. Well, there were still many other gender gaps, of course. Women were more likely than men to work part-time, for example, because of caregiving responsibilities at home. And even among full-time workers, they earned on average only 81 cents for every single dollar of their male peers. Nevertheless, women were making gradual gains. Well, the pandemic quickly changed that story, and now it just got worse. Per all the new data released Friday into this weekend, employers cut 140,000 jobs in December, specifically firing all female employees, signaling that the economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic is backtracking. Digging deeper into the data also reveals that shocking gender gap, women accounting for every single fucking one of all those job losses, losing actually altogether 156,000 jobs. 156,000, I'm looking this up now as I speak, while men have gained 16,000. Men have gained 16,000 jobs because President Trump and the Republicans said, we got to make the economy look good, so you got to start hiring men. So employers specifically fired women to hire men to take their fucking place. And because men cost more to employ, because you're paying the man basically $1, whereas you're paying a woman only 80 cents, that means that they had to hire less men. They hired 16,000, but they fired 156,000 women. And of course, Jameson says the men work a lot shittier. They deliver shitty service. Would you rather be served by a female waitress or a male waiter? You know the answer. And so quality will die, as Jameson said. Now, meanwhile, a separate survey of households, which includes self-employed workers, showed an even wider gender disparity. And it also highlighted another painful reality. Blacks and Latinas lost jobs in December, while white women made significant gains. Now, these are net numbers, which can mask some of the underlying churn in the labor market. Of course, many men lost their jobs in December too, but when taken together as a group, men came out ahead, whereas women were left way behind in the dust. Now, economists often warn against reading too much into a single month. But December's job losses capped off an already awful year for working women, particularly women of color. Black and Latina women disproportionately work in some of the hardest hit sectors in the pandemic, often in roles that lack paid sick leave and the ability to work from home. As schools and daycares closed, many were forced to make hard trade-offs between work and parenting. Now, C. Nicole Mason, the presidentress and chieftainess executrix officiere of the Institute, the lady CEO of the Institute for Women's Policy Research, went on record to say those sectors are less likely to have flexibility. So when employers are inflexible or women cannot come to work because of caregiving responsibilities, they have to exit the workforce. We don't have the pandemic under control. Schools and daycares are still closing. And we know that's what's impacting women's ability to re-enter the workforce and sustain jobs. So this means a lot more prostitutes walking the streets. Overall, women are still down 5.4 million jobs from February, before the pandemic began, as compared to 4.4 million job losses for men. They started 2020 on roughly equal footing, with women holding 50.03% of jobs, but ended it holding 860,000 fewer jobs than their male peers. That gap is in large part due to steep job losses in three sectors: education, which remains a female-dominated industry, thank God, hospitality, and retail, particularly clothing and accessories stores. All of these industries have been hammered by the pandemic. In December, restaurants and bars cut the most jobs by far, and part-time workers were hit especially hard. Among women, Latinas currently have the highest unemployment rate at 9.1%, followed by black women at 8.4%. White women have the lowest unemployment rate at 5.7%. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does not release seasonally adjusted unemployment rates for women of other racial or ethnic identities, so I can't give you numbers for Asian women. Now, or Native Americans. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmidty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book entitled The Unfinished Man, or scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Desjardins case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben Estenius personally, that he can privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And of course, neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You know you're in the right place when you see the young blonde white chick with the big boobs behind the green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Once you've feasted your eyes upon that, you can lay your eyes upon the Baron Ben Estenius in his sprint car outfit. Yes, the one piece in which he earned himself his own trading card, racing in his sprint car across the AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to water or mow. And after that, you can feast your eyes upon the aerial drone footage of the landscape work being conducted by the men in brown. Yes, those brown-skinned men he brings from across Trump's Raw. Well, has the coyotes bring in for him from over or under the wall. And this is what's necessary because, you know, if the white guys tried to do that landscape architecture under hours in the sun, well, over hours under the sun, those white guys would collapse of heat exhaustion, sunstroke, and all that other shit. At the very least, they'd burn really bad. But, you know, they just aren't going to work that way at all. They're just too fucking lazy. So the men in brown are brought in to bring you the greatest show on dirt. That's Ben's words. And you can avail yourself of that show since you've got nothing else to fucking do but look at your yard, and your yard's a fucking mess. So hire Ben Estenius, the man of the soil, to bring the men of the brown, the men in brown, over to your yard to get it shipshape yet again, so you can actually enjoy being stuck at home after having witnessed the greatest show on dirt. Now, let me try in the time we have remaining, and we may not have time to bring George Knight on tonight. We'll find out soon enough. But we're definitely going to do our best to try and make some sense of what appears to be nonsense in the most alarming fashion. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 3 hours left. And let me try and get it together and play the role of the explainer for you by breaking down the uncertainty after the Capitol siege. What happens in Washington after the seat of American lawmaking is overrun by supporters of a president who insists he won an election he factually lost, and members of Congress are forced to flee their chambers, and general chaos ensues on Capitol Hill, and all of it taking place but a fortnight, or less than 12 weeks, at this point, 11 days before the new president is inaugurated? Now, as is evident from the question itself, the short answer is this. No one really fucking knows. There are, however, clues and hints and things to focus on. Now, the haze around the nation's capital after last Wednesday's events, midweek last. Well, how do I put this into perspective? There's little indication where this is going to go in the time we have remaining before Biden is sworn in. What's striking about this moment is that we are in pretty much uncharted territory. We have a sitting president who lost an election and has raised challenges about the integrity of that election and has millions of Americans believing his successor is illegitimate. While he has said he'll leave on the 20th, we've got too much time left before then, and there be great uncertainty about it. It's very possible Trump will finish up the business he has on his plate and leave, but given what we saw at the Capitol, people are very concerned that this could go in a much different direction, and for good reason. So what we need to do is, of course, impeach Trump, use the 25th Amendment, do whatever we can to get this son of a bitch gone yesterday. Our enemies across the Pacific are looking at all of this and laughing their asses off, saying that what happened here is our equivalent of what happened with their months of protests in Hong Kong. So tell the fucking Red Chinese, those goddamn Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, no, they're not the same. You cannot compare the storming of the U.S. Capitol and Hong Kong's legislature. On the night of the 1st of July, in the year before yesteryear by now, July 1st of 2019, Hong Kong protesters smashed the local legislature's glass doors and took over the building. On the afternoon of the 6th of January, a mob of Donald Trump's cultists forced its way into the nation's capital, overwhelmed police, and smashed windows, forcing lawmakers into hiding, occupying the floor of the House and Senate and congressional offices, and derailing the certification of President-elect Joe Biden's victory in the November elections. As photos of a Trump mob breaching the U.S. Capitol began circulating, many who knowest Hong Kong, like myself, began bracing for this inevitable comparison by the Chinese communists. Beijing was quick to draw parallels between Wednesday's events and Hong Kong protesters who at one point in 2019 took over the local legislature to expose what the regime says are the West's double standards. But this comparison could not be more incorrect. Some comparisons are going to be made because, at least at a superficial level, there are a few moments that do echo one another. Exempli gratiae. Placed side by side, a photograph capturing a Trump supporter occupying the Senate leader's chair calls to mind some images of protesters at the dais in Hong Kong's legislature. But many of the comparisons are driven by an agenda in which pro-Beijing outlets are voices arduous that people in these United States apply double standards in supporting Hong Kong's protesters whilst condemning yesterday's pro-Trump crowd as rioters. I'm sorry, it's still yesterday to me. And the images that look alike actually depict actions that could never be more different. While Hong Kong's protests demanded the right to a full and free vote, the Capitol insurrection was in support of those who would deny a fair election. Where one moment symbolized hunger for the right to a full and free vote, the other was a willful denial of a fair election, one in part thanks to grassroots efforts at expanding voter rights, denied by white supremacists over generations. So what do we call such a brazen, dangerous, and undemocratic act as happened in the United States this week last? just yesterday by my emotional experience. Well, Joseph Biden himself settled on insurrection in his televised response to this violence. Other commentators have dubbed it a coup d'etat, as I myself have, or appended the legal label of sedition. Some newsrooms, like CBS, told reporters they could call the people who stormed the Capitol protesters. But while others rejected that label, because, of course, these are not protesters. These are violent. This is a violent pro-Russian insurgency. Now, the Washington Post went with the term mob, which again is just, you may as well say, amoeba. It relieves these people of all responsibility for what they did, which we simply cannot allow. We have got to stop these people because it's not going to end here. In fact, in a very real sense, we can say it happened here in America. And by that I mean the democratic backsliding should not have come as any surprise. Of course, our man Jameson Reese says that this is what we talk about when we speak of other countries. But when it happens in America, we try to avoid confronting reality. So let's try and put this in some perspective. Jameson emphasizes the term violent uprising specifically as what's used when we speak of other countries. Well, National Public Radio, which is kind of a transatlantic entity, landed on pro-Trump extremists, which is just stupid as fuck as well. Trump cultists, the Russian insurgency, all of that is what bears relation, what bears use, because the United States failed to execute its cyber strategy and Russia fucking pounced. Even the best playbook is useless if you don't follow it. So what happened was they riled up all these mobs on the internet. You might say, oh, the Americans did it themselves. Did it to themselves. Don't even get me started. Honestly, last month the cybersecurity firm FireEye alerted the U.S. government that hackers had breached its defenses and accessed the network of its clients, all the networks of all their clients, which include numerous United States federal agencies and major corporations. And since then, U.S. investigators have unearthed evidence of an enormous, months-long foreign hacking campaign that gained access to the networks of at least 18,000 companies and government entities through a weak link in their supply chains. A piece of management software produced by the Texas-based company SolarWinds. Now, analysts are still investigating the exact source of this hack, but all evidence points to the Russian external intelligence agency known as the SVR. Russia easily evaded all U.S. cyber defenses. At least 6 United States federal agencies failed to detect the malicious activity on their networks, and among them were the Department of Commerce, the Department of Energy, and the Department of State. Here is where the Department of Homeland Security completely failed. And this is what led to so much Russian influence on the internet, ultimately resulting in mobilizing Trump's cultic base by telling them how to smuggle firearms on planes and by all other transportation that they took advantage of when they hit Washington, D.C. This is something that we cannot ignore. Elections are the heart of liberal democracy. Losers voluntarily leave office. Winners assume rightful power. Yet, the world just witnessed the stunning sight of a mob storming the U.S. Capitol to reject the legitimacy of President-elect Joe Biden's victory, driven by President Donald Trump's delusional lies about a stolen contest because he was convinced the Russians would back him all the way. Well, the Russians didn't arrive to save his day, and so the rioters themselves scaled scaffolding, broke through windows, stormed the very halls of Congress. They strolled through the Hall of Statues with a Confederate flag fluttering over their shoulders, brandished weapons on the floor of the Senate, and propped their feet up on Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's desk. One woman was shot and killed. Members of Congress retreated into lockdown, gas masks in hand. They were forced to suspend the constitutionally required business of formally confirming the victory of the incoming president because of the incitement triggered by the incumbent president. This was an insurrection. That is why Joseph Biden settled on that term. And that brings us to the security threat hiding in plain sight. The armed pro-Trump cultic mob that stormed Congress Wednesday and violently disrupted the election certification proceedings made the world's greatest democracy look like a banana republic in the grips of mob rule. Before the violence, the rioters had listened to U.S. President Donald Trump falsely decry a stolen election and then incite them to march on Capitol Hill. However surreal the episode seemed, the even bigger question is whether it represents the dying gasp of a corrupt and lawless administration or an harbinger of future strife. Of course, both are true. The breaching of the Capitol's perimeter was, without a doubt, a colossal security failure. The legislature of the world's most powerful country was swarmed by hundreds of armed and angry protesters. Law enforcement, which deploys a heavy hand against Black Lives Matter protesters and prepares carefully to stop possible Al-Qaeda attacks, was completely unprepared for white supremacists just walking through the windows. Because, of course, there were cops from all over the United States involved in helping them breach police perimeters. That is a fact, not Antifa infiltrating to make them look bad. If the day's events began as a march, they ended as something altogether different, anarchy that challenges the terminology of history. And as people worldwide struggled to wrap their heads around Wednesday's violence at the Capitol, they also struggled with how to describe it. Is it an insurrection? Sedition? Were they protesters or a mob of extremists? I myself consulted that dictionary, several of them, that my mother always cherished and valued because of her love of the English language and of foreign languages, her love of linguistics. And I looked through all of them for the definitive term, because the right label helps us figure out how to respond. What should we call the 6th of January? A coup d'etat by any other name? Donald Trump tweeted before Christmas Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, we'll be wild. And on New Year's Day, he tweeted again, the big protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m. on January 6th. And on the 5th of January, he tweeted, I will be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow on the Ellipse at 11 a.m. Eastern. Arrive early. Doors open at 7 a.m. Eastern. Big crowds! The posters called it the Save America March. What happened that day was big. And it was wild. Again, if it began as a protest and a rally and a march, it ended as something altogether different. But what? Sedition, treason, a failed revolution, an attempted coup d'etat? And what will it be called looking back? A day of anarchy? The end of America? Trump called the people who violently attacked and briefly seized the U.S. Capitol building in order to overturn a presidential election patriots. President-elect Joe Biden called them terrorists. In a section of Leviathan called Inconstant Names, Thomas Hobbes, circa 1651, remarked that the names of things are variable. To quote St, for one man calleth wisdom, what another calleth fear, and one cruelty, what another justice. On the other hand, as the devil's advocate might argue, sometimes one man is right. Those people were terrorists. Get that through your fucking head. And sometimes what to call a thing seems plain. Mitt Romney, fleeing the Senate chamber, told a New York Times reporter, "This is what the president has caused today, this insurrection." By any reasonable definition of the word, including the Oxford English dictionaries, the action of rising in arms or open resistance against established authority. What happened on January 6th was an insurrection. An insurrection is generally damnable. Calling a political action an insurrection is a way of denouncing what its participants mean to be a revolution. In the play Coriolanus, writ by Shakespeare, I quotest, "There hath been in Rome strange insurrections. The people gainst the senators, patricians, and nobles." Insurrection, in Shakespearean, is foul. To use his words, base and bloody. In the United States, the language of insurrection has a vexed racial history, as everything in the United States does. Insurrection was the term favored by slave owners for the political actions taken by people held in human bondage seeking their freedom. Thomas Jefferson, in the Declaration of Independence, charged the king of the British Empire with having excited domestic insurrectionists among us, insisting that the whites of North America had to rebel because the king was going to free their slaves. The English lexicographer Samuel Johnson, an opponent of slavery himself, once offered a toast to the next insurrection of the Negroes in the West Indies. And Benjamin Franklin, wryly objecting to Southern politicians' conception of human beings as animals, offered his own rule to tell the difference between them. Sheep will never make any insurrections. This was, of course, the madman who stitched black bodies together to reanimate the remains with electricity. Now, the term's racial inflection lasted well beyond the end of slavery. And of course, it was men like Ben Franklin who ran one of the worst newspapers in the world. Benjamin Franklin was the Rupert Murdoch of his day, running the Fox News of his day. This is why he said, "Sheep will never make any insurrections." He was disambiguating between the white sheep, who were complacent and stupid, and the black sheep, who were violent and stupid, in his pig's eye. By the time of the 1960s, this racial inflection was exploited by law and order Republicans who used that language to demean civil rights protests, to describe a political movement as rampant criminality, just as they're doing with Black Lives Matter today. Richard Mulhouse Nixon so said in 1968, "We have seen the gathering hate. We have heard the threats to burn and bomb and destroy. In Watts and Harlem and Detroit and Newark, we have had a foretaste of what the organizations of insurrection are planning for the summer ahead." In that era, however, riot replaced insurrection as the go-to racial code word. Riots were black. Protests were white, as Elizabeth Hinton confirms in her essential forthcoming book entitled America on Fire, subtitled The Untold History of Police Violence and Black Rebellion Since the 1960s. Add to that, of course, the decade in which I myself was born. In her work that's yet to be published, some excerpts are available for review, in which Hinton observes that, yet historically, most instances of mass criminality have been perpetrated by white vigilantes hostile to integration, and who joined together into roving mobs that took justice in their own hands. This remains an apt description of what happened on January 6th. One possibility, then, is to call the 6th of January a white race riot. Blech. Say that 3 times fast. White race riot. Its participants were overwhelmingly white. Many were avowedly and openly white supremacists. A lot of journalists described the attack on the legislature as a storming of the Capitol, which is language that white supremacist groups find thrilling. Forget not that my biological father, Adolf Hitler's paramilitary, called itself the Sturmabteilung, the Storm Detachment, it is the Storm Troopers. And the NAtional-So̶Ialistiche published their newspaper as edited by the Reichspropaganda Minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, Der Stürmer, the Stormer. And of course, this was ripped off by Michael Aquino, who tried to apply as negative a taint to National Socialism as possible, when his legacy of QAnon always announces that it's awaiting a storm in which the satanic cabal that controls the United States will finally be defeated. So one good idea would be to never, ever call the 6th of January the storming of the Capitol, if you're thinking along those lines, because that's exactly what the white supremacists have done to try and co-opt the term to their benefit and make themselves look as if they're as competent as the Nazis. So what words will historians use in textbooks? Any formulation is a non-starter if it diminishes the culpability of people in positions of power who perpetrated the lie that the election was stolen. In a sense, I would be the first, on reflection, to redefine what happened as not a coup d'etat per se, because it did not succeed. It's not even an abortive or failed coup d'etat, because a coup involves the military. And as Nauni Hall Singh, a Sikh, all Sikhs have the same last name, he being the author of a book entitled Seizing Power, which is subtitled The Strategic Logic of Military Coups, he told Foreign Policy magazine that the word coup d'etat actually lets too many people off the hook. Singh is quoted as saying, "The people you want to point fingers at are the president, the Republican Party leaders, and the white supremacist street thugs. And we lose that if we start talking about a coup d'etat. It gives a pass to all of the Republican politicians who have been endorsing what Trump's saying." In truth, the language of the coup, as in C-O-O-P, seems more appropriate than the language of the coup, as in C-O-U-P. I mean, like chicken coop. Coming home to roost quite aptly describes the arrival of armed terrorists in the hall where, moments before, Senator Ted Cruz had summoned that very flock as he stood on the floor and urged the legislature to overturn the legal election. Derek Evans, the West Virginia Republican lawmaker who joined the mob and, as he breached the doors of the Capitol, cried out, "We're in! We're in!" acted with more honesty and consistency than the 147 red members of the House and Senate who later that night voted to overturn the results of the election after having hidden for hours from the very people they'd been inciting for months, nay, even years. The word sedition is too weak. Noah Webster, in his American Dictionary of the English Language, from 1828, my mother's copy, offered this handy way to distinguish sedition from insurrection. Sedition expresses a less extensive rising of citizens. In any case, sedition in the sense of a political rebellion is obsolete. Treason, an attempt to overthrow the government, seems fair, though it almost risks elevating what looked to be a shambles, a shabby, clownish, idiotic, and aimless act of mass vandalism. If I were picking the words, I'd want to steer very clear of ennobling it. So I'd be inclined to call it something blandly descriptive, like the attack on the U.S. Capitol, or simply the 6th of January. Trump himself, at 1 minute past 6 p.m. on Wednesday night, tweeted, "Remember this day forever!" There's no danger that anyone will forget it, by whatever name. The harder question is not what to call the events of that day, but what to make of the maddening 4 years and more that led up to it. The long, slow rot of the Republican Party. The perfidy of Republicans in the House and Senate since January of the 2017 year in our Lord. The wantonness of a conservative-personated reactionary media machine willing to incite violence. The fecklessness of Twitter and Facebook. And not least, the venality, criminality, and derangement of the president himself. Whether that story belongs under a chapter titled The Rise and Fall of Donald John Trump or The End of America awaits the outcome of events, which are still profoundly uncertain. Let me check our time. And we've got about 2 hours left. Now, I'm going to have to explain the significance of the Confederate flag being waved inside the U.S. Capitol, because this brings us back to slavery. All the slavery that exists in the world today. The fact that we have more slaves than ever. And yet this is the first time in the United States of America's history that the Confederate States flag has appeared inside the halls of the Capitol. As Donald Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday, the image of one protester carrying the Confederate flag caught everyone's attention. This was the first time that the Confederate flag had appeared inside the halls of our governance. The image is significant because of what that flag stands for: white supremacy and the social and political exclusion of colored peoples. The Confederate flag originated during the Civil War of 1861, but it emerged as a political symbol only in the 20th century in context of writing a new narrative remembering the war. The Confederate flag's origins need to be reiterated. The flag represented the seven Southern Confederated States of America, the CSA, in disambiguation from the USA, that seceded from the Union in 1861 after the election of Abraham Lincoln as president. 4 more states joined them later. Lincoln was in favor of banning slavery in U.S. territories which were not states. The Southern states, heavily dependent on slave labor, saw this as a grander plan to abolish slavery completely and thereby an attack on their own constitutional rights. Consequently, a 4-year war ensued that lasted from 1861 to 1865 and ended with the defeat, militarily, of the Confederated States of America in the sense of an overwhelming, I would just call it a kind of mass migration of American troops or Union troops, Northerners, Yankees, into the South. The Civil War is known to have been, the costliest and the deadliest war in America, leading to the death of approximately 620,000 soldiers alone and leaving millions more injured for the rest of their lives, requiring aid and enablement, with large parts of the South in ruination. In 1862, while the war was still on, Lincoln issued preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, freeing the slaves in the Confederate States only. Even though he described it as a military measure, and the slaves in the Union states were not freed, and never to be freed by his intention, the Emancipation Proclamation would play a decisive propaganda role in eventually ending slavery in America. Close to 186,000 emancipated black slaves joined the Union Army by 1865. So, just how did the Confederate battle flag emerge as a political symbol after the war? For about a decade after the war ended, the U.S. military occupied much of the South to, quote-unquote, help it rebuild and become part of the Union again. The period, called Reconstruction, fueled resentment among the whites, which many continue to harbor till date. Thereby, the post-Civil War South embraced their Confederate battle flag as a symbol of their quote-unquote lost cause, because they were still at war under occupation with the Union states. Therefore, it was not their national flag that was kept, but the battle flag. By the end of the century, that flag became a symbol of honoring the Confederate dead and also a romanticized version of the cause of the Civil War. An example of how the flag was used to rewrite the history of the Civil War is the way it was featured in the popular 1939 film Gone with the Wind. The scene depicting a field full of wounded and dead soldiers and framed with a majestically waving Confederate flag explains how sections of 20th century America tried to reimagine the history of the Civil War. And by the mid-20th century, the Confederate flag had come to symbolize resistance against laws of segregation. In 1948, there was a southern regional split in the Democratic Party. The Dixiecrats, as the new party was called, were against President Harry S. Truman's efforts at addressing the civil rights of African Americans. The Dixiecrats wanted to retain racial segregation. The Confederate flag was very prominent in the Dixiecrat campaign during the 1948 presidential election. It was also used frequently by the white supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan. In the mid-20th century, as the civil rights movement gained steam, the Confederate flag acquired more prominence. In 1956, the state of Georgia redesigned their flag to include a Confederate battle flag. It was not there before. In 1962, South Carolina hoisted the flag atop the Capitol building in Columbia. These were not leftovers from the Civil War that never went away. These were reinstated symbols in the modern era. And more recently, the flag caused furor when, in 2015, a 21-year-old white supremacist carried out a mass shooting in a church in Charleston, South Carolina, in which 9 African Americans were killed. A photograph emerged immediately of that youth, Dylan Thomas, holding aloft a Confederate battle flag. Mississippi is the last state to have removed the Confederate flag. It continued using it well up till last year, despite a raging debate over the same. And now, this Confederate flag at the Capitol summons America's demons. The American Capitol has long known violence in its halls. In 1814, the British stormed and burned it only in name, meaning the people who actually stormed and burned it were the Canadians in Dominion. In 1856, Southern slaveholding Republican Preston Brooks, or at least a state representative, today he would be a Republican, he nearly beat the abolitionist Charles Sumner to death on the Senate floor. And during the Cold War, armed Puerto Rican nationalists barraged into the chamber, shooting 5 congressmen while unfurling the Puerto Rican flag. Now, over the last 4 years, many have warned the public about the flagrant threat to democracy that President Donald Trump poses even now, even as I speak. Wednesday's failed coup d'etat proved that MAGA, the MAGA, or Trumpism, is not over simply because Trump lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden. Trump cultism is far from dead. Instead, it is now their new lost cause. The lost cause, also known as the lost cause of the Confederacy, is America's most successful disinformation campaign. It was an ahistorical theory, meaning allohistorical, or contrafactual, meaning a fantasy, a fabulation, advocating the erroneous belief that all white Southerners valiantly fought for the Confederacy to save true American, white supremacist values. It centers on the delusion that slavery, known as the peculiar institution, was oftentimes benign and even welcomed by the enslaved. Now, something like that almost came close to being true in a Stockholm syndrome where this was all they knew and had no option other than to adapt. But obviously, there was enough who knew better, or knew otherwise, to take advantage of the Underground Railroad whenever they could. However, when situations are bad enough as they may be in many battle zones or third world nations, slavery will be welcomed. This is why the future will be a struggle between the free and the Slavocrats, because there will be people who seek slavery, freedom from hunger, freedom from disease, freedom from death in the elements, in exchange for giving their lives over in free labor to those that can provide them such. This is why the ideology that I'm articulating now, not advocating but articulating, is the ideology of the enemy of the future. What will replace the struggle of the West against communism will be the struggle of the North against the South on a global level, of the free against the slavers and their enslaved, who will buy into slavery to the point where they even voluntarily submit themselves and will fight and die on behalf of their masters, who will not have nearly enough the numbers to field armies to confront the North. In terms of the ideology, where this incepts, where it was generated from, the post-war, as in post-Civil American War mythology, the Confederate States mythology exploded nationally throughout all the states in Union in the late 19th and early 20th century through popular culture vehicles like the films The Birth of a Nation and Gone with the Wind, and white supremacist-laced textbooks that argued the American Civil War hinged on the protection of states' rights from an aggressive North or federal government, that the federal government is the enemy, not the expansion of slavery, and the promise that the South would rise again, as it will, in a global sense, even in a regional sense. If there is to be a new Africa or Black America as an independent nation, there will also be a new white America in the South, and Black America will be protected and defended by a protective North, the states in Union, and the white America of the South will be protected by the British Empire. In this way, the British can get that Scottish cross, the St. Andrew's cross of the Confederate battle flag, back into their own flag when Scotland leaves, because they'll take that cross with them, the X in the British flag, and the British flag will be left completely emasculated, looking like shit, unless they retrieve that Scottish cross through the Celtic heritage of the Confederate States. And here we have a new lost cause, raising the Confederate flag. During Tuesday's Georgia runoff election earlier last week, the South did rise to meet our historical moment and elected 2 Democrats, further spurring Trump's new lost cause, a dangerous delusion of electoral fraud spread rampantly by social media algorithms proven to spread disinformation faster than fact, Russian bot farms, and far-right media. But the main perpetrator and beneficiary of the myth is Trump himself, who claimed, even before the election took place, that it would be stolen through rigged election practices, hacked voter machines, and by fraudulent ballots. Much like the perpetrators of the Confederate lost cause, the proponents of the new lost cause claim to be patriotic defenders of the real America, or authentic white America. Much of Wednesday's melee was more reminiscent of both the triumphs and the tribulations of the historical era that created the lost cause, Reconstruction, its distorted representations in popular culture, with its brilliantly hopeful beginnings, its progressive ideals, and its attempts at racial justice, unbearably gave its way to an unrelentingly violent, deadly white backlash, a white lash that had no repercussions or consequences for homegrown terrorists. And so, Wednesday, for the first time in American history, white supremacists treasonously raised a Confederate battle flag inside the United States Capitol, disrupting America's peaceful transfer of power and invoking tangled memories of our nation's Civil War on behalf of an enemy empire across the Atlantic in Eurasia. Live on CNN, Washington, D.C.'s former chief of police said the National Guard needed to take back the Capitol, a structure built by enslaved black laborers, no less, making it clear that the bedrock of our nation's legislative body was under enemy siege. Reconstruction is more than a fucking punchline, people. As historianess Heather Cox Richardson argued the day after that crash into the Capitol, on Thursday, this week last, she said, yesterday the executive branch of our government tried to destroy the legislative branch. Perhaps realizing this, Senator Lindsey Graham, one of Trump's most ardent defenders, finally spracketh out against the violent attempts to avenge Donald Trump. Invoking the 1876 election that essentially ended Reconstruction, Graham quipped that for people looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. As a white senator from the very state that launched the Civil War, Lindsey Graham's aside about Reconstruction served to historically distance himself from the bloody violence and racist terror of his Confederate and segregationist forefathers. Senator Ted Cruz, advocating for a third option, also hearkened to the 1876 compromise to call for an electoral commission to examine claims of voter fraud, urging Congress to create a committee of House members, senators, and Supreme Court justices to conduct a 10-day emergency audit. Like Graham and Cruz, Senator Dick Durbin also compared the Trumpist objections to the 2020 election results to the 1876 election. Durbin stressing the cataclysmic ramifications of ending Reconstruction too early. He's so saying, it was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that re-enslaved African Americans. Relating the 1876 compromise to modern-day voter suppression, he blamed Trump for inciting the attempted coup. Representative Dan Kildee, a Democrat from Michigan, connected the day's events to the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, tweeting that politicians who supported the coup have put their name on a list with Orval Faubus, George Wallace, and Bull Connor. For you out there who are historically illiterate, the e-historic among you, the e-historite, Faubus, Wallace, and Connor all used the Confederate flag as a rallying cry to white supremacists to join in lost cause ideology and maintain Jim Crow segregation. Now, as rioters, incited by the president himself, and with all of them carrying white supremacist imagery, descended upon the Capitol, scaled its walls, planted pipe bombs, and dangled from its railings like albino monkeys. The pictures and videos were simultaneously stunning and revolting. The bright blood reds of the Confederate and even Nazi flags, which is so offensive to myself and to all Germans, as being abused. To Germans, they would be insulted in a different sense. To myself, I am insulted in the ultimate sense. All that with the matching MAGA hats of red, simmering against a sea of Trump flags now sold on street corner pop-up shops that it is most important to note, the Trump flags far outnumbered American flags, along with nooses. Many nooses hung in the Capitol were found in aftermath of this human flood. A raised wooden cross, reminiscent of Klan lynchings that they were sure to have burned had they succeeded in their occupation. And a sweater reading Camp Auschwitz, which implies a sense of humor that even I cannot begin to comprehend. The lineage between the slave-holding secessionists and the modern insurrectionists could not have been more clear. Both groups were willing to destroy the Union, and both used violence to deflect their own racial fantasies of power and privilege slipping away. So here we have a scene, literal and figurative, from The Birth of a Nation, the Ku Klux Klan rallying film. A cinematic masterpiece in a technical sense of production, and a sublime propaganda piece that has caused many historians to have feared over the generations the rise of the South, with some warning of the possibility of this day for months, others like myself for years. Trump even campaigning in the style of the Jim Crow South's white supremacist demagogues, running on hatred and grievance and cashing in on racism and xenophobia. Now, in the same moment as the historic election of Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff, who will respectively be the first black and Jewish senators to represent Georgia ever, white supremacists armed with equipment ideal for taking hostages staged the nation's first real coup d'etat attempt whilst seeking to burn the Electoral College ballots, their original military objective, or paramilitary, as the case may be. And just like their Confederate forebears, they angrily rejected legitimate election results, vowing vengeance and inciting racist violence. To be sure, the chaos and uncertainty from the attempted coup d'etat and their defiling antics were jarring, but not without precedent. The entire scene could have been lifted out of the 1915 white supremacist film, The Birth of a Nation. As the first major motion picture screened in the White House, the blackface epic, rife with disinformation and lost cause sentiment, had been based on the best-selling novel The Klansman, subtitled A Historical Romance of the Ku Klux Klan. Former President Woodrow Wilson, an allo-historian, meaning an anti-historian, and an architect of federal segregation, was himself known to have deemed The Birth of a Nation, his words, like writing history with lightning. In one of the most pivotal scenes in that saga, set in 1871, former slaveholding Confederates watched in horror from Capitol's gallery the exact place where Representatives Jason Crow and Susan Wild were pinned to the floor beneath chairs midweek last, and gawked at America's newly elected black congressman and the first fictional black Speaker of the House. An important term. The word speaker in American governance, descendant from the Roman speaker, in which, in the Latin, means to speakest, as in to belch out orders. In the Latin language, the term used in the Roman Empire for the Speaker of the Senate was he who dictates that law. His words become as law. His words are as law. His words are law. He is someone who dictates. The rest transcribe. Hence, the term in the Roman Empire for the Speaker of the Senate was quite literally dictator. The black Speaker of the House, the fictional black speaker, was America's black dictator. Like the domestic terrorists who vandalized House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, defiantly putting their feet on her desk with the American flag prostrate, the black congressman in The Birth of a Nation, the fictive black congressman in that allo-historical or contrafactional, that alternative historical novel, with white actors in blackface on the big screen, because of course they couldn't find any Negroes to play the parts, were admonished to keep their shoes on with their feet off the desks. The blackface congressman in the novel and the film snuck liquor into the Capitol. They devoured fried chicken while wildly gesturing as they argued in favor of interracial marriage. They openly brandished guns and knives, gambled, and leered lasciviously at cowering white women in the gallery. As a silent movie, a title card on screen explained it all. The helpless white minority. The lie of the helpless white minority. Let me repeat that for you to wrap your brain around. The helpless white minority. That simple lie lays bare so much of America's misery and suffering. The far right and white supremacists' purported fear of losing status, wealth, and most importantly of all, political power in the face of mass black voter turnout has always been part of what animated racial violence in this country, from riots to lynchings to police brutality. It'd be no coincidence that the infamous The Birth of a Nation scene that perverts and degrades black leadership supposedly occurs in 1871, was projected to occur in 1871, a science fiction novel of its time, one of the most tumultuous years in Reconstruction in reality. Hiram Revels, America's first black senator, and a preacher like Warnock, was in office, serving only for a year. Union Army generals founded the National Rifle Association. This is all historical fact, not the contrafactual of the novel. Hiram Revels was America's first black senator. He was a preacher like Warnock, just elected in Georgia, serving in office for only a year, while Union Army generals, the champions of the North, were the founders of the National Rifle Association, the death cult that exploits blacks only for commercials while having none in its ranks of sustenance. And Congress, in history, in reality, passed the Ku Klux Klan Act outlawing terrorist conspiracies by white supremacists. 1871, all the same year. That act gave the president the power to suspend the writ of habeas corpus in regions prone to homegrown terrorism. In other words, the president was given the power to act against his own, the white power-holding majority, when their behavior became so extreme that it could no longer be tolerated in the eyes of the world and as an embarrassment to America on the world stage, had to be put down. Despite this act and the formation of black militias and voting blocks throughout the South, white supremacist violence accelerated unabated throughout the region for another 90 years, nigh 100 years, with a legacy that still haunts us today from that century. Slavery, Jim Crow, and Reconstruction's failures to prosecute treasonous Americans materialized Wednesday midweek last in the plume of gunsmoke inside the Capitol itself. The task of peaceful unification is monumental, but it is imperative America upholds the Constitution and prosecutes those who commit treason to the full extent of the law. For the stability of the American empire and for the continuation of democracy itself. As the radical Republican congressman Thaddeus Stevens aptly concluded just months after the bloody civil war between the states, in his own words, "If we fail in this great duty now, when we have the power, we shall deserve and receive the execration of history and of all future ages." This is what it looks like when toxic white privilege is left unchecked. Collective trauma catches you off guard. Witnessing thousands of overwhelmingly white domestic terrorists who supported President Donald Trump storm the U.S. Capitol on Wednesday, it felt like I was reliving America's most painful past. Moments I've experienced and echoes of those of my ancestors, if you will, Chinese who came to work the railways in America. For many Amerasians, myself included, it evoked a recurring nightmare. So many of us have felt that this nation has been teetering on the brink of chaos for far too long a time. We knew there would be a reckoning. And as I watched the siege of the Capitol building itself, I recalled the George Floyd protests in Lafayette Park near the White House in June, where heavily armed law enforcement set off explosives and fired gas on peacefully gathered citizens of all races. Some of them even on their knees, with their hands up or lying flat on the ground. Photo after photo of that day show us protesters being beaten, arrested, and dispersed by police. Those people did not storm the Capitol or crash through police barriers. The crowd in the park that day, a few hundred people, did not try to shut down the government in the way the white mob did on Wednesday. All they wanted was equal justice and an end to the police killings of unarmed black Americans. On Wednesday, I was haunted by images I've seen of police attack dogs ripping open black skin during peaceful protests of the civil rights movement, which took place in the decade I was born. I remembered the military vehicles confronting mostly black crowds during the Black Lives Matter protests over the past several years. To be colored in America, black or any other hue of melanin other than bleach white, is to live with constant trauma. For Trump and many in the Republican Party, who'd be far more interested in taking America to the brink of a civil war for personal political gain rather than holding our nation together, the Lafayette Park protesters were criminals of the worst kind unto they. At the time, the president said, "What happened last night was a total disgrace." He called the protests in the aftermath of Floyd's murder mob violence by the radical left and urged states to call in the military to shut down those protests. And Trump stayed true to form on Wednesday. In the middle of the violence, he had only kind words for those storming the Capitol. Speaking to the nation, my nation, our nation, he clung to his delusions, reinforcing his dog whistle rhetoric and baseless conspiracy theories about the election being stolen from himself. And as he asked the rioters to go home, Trump said, "We love you. You're very special people, and I know how you feel." The violent assault at the Capitol left nigh half a dozen dead. 4 terrorists and 1 officer of the law. and multiple injuries among police and terrorists, the so-called white rioters. The DC police chief said 52 people were arrested, but it remains to be seen how many others will ever be held accountable for breaking the law. Compare the number of people arrested on Wednesday, these white terrorists, to the hundreds of blacks arrested simply for breaking curfew. This is what it looks like when toxic white privilege is left unchecked and consistently encouraged by our nation's leaders and others in power, such as the corporations who back Donald Trump. Don't give them a pass. And we only have ourselves to blame. In America, structural racism has been allowed to fester. In every corner of our society, we've legitimized and defended a culture where white bodies are valued over black bodies. Too many of us have settled for baby steps toward full equality and justice. And now that we finally have been pushed to the brink, we are pushing back. That is why we shout Black Lives Matter. And now, more recently, Black Votes Matter. There be no doubt the Trump era has awakened hate and fear in many Americans. But it has also inspired black Americans to discover a new, true nationalist. I would not say patriotic because I deem that a perversion. But what whites would deem a black patriotic pride. A nationalist pride as Americans. A steadfast determination and belief in the power of all our collective voices. Look no further than the record black voter turnout for the presidential election that put President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris in office, and the Georgia Senate races that saw Democrats Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff elected. That's the power of the black vote. What the Warnock-Ossoff win, the black Jewish win, tells us about a transforming South speakest beyond volumes. Black folk across the nation watched that siege, and they knew in their souls that had those rioters been black, they would have faced deadly force long before they got inside the White House. So blacks fight smarter by forcing this democracy to work for them. So, I, like many others, remain encouraged by their example. The recent elections prove that a majority of all Americans want change. They believe we can be a better nation. Wednesday was an ugly day in American history, but it would be a mistake to allow it to define us. Instead, let us learn that the politics of divide and conquer will destroy our nation. Biden said it best when he spoke to America during the insurrection. Democracy is fragile. Let's take better care of it. I said that part. Now, a check on the time we have remaining within the live chat. Okay. Good. A little more than an hour. And, now, all historians and academics of legitimacy would concur in warning that while the Capitol riot may be unprecedented, white extremist groups are growing. President Trump and the mob he incited at the Capitol on Wednesday to stop the congressional electoral vote count have laid bare the threat of political violence in these United States and thrust the American democratic experiment to a perilous pass. Political scholars and historians of any coherent perception would concur that while this act of insurrection, spurred on by the president himself, has no national, indeed human experiential precedent, what kind of president would seek to destroy his own government? It's literally, until what happened Wednesday, inconceivable. It all stems from a long history of white supremacy and far-right extremism, and will erupt into further violence. Make us no mistake. Jill Lepore, an American historianus and Harvard University professores, said that both the Trump presidency and the riot at the Capitol defy any historical comparison. Lepore saying, "Armed insurgents occupied the Capitol" is not a sentence you will find in any American history book. It will be in every history book from here on out. The riots involved hundreds of overwhelmingly white Trump supporters and occurred on the day after Georgia, with a strong turnout among black voters, elected Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff its first black and first Jewish senators. The timing testified to the country's constant struggle with race and the backlash against building a more inclusive country. Chad Williams, the chairman of the African and African American Studies Department at Brandeis University, he noted that Texas Senator Ted Cruz, a leader in the recent Republican effort to overturn our electoral results, has repeatedly suggested that Congress follow the example set by the body in 1876 to resolve that disputed election. It is a baleful precedent. I said myself throughout all of my history as a public informant that was when a pirate flag was run over both the United and Confederate States of America. That compromise reached at that time, ushering in one of the more shameful eras of American history, Jim Crow laws and segregation in the South. Chad Williams, the chairman of the African and African American Studies, they are disambiguated, they are separate issues completely. At Brandeis University, Brandeis is spelled Brandeis, has gone on record to say that this is an attempt to maintain a white supremacy democracy. There's been some deep damage to this country's democracy and political institutions that have been exposed. This is certainly going to be a test of the viability of American democracy and the Constitution. National security experts have been warning for years, including myself as a public informant, about the growing threat and influence of white supremacist far-right groups. You can check my record. In 1995, Timothy McVeigh, who was steeped in white supremacist and right-wing ideologies, killed 168 people in the Oklahoma City bombing, including children, in the daycare center, the deadliest act of homegrown terrorism of the past several decades. More recent attacks have shown that far-right extremism remains a threat, and a growing one at that. In the past year alone, adherents of such ideologies have stormed the Michigan and Oregon state houses, plotted to abduct Michigan Governoress Gretchen Whitmer in a plot to gang rape her to death on camera, and shot and killed demonstrators in Wisconsin. The Center for Strategic and International Studies, a bipartisan policy think tank, reports that in the first half of 2020, but yesteryear, nearly 90% of terrorist plots and attacks in these United States were all tied to right-wing white extremism. But the intelligence community and the political establishment at large have completely failed to take this threat seriously, just as the police refused to take the whites as any threat. The police in Washington, D.C. turned down offers of National Guard support. Turned them down! Daryl Johnson, founder of DT Analytics, a private consulting firm. Of course, when I think DT, I think delirium tremens and think of a bunch of alcoholics shaking uncontrollably. But Daryl Johnson's not just the founder of DT Analytics. He's a former senior domestic terrorism analyst at the Department of Homeland Security. And he's even testified that what happened at the Capitol yesterday, at the time he said it was Thursday last week, is a culmination of years of federal government and state government neglect of this issue of far-right white extremism and domestic terrorism, as well as the reckless and irresponsible statements by conservative political leaders, including the president. Those are his words, not mine. Though federal agencies publish detailed accountings of various forms of terrorism and political violence, there is no publicly available source of federal data on killings by white supremacists. The government refuses to amass the statistics. Johnson and others have criticized intelligence and law enforcement for instead zeroing in on completely peaceful movements on the left, including black civil rights and environmental activists, leaving extremism to fester freely on the far right. That's encouragement. Law enforcement's failure to forcefully confront armed mobs, even as they breached the Capitol, highlights the gravity of this country's complete and total failure to take its far-right white extremism seriously. Michael German, yes, German is his surname, a fellow at the Brennan Center for Justice, and a former FBI special agent himself, has testified this leaves insurrectionists emboldened. In his own words, to quote his T at length, he said, "The way that these groups have been empowered will make it very difficult to bring back any sense of normalcy. This is really going to be a dangerous period because they have become accustomed to being allowed to commit public violence. So when law enforcement starts to crack down on violence, you'll see a much more violent response." His words. Even after Wednesday's assault on the Capitol itself, some Republicans in Congress continued to back the unproven claims that the election results were fraudulent. Cruz and Missouri Senator Josh Hawley both sent out fundraising messages touting their efforts to block the vote certification moments before rioters stormed in. And they have been unwilling to break with Trump in the days ever since, hoping to harness the energy of his die-hard cultists for their own political ambitions. All of this points to a sobering reality. White extremism has infiltrated deep into the Republican Party. Paul Watanabe, a descendant of Japanese internees who were kept in the camps in World War II, a political science professor at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, has attested that I frankly don't think they got a lot of resistance. He was, of course, speaking of the response by law enforcement and the Republican Party. And he went on to say, they've occupied the hearts and minds of politicians of these United States, and that's pretty frightening. Yes, he's afraid to go back into the camps, and I can't blame him. I don't fear that because I'll die fighting first. In fact, I know I'll win the war. Take a look at the white supremacists. Take a look at most whites. Dumb as fucking stumps. They've had it too easy all their lives to even think straight. They could have had the fucking Capitol. They could have had their show trials and killed off the Democratic Party, shot Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Nancy Pelosi in the back of the head like they had planned to do, as they admitted on the internet. But they got too sidetracked by taking selfies. Now on public message boards, Thursday, the day after the storming, members of militia groups suggested that they were preparing for sustained battle against all those they branded leftist, and claimed that they were the true patriots fighting for American values. A poster named CAPT Obvious, Captain Obvious, on one extremist website said, "Many wonder what will be the trigger point, the flash in the pan, the moment it kicks off." And he said, "Yesterday, the day the patriots stood and did something, we're angry, and that creates a lot of energy for a movement." Now, any professional historian will tell you that to face down a growing and violent uprising, the country must recognize white supremacist extremism as homegrown, an American problem, and one that is unlikely to be resolved quickly. Miguel Lacerna, a professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, who studies political violence in Latin America, said it is important to acknowledge Wednesday's insurrection as part of American culture, not distinct from it. To quote his T, "While there are certainly mobilizations and protests and conflict and insurrections elsewhere, we haven't seen this level of insurrection sanctioned from a president in some time." Claiming that it isn't us is not really helpful. This is us, and the question is how we deal with it. The insurrectionists succeeded at not only storming the Capitol, but also left behind symbols of their destructive designs: broken office windows, Trump banners, and Confederate flags waving in the nation's most hallowed halls is especially concerning. Those images alone do irreparable damage to our nation's political psyche if left unchallenged. To cite Lacerna again, he said that's going to outlast any individual out there or any elected member of Congress who was in that building. He went on to say, "It's very difficult to close that Pandora's box once it's been opened. There could be something that can take us years or even a generation or more." What he's saying is that this will take generations to overcome the damage that's been done. Global history does offer one chilling lesson. Insurrectionist acts are rarely isolated events and almost always lead to drawn-out campaigns of political violence. Our war has just begun. Rooting out white extremism is difficult work, and all historians question whether these United States is even up to the task. The anger of the majority of white males over the increasing diversity of America has been growing for years. All historians have been warning of this, of any repute. And it's all been stoked by all too many provocateurs, including Donald Trump. White supremacist ideologies and right-wing conspiracies have been allowed to spread completely unchecked. And whether the American empire can rebuild trust in broken political institutions remains in doubt. Much will depend on our country's willingness to face the truth and punish the perpetrators. Any scholar of sound mind would concur. After the American Civil War, secessionists were largely granted amnesty, and whites who terrorized blacks, who gained wealth and power in the decades that followed, went completely unpunished, emboldening them ever further to this point. That long-running failure of accountability has persisted to this turning point in history. Carol Anderson, chairwoman of African American Studies at Emory University, and the authoress of the bestseller entitled White Rage, that's subtitled The Unspoken Truth of Our Racial Divide, has said, "We're in a dangerous space in America, and we've got to be really clear about what that danger means. part of what has happened in this nation, and also why we're here, is that the folks who do damage to this nation, who attack democracy, are never held accountable. Any expert in social security, the security of society, would agree that accountability must extend beyond those who stormed the Capitol to include the elected officials who undermined public trust in democratic institutions. Impeaching or indicting Trump for inciting the insurrection and withholding leadership positions from members of Congress who promoted false claims of a stolen election or have tried to delegitimize government institutions will help ensure that the American empire reckons with this crucial moment instead of leaving it unchallenged. All future historians and political scientists will reflect upon whether or not this takes place, and whether or not it takes place will decide what judgment that they lay upon us in this time and place as the people, the generation on the spot. But it will be difficult for the incoming Biden administration, particularly given the hesitancy of many Republicans to condemn the rioters outright and the incoming Democratic president's desire to build consensus during a pandemic and economic crisis. Clarence Luzane, a political science professor at Howard University, said, "I don't think that the Republican Party, as it's currently constituted, is a salvageable partner with the new administration. Republican leaders will have to step up and push anti-democratic forces out of the party, or the more moderate voices will have to form their own coalitions. Any historian would agree to this fact. Democrats, for their part, must defend our country's electoral process and vital institutions without compromising principle." The following years spent attacking the legitimacy of courts, the media, the military, and electoral processes, as well as driving out more moderate members of the Republican Party, mean that the Republican Party must earn bipartisanship. Clarence Luzane concludes that if we accept that there is a degree of democracy within these United States, that has to be defended. And his own conclusion is that I think we're at a point now where this really is a central question for the country itself. So we have to take lessons from this insurrection. Get this much through your fucking heads. Wednesday was the start of something, not its end. This is not over. As Trump always does, the traitor in the Oval Office, the Russian asset running the American empire to the ground, has himself made the truth plain to anyone who cares to listen. On Thursday, the day after the insurrection he incited, left no less than 4 of his biggest fans and 1 police officer dead. Trump said, "To all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning." Just beginning. If you think that, I don't even dare call him a man. That orange turd has learned the right lessons from all this, you haven't been paying attention. White House aides told Nebraska Senator Ben Sasse that On Wednesday, the president was walking around the White House confused about why other people on his team weren't as excited as he was, as you had rioters pushing against Capitol Police trying to get into the building. Democrat Joe Biden will take the oath of office on January 20th, but the insider-in-chief and his wonderful supporters, including the politicians and pundits who helped whip up this insurrection, will still be with us. What burst into the open over the last 5 years, the cult of white supremacy, and white grievance, and white entitlement, an unholy trinity leveraged by Republicans for tax cuts and federal judges and vote suppression, will all remain. Even in the face of the destruction and the deaths, the seditionists who took over the Capitol, and too many of those who serve within it, have no regrets. Instead, they've returned to their distorting echo chambers, spinning further delusions to explain away the horrors. If anything, they be angrier now, more emboldened, and they're planning more mayhem for the week of the inauguration itself. As horrific as it was, Wednesday would have been even more catastrophic if the marauders had been better organized. The most generous explanation of the day's massive security failures is the official one, that those who protect the Capitol were surprised by the siege, overrun because they expected a protest, not an insurrection. How could that be possible, given the rhetoric of the last 2 months and the open plotting all over the internet, open conspiracy of the last few weeks? How is it possible after armed Trumpists menaced lawmakers in Michigan state capitol, and after the FBI foiled a plot to kidnap that state's governoress, Gretchen Whitmer, parroting the president's own criticisms of her as justification to gang rape her to death on camera? And afterward, Donald Trump, doing his part, suggested the kidnapping plot was maybe not a problem. Those who protect the Capitol didn't see him coming, because the Trumpists wore this country's most effective camouflage. White epidermis, whiteness of the skin, which blinds all law enforcement to the threat they pose. Don't believe it? Imagine how differently Wednesday would have gone if the goons openly plotting to storm the Capitol and murder lawmakers had been Muslims. The nation's entire security apparatus would have been mobilized to round up organizers and head off the attack. Instead, we have complete and total silence from the Department of Homeland Security. And even now, excuses from all the Republicans. Folks just got a little carried away, guys, but their hearts were in the right place. That's why those who laid siege to the Capitol were yucking it up and identifying themselves on live streams on Wednesday, because they knew they could get away with it. And all of them, allowed to waltz out of the building they desecrated, were completely right. It's good to be born white. The complete and total security failures. And I'm a security professional with experience in the field, far beyond those idiots in the think tanks advising your leaders, allowed Wednesday to happen. But they can be corrected. Better coordination between Capitol Police and other forces won't fix the fact that too many Americans are still blind to the existential danger to this republic posed by this president and his ideologically diseased ilk. Addressing that starts with taking power from those who leverage hate for their own purposes, and empowering those who want all Americans to enjoy the same comforts and rights, especially at the ballot box. It's easy to feel hopeless after last week's gut punch. But we've just elected a president and a Senate invested in making this country more just. The day before the attempted coup, record numbers of voters in Georgia sent their first black man and their first Jewish one to the U.S. Senate. The antidote to Wednesday in Washington is Tuesday in Georgia. Those who would drag us back can keep trying, but change will comest. Like many of the markers of Donald Trump's 4 years in office, this week's insurrection at the U.S. Capitol was high on symbolism, theatrics, and nastiness, and much lower on substance. The images of rioters climbing walls and breaking windows at one of the cornerstones of American democracy has been taken by many as an ominous sign of its demise. The mob literally trashed the place. But if there was a concerted plan to seize power, all of these plotters got sidetracked with looting congressional offices and, of course, taking selfies while doing it. Trump's seemingly irrepressible desire to put on a show has dominated his time in the White House, and this was his season treason finale. That is not to say the Capitol mayhem and other Trumpian attempts to hijack the national narrative, from his border wall to his trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire, are mere spectacle. The president and his supporters have inflicted deep and lasting damage, and the 5 riot-related deaths are just the latest tragic example. But as we watch the last days of the Trump show, it's worth remembering the real story is often not where he chooses to put the spotlight. As we obsess over the Trump-provoked storming of the Capitol, will we miss more dangerous actions behind closed doors? Reports suggest the president orchestrated law enforcement's tepid response at the Capitol. Those details will emerge as time goes forth and marches on. That adds an alarming element of conspiracy to Trump's seditious pre-riot pep speech. Wednesday's insurrection also quickly drowned out news that might inspire a very different assessment about the state of American democracy. The victory of Georgia's 2 Democratic U.S. Senate candidates, who beat the Republican incumbents, and the state's long history of voter suppression. In the end, Trump's outrageous attempts to remain the center of attention may be what ultimately gets him canceled. After years of enabling his egregious behavior, some Republicans are finally drawing a line at his open incitement of a violent mob. Whether their party's Trumpian radical wing goes from sullying to derailing democracy will depend on how serious and how effective those few Republicans are at holding that line. Because impeaching Donald Trump is the easy part. The demagogue in chief is such an acute and unique threat to American democracy that he could this week become as the first president to be impeached twice. But while inciting insurrection surely ranks as a high crime and misdemeanor, the daunting logistics of ousting Trump so close to the end of his term may undercut its political rationale. House Democrats say as Trump's actions, goading of a mob into invading Congress itself, cannot go unpunished in history, and that Trump is so dangerous he must be removed now, even with only 9 more days left in office by this point, if I reckon correctly. Support for impeachment among Democrats who run the House seems unstoppable, and a vote could happen by midweek. Then things get complicated. Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has signaled that an impeachment trial would not start until January 20th, the date when Biden becomes president and Democrats assume control of the chamber. Since a presidential trial takes precedence over other business, the Senate would effectively burn days or weeks trying to convict an ex-president who will already have left office. This would delay Biden's hopes of swiftly passing legislation to save the economy and speed up COVID-19 vaccinations. It would also dash his admittedly long-shot hopes of quickly turning a page from the Trump circus. Top House Democrat James Clyburn suggested on CNN Sunday that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi delay sending the articles of impeachment to the Senate until Biden's first 100 days in office have passed. But such a move would undermine the urgency of impeachment. By early June, the immediacy of last week's outrage will have waned, making it harder to secure a two-thirds majority in the Senate to convict Donald Trump. An alternative is formal congressional censure. But while it might be more successful, censure lacks the ultimate prize of impeachment and conviction, banning Trump from seeking the presidency or any public office ever again. Regardless, Donald Trump fired the shot that begins the Republican Civil War. Trump's plot to challenge the electors in battleground states pits the Republican Party against itself. But the Civil War won't just be painful for Republicans. Donald Trump is the most unconventional president we ever elected. So it cometh as no surprise he's doing something wildly unconventional as he leaves office. He's starting a civil war in his own party. This won't topple our republic because Trump doesn't command enough Republican support in state and federal governments to create a real crisis. Democracy is holding fast against his legal and extra-legal attempts to reverse our election. The latest test of America's tensile strength comes from Georgia, where Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger exposed Trump's tawdry threat against him because Raffensperger refused to help the president overturn Biden's victory in that state. About a fourth of the Republican Party is completely with Trump, over the edge. In a tape recording released to the Washington Post, Trump tries to bully Raffensperger and his attorney, but the two easily defy him, knocking down his phony conspiracy theories one by one. After the call, Trump went to Twitter to punish Raffensperger, writing he was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. But Raffensperger pushed back, "What you're saying is not true. The truth will come out." Soon the tape went public and Trump's threats spilled across the nation's front pages. Because the president has no shame, he chose to try to tear down the Citadel on the way out. And he recruited Republican members of Congress and the U.S. Senate to formally object to the Electoral College count. Since some 100 to 150 House members and at least 12 senators announced they would support the president's gambit. That still leaves about 1/4 of the Republican caucus in the House and 3/4 in the Senate who joined the Democrats to crush Trump's insurrection. Senator Dick Durbin, the Democrat from Illinois, stated that Trump's gambit was the political equivalent of barking at the moon. And some Republicans even spracketh out. But the damage to the Republican Party is substantial. Trump's post-election plotting imperils the election and ultimately turned it against the two Republicans running for U.S. Senate in the Georgia runoff. When they both went down, Democrats gained control of the U.S. Senate, House, and White House. So goodbye divided government. Many Republicans warned this would happen, and since it did, Trump be the man to blame. And the more mannered Republicans have a powerful argument for weakening Trump's grip on the party. Senator Mitt Romney from Utah saying, "It is difficult to imagine a worse, more undemocratic action by a sitting American president." And former Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan going Mitt Romney one better, saying, "It is difficult to conceive of a more anti-democratic and anti-conservative act than a federal intervention to overturn the results of state-certified elections." With United States Senator Ben Sasse, the Republican from Nebraska, confirming this is bad for the country and bad for the party. Now, Republicans made a serious mistake in challenging the electors, with Representative Liz Cheney, the Republican from Wyoming, going so far as to say such objections set an exceptionally dangerous precedent, threatening to steal states' explicit constitutional responsibility for choosing the president and bestowing it instead upon Congress. This is directly at odds with the Constitution's clear text and our core beliefs as Republicans. So the Republican Party will pay, but so will Democrats. None of this resistance that I've articulated absolves the Republican Party at all. That party will and must pay a price for nominating and electing Trump to the White House. His 4 years of corrupt and incompetent governance cost him re-election, and his destructive final days will likely cost Republicans many elections yet to come. Meanwhile, the disparate parts of that party will battle over its future when Trump is gone. What does conservatism mean in our postmodern world? What are its core principles? Donald Trump, to quotist Robert Oppenheimer's timeless recitation from the Bhagavad Gita, is the destroyer of worlds. He has laid waste to the American political landscape. The Reagan Revolution is over. The so-called Conservative Party will never be the same. Kelly Ward, the Arizona Republican, tries to excuse the Trump mob violence in D.C. New Republican voices will begin to define the future, and they could feel the cold gale of voters for many years to come. So the Republican Civil War is here. That may warm Democrats, but we must not grow too confident. All of American politics are as volatile as they have been since the 60s. And with Trump gone to unite Democrats in their hatred, our own civil war is in the offing. American politics is reinventing itself. And judging by the present, it's going to be the most painful thing in the world to watch. Now, we've got an hour remaining, so I might be able to bring our man George Knight on to help me in this final hour. I may as well do that as soon as possible. And in the interim, well, let's just bring him on. Let me give him a warning in Messenger. Ask him, here we are. Our man George Knight. Oops. You there, good sir? Alright. Alright. As soon as he responds, we can bring him on. obviously there's far more to analyze. If we don't get him on. And Jameson Reese is back. Always a relief to have backup behind me. Give him the thumbs up. We're waiting to see if George Knight responds. Holy shit. What a day. What a week. What a fucking life. I'm sorry, what was that, James?
I said the best yet to come.
Yeah, there you are. Yes, well, you missed some of my conclusions, but I'm sure you'll catch up with them.
Oh, no, I heard most of it. I was a little late typing back because I just went to brush my teeth and come right back.
Okay. And, so, you sound a little tired. You'll be glad to go to bed soon. Well, only less than an hour left.
I'm probably not going to be able to sleep because I just downed another energy drink.
Why? Why do you do this to yourself?
It's a sadomasochistic thing. It's both, honestly. It's the only way I could stay up. Because, like yesterday I walked 20 miles. So, I didn't sleep much last night. For some reason, I can't sleep much these days. I think it might be the moon phases.
What are you doing walking 20 miles, dude? I mean, this is, like, incredible. That's not even human. How do you do this?
Well, I paid a price for it. I mean, my feet were, like, aching as hell.
I can imagine.
It takes 2.5 miles to get to the ferry boat. The walk up from the Staten Island ferry to all the way to 59th Street, Manhattan, is a good 4.9 miles, give or take a few avenues, and then it's a walk back down 4.9 miles, and then it's a walk back once I get to Staten Island from the ferry boat, another 2.5 miles. So this is done just to keep me in peak shape and to prevent me from getting that, middle-aged gut that most guys have.
Dude.
Because I find that completely repulsive.
I understand that, but you don't need to go that far to prevent a gut from developing. Good God, man.
Well, I only do it like once every few days. I make sure not to. I make sure not to do it every day of the week like I used to.
Holy shit. I mean, good God, man. I mean, this is like, it's incredible. You're incredible. I mean, I'm proud of you, but, okay, don't take it that far anymore. You've got to start toning down.
Well, I should hope I haven't suffered any, outside of wearing down my shoes to the point where they're not comfortable anymore. Other than that, I haven't suffered any really big, major health impacts from it. I made sure to ingest enough protein powder because I have a lot of pea protein and hemp protein. So I more than made up for it.
Right. And, okay. And we definitely... One of the things I could have talked about was just how bad coronavirus has been. I mean, we've had the deadliest...
Oh,
go on.
Yeah, not only that, there's that, oh God, I pulled up an article about, oh my God, actually, there's some stupid shit about Julian Assange, that deranged piece of shit is still walking around.
Yeah, and now, but he's still in jail, right? I mean, he's got,
Yeah, the UK doesn't want to let go of him.
Thank God.
They're not going to extradite him to America. If they do, I think the asshole Trump will probably fucking pardon that piece of shit.
Thank God that he won't be president by the time they release him. They're not going to release him at all, hopefully. So go on, yeah.
And in the UK, they show like a fucking they show, of all people, they show like a black person with a fucking sign said, "Our freedom free Assange now." Are you fucking serious?
What an idiot! I mean, there's fools in every ethnos. Honest.
It's that, well, that disinfo is, I have to admit, though, to some degree, that disinfo is quite clever, especially if you're someone who's already disgusted with the status quo.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are people, an individual like myself is already disgusted by the status quo. And oftentimes, people like us get, pigeonholed into this alternative bullshit. And the problem is that alternative bullshit is absolutely always conservative and right in every fucking country.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's so what it boils down to is trying to make sure that even people who are basically, you have to control people who aren't that controllable by putting them into a sort of niche. That's social engineering.
Yeah. Well, talk about social engineering. I mean, we all know I love Peter Moon dearly, but oh my God, for him to say how good the economy is and how many people have benefited from Trump because the economy, dude. I mean, 4 million.
Nobody's. I don't think anyone's benefited from Trump.
Thank you.
The only people who benefited from Trump were the same people who benefited from every other fucking president that's been here.
Yes.
And those are people who are the mega wealthy.
Yes. And even they were insistent they didn't need the tax breaks. None of them asked for it. Now, it must be remembered, it's not like many of these people could have said no. They didn't have a choice. The Republicans were shoving the tax breaks on them, and many of the wealthy, again, I act as behalf of an advocate for the wealthy for free, simply because I do benefit from them. Obviously, it's evident by the thumbnail image in my live stream what benefits I get. But
many of the wealthy do pay money to like art museums, shit like that.
Patronage of the arts,
philanthropic stuff.
Yeah, but aside from all of that, aside from the patronage of the arts, and aside from philanthropy, and aside from stuff like that, which I can easily deconstruct to a degree, what I'll say is that I of course. I'm giving full disclosure. You can see what benefits I get by seeing the gift I got for Serbian Orthodox Christmas in the image that's in thumbnail of our live stream. But in terms of, and by the way, we were all wearing blue in preparation for the fact that it would display on the hashtag Wear Blue Day. So we were way ahead of the game there. And for anybody asking, oh, why did you put that image there? Well, because, it's like Trump says, you got to grab them by, well, this is how I get your attention, right? It does make people stare. At any rate, 4 million, that number, that's how many Americans have been out of work for at least 6 months. Due to the persistent economic challenges of the pandemic. How Peter Moon can say, basically, Peter Moon's doing okay, all right? His wife is doing okay. They're one of the few people in America to be doing okay.
Well, that's the thing. People often think that because they're doing good, it's a...
Everyone is.
That's not the case. People aren't able to look past... and it's surprising actually to hear it from Peter Moon, because of all people, he seems to appreciate an objective viewpoint the most by what he says.
It's strange. It's Peter Moon echoes the reactionary media, and it's genetic. He's of a different generation, and he's white. There's a genetic factor there. It's almost as if he can't help himself in that regard. He relates, when he was speaking to the man who's organizing the thing in Mount Shasta. Do you remember that guy's name? I don't even remember.
Oh, no, I don't.
But you know of whom I'm speaking.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're speaking of.
Oh my God. Shalimar? Jonathan Shalimar, I think. Yeah? John Shalimar.
Yes.
Let me look that up and confirm that. Shalimar. Hopefully he hasn't unfriended me. As far as he was concerned, I was still going to Mount Shasta. Fuck, it looks like he may have unfriended me. Oh well, I may not be going to Mount Shasta. We'll find out. But he was very angry with Crystal River because she had put up some jokes about Trump, but she puts up jokes about all the politicians. But he took offense, and he was really coming down on her, and she came back at him, and he may have heard about but basically he and Peter Moon, when they talk together, they're both older white guys. They're both older white guys, and they talk about Trump, and they both feel that Trump has done well. And this is like amazing to me, because this shows you what can happen in a situation where you've got a triple threat. You've got the plague, you've got the economic depression that's consequent the plague, you've got but there's this ability to, and yet it's at the same time, Peter's no fool. He knows that the market going up and down and riding high on air, he knows that's all ephemeral. He knows that, but he's still thinking there may be fraudulence in the voter system. I mean, this is appalling to me, and it's obviously I'm hardly naive, but it's like, this is similar to me to, like, here I am a pornaholic, yet I retain enough sensibility to find myself offended at Denmark and their...
Oh, yeah, the fucking
thank
airplane penis cartoon.
Thank you. It's not even a cartoon. This is like claymation. It's claymation, so it's like 3D and shit. And
that's just bogus as fuck, man.
Yeah, and so it's like, this is how I feel about these echo chambers, that it's just very much, how can I say, it's but at least we're keeping the dialogue open. So it's important to keep the dialogue open, and
yes, and it's important to know what disconnects exist within the majority of the white male population.
Yeah,
because we are learning that from him, even though he's as close to unbiased as we can get.
Yeah.
For the moment.
Yes.
And I think with their generation, there's still the sort of service, or the sort of naive servitude to authoritarian, authority sources, and that's the and I think that goes with the generation of that age group.
What's interesting, you say that. I mean, sure, that's valid, but at the same time, there's a anti-authoritarian streak to all of this. All of this is, say, for instance, no more big government. We don't want big government. This is what I was pointing out about the human trafficking. If you want to combat organized crime, big crime, you need big government. And this is what people are arguing against. It's this libertarian streak that makes human trafficking possible. It's this whole thing about it's not our business and government can't get involved. If you want to stop...
if they don't get involved, who will get involved?
That's the point.
They'll just get a free reign, a free ticket to do whatever the fuck they want. Well, what I mean by the authoritarian thing is is that absurd notion that the president somehow has an impact on the markets and economy. He doesn't.
Yeah, yes. And bizarrely enough, Peter knows that. Peter knows that, and yet he somehow feels that the economy under Trump has done good. And this is astonishing in light of what I've said about...
But that's a sort of magical thinking. That somehow
thank you.
Trump is like a lucky charm that brings in good economy. It does not... The economy never worked that way. And I think a lot of Americans are deluded because... And the reason why they're deluded is because even on left-leaning media, which my parents watch, like MSNBC and whatnot, they talk about, the economy is this and that under their president. The economy is bad under the president. And I'm thinking, well, duh. Actually, morons who are reporting this shit, the president has nothing to do with the economy. This is the problem. They're making the media seems to make these correlations that are completely inaccurate. And Americans buy this shit up. They don't question it.
Yes. Yeah, and that's at any rate, it's definitely dangerous times. So it's how will we say it? It's Well, we'll only watch. We're all in this together, and at least we have the communications line open. And Jonathan Shalimar. Now that's a bit disturbing to me when I looked up on Facebook and I'm not getting results. You know what that means? That means potentially he blocked me, which means I probably won't be getting anywhere near Mount Shasta. We'll see.
Well, it could also mean that maybe he was one of those people who ransacked Washington.
You know, he does look like a lot of them. Oh my God. I'll have to ask Crystal if, let me see, I'll look up Jonathan. Maybe if I look up under Jonathan Shalimar. But I'll have to ask Crystal if she's been given similar short riffs, so to speak. I'm not seeing any Jonathan Shalimar come up on my searches. Holy shit. So there we have that. And I'll inquire. If anyone will be able to find out for me, it'll be Peter, because he maintains communications with Jonathan Shalimar, and he might tell me, "Oh yeah, well, Doug." If that happens, well, we can only derive amusement therefrom. That is cause for some level of amusement. That's enlightenment. And let's see here if I can find his Facebook messages. But in the meantime,
who knows? You might have a shitload of Trump cultists up there at Mount Shasta, like, we're going to have our own government, your own anarchy. They have like.
Actually, that's what I expect. I fully expect that, because that's well. Look at the demographics. The demographics are such that for people who don't know this, and I bet you don't know this or weren't aware of it. Of course, I know you know this much, that during the 1920s, under that Gormless president, the man who was the shortest reign in office, because his wife essentially murdered him, President, he had the funny-ass name, too. What was that name of that president? He was, holy fucking shit, I can't even remember his name. It was the year my mother was born, too. President 1923. President 1923. He was a Klansman under, it was, God, what the fuck was his name? Not Harding. It wasn't Harding, and it was,
It wasn't Hoover, was it?
No, it wasn't Hoover. It was, he had the funny-ass name, that was almost biblical sounding. I'll have to look at our list of presidents. Okay, list of presidents. List of presidents. And see if I
wasn't that poor fuck who died horribly?
I don't know if horribly is the word for it. No, not him. I know you're talking about that poor son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, that poor bastard. I'm almost there. Let me see. Franklin Woodrow Wilson. Warren G. Harding. I guess was it Harding? It must have been Harding. Yeah, he died when my mother was born. Yeah, he was murdered by his wife, essentially, and then Calvin Coolidge took over. So, yeah, it was Warren Gamaliel Harding. That's the weird name. His middle name says it all. Gamaliel. Warren Gamaliel Harding. And so Warren Gamaliel Harding was, of course, a Klansman. And during his time as president, the Klan expanded exponentially, to all the states in Union. And the one place, you probably knew that, of course, because the Klan held national marches. They were marching in the Capitol.
Yeah.
That was
they were killing black people all over the fucking country.
In many parts of the country, but the interesting exception to that rule at that time was the Pacific Northwest. The Pacific Northwest was the only place where you had the Ku Klux Klan emerge as politically correct, to the point where they invited blacks to join their ranks. This was, of course, preposterous, but the reason that it was like that was because there were no blacks in the Pacific Northwest. There simply were no blacks.
Shit.
So they just emerged as politically correct there because none of them had ever seen a black person. So they really had no idea what the fuss was all about in the rest of the country.
What is it that we hate again, guys, about these people?
They never seen one. I mean, literally, it was the weirdest shit. But you can look that up in the annals of the Klan. They were like, the people in the Pacific Northwest were up there in Klan sheets saying, "Whoa, we have love for everybody," and anyhow. So the point is that that is why I know that in the Pacific Northwest, I would be running into, that's Trump country up there in so many ways, other than in the solid hardcore cities where they have enough, diversity, not very black, but, it was like, holy shit. I was talking to...
I'm going to be honest. I didn't really... I had an odd feeling like, I don't think I'm going to go up there. Granted, it would be cool as fuck to meet you, but it was just like, oh, Mount Shasta... Because I noticed that, what's his name? Fucking Jimmy Church, that ugly piece of shit, was always ranting about Mount Shasta, going up there with night vision scopes and shit. And
yeah, yeah.
It might not be a place I would want to venture.
Oh, God. Well, the medical cosmetologist, she was like, her daddy took her up there hunting, and I can only assume it was for animals, because my image that I had was that, they brought their own blacks and sacks and shit and just turned them loose so they could hunt them down in the cold. But honestly, that is the place where I would expect MAGA hats galore. Maybe it's all for the best. I'll find out from Peter Moon what the deal is. Maybe John Shalimar's account was deactivated when they deactivated Trump's, and he's been banned from Facebook like I have or something.
Well, I would say the more people deactivate their accounts because Trump left would actually make me happy. I feel safer on Facebook.
There you go. I hear you. But definitely. Oh my God. You obviously something's happened to George Knight. I hope the hell he's okay. Of course, he's got that kid to take care of. I'll tell you what. Let me forward to you what I sent to them. Let me get into my email and forward this to you now. And open this email and do me a favor and read the email out loud. So let me get this over to you. Let me take a look at my sent box, and I'll send this your way.
Nice. All right, you're sending it to me via Facebook or Gmail?
Gmail.
Whatever
Gmail.
You use.
Thank you for asking. Okay, so here we are. Let me forward this to... are you okay to tell your email on air, or do you want to like give it to me in private message, or what? What's your email again?
Yeah, I'm sure nobody's... What am I going to get? Like, someone sending me, like, nudie photos?
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine.
JAMO.REESE.
Got it. Yes,
17.
Jameson Reese. So, there we are. Forwarded it to you right now. Check if you've received it. And then you can read that out loud. It'll make it worth the work that went into it. I mean, I love George Knight, but he'll never make a secretary. He's no professional transcriber. Oh, all right. My God.
Okay, this is Sherber Creek Discord.
Sheep
Nexus
Creek.
Magazine.
Yeah, Sheep
Creek. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I would have to take German from the beginning up. Yes. Nexus Magazine did not publish the most important aspect of the Third Reich in exile, acts of conflicts between the United States and the Thousand Year Reich. Reference Le Jardin de Canachima, retitled Garden on the Moon.
Yeah, by the way, the French would be Le Jardin Kanashima. You said you said the Japanese word right. That's the name of Dr. Kanashima, and that means the Garden of Dr. Kanashima, and he was, of course, the Garden of Kanashima. His surname without the doctor honorific, because he is the Japanese astronaut who crash-landed in a suicide mission on the moon to establish the foundations of the base that the Germans could inhabit. He had to land there first with the supplies in a one-way suicide trip to establish it so that the people who landed after him could survive. So that's if you hit that link, you'll see a wonderful book cover that was written by the French author of The Planet of the Apes and The Bridge on the River Kwai, because he was a member of French intelligence who was privy to much information that was never publicly released. about so he released it.
By Pierre Francois Marie.
Oh, you can just say Pierre Boulle. You can just say Pierre Boulle.
1912 to 1994.
Yeah.
Both the following titles below are exerted from the singularly salient standing order. Shoot them down by any means necessary, such being a direct extension of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's executive policy of hostility against multiple so-called alien races, along the reported Soviet shoot-down of UFOs coinciding with the fact that Stalin's nuclear program culminated within 18 months of progress rather than 5 years as then expected, altogether triggering a race for the United States to shoot them down, resulting in multiple retaliatory launchpad explosions, when former New Mexico State Representative John Andrew Kistner of Los Cruces, New Mexico, was interviewed on UFO Files 2004 to 2007. He testified that corporations had made billions of dollars on reverse engineering down disk. Himself confirmed, "We attacked the disk because they diverted our rocket test," obviously referring to incidents historically occurring on-site installations throughout American Southwest, from Holloman Air Force Base to Sandia Base, to principal nuclear weapons installation of the United States Defense Department from 1946 to 1971, located on the southeastern edge of Albuquerque, New Mexico. This actually makes perfect sense because the Japanese did have that, they had those, oh my good gosh, that microwave technology. So they had the capacity, so it makes perfect sense that the UFOs would be carrying that microwave technology to be able to disrupt American nuclear bases. Many hundreds of the Nazi rocketeers maintained hundreds of V-2 rockets while staffing Redstone Arsenal in North Alabama, Fort Bliss in West Texas, and the White Sands in New Mexico. White-silver disc can be seen on film interacting with rocket launchers on site, White Sands V-2 Launch Complex 33, whereupon the missiles either went off course by 45 to 180 degrees, turning back to destroy their own launch pads.
Right. By the way, we have George Knight on with us, and so what he's going to do is take all the information you have. He's going to integrate that into his production, I presume. So, George Knight, tell us a little bit about how things are going with you now, and both Jameson and yourself will be with me to help carry me through to the end of the hour. And very glad to have you with us. And, of course, George Knight is a very proud father. I take it that was your responsibilities in that regard that took you away from communications for a little bit.
Oh, that's correct, Douglas. And nice to speak to you, Douglas, and Jameson.
Yes.
Nice to speak to you as well.
Yeah.
Yes, Jameson. Nice. Thank you. Yes, I'm just attending my father duties and looking after Sarah also, just providing for him, just being the father figure for the the preceding time for the moment.
The ladies,
Yes.
how could you tell us how Sarah's doing? I hope she's well.
Yes, Douglas. I will tell you in private, Douglas.
Okay.
With Sarah, we have a slight concern, but we were just waiting for an ultrasound appointment that she needs to go through. But I'll speak to you in depth, in detail, in private about that, if you don't mind.
Of course, understood.
Yeah, but we're hoping everything will be all right. It's just it's just one of these repercussions of having cesarean.
Yes.
All sorts of things may occur. It's a very slight chance, and unfortunately it has. So we're just hoping that that's why I'm away so much. I'm just trying to keep her all right.
Well, everybody knowing what we know now, let's all maintain Sarah, the wife of George Knight, in our thoughts and prayers. Let's all maintain her in prayer now. And Jameson is joining us in prayer. I'm sure Pac-1 Morales is joining us in prayer. And
yes,
and
thank you.
Yeah,
I hope for the best.
Yeah, deeply appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, so my mood at the moment is a bit down at the moment, but I'm remaining positive, and everything will be sorted. And as soon as we can go to this ultrasound appointment, then we can identify what the problem is, the root of it, and then we can get it sorted. So that's the main thing, most important to maintain at the moment.
Yes.
Just to stay positive.
Yes.
But yeah, no, we'll be all right. I'll explain more detail to you, Douglas, in private. Yeah, I'll message you about it and let you know the results, because we're hoping today to get the results. We'll go in and get the ultrasound test done, and then we can find out what the problem is. But hopefully everything will be all right. So the mood's a bit low at the moment.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, and but definitely you're in our prayers, and they will help. And yeah, and we're other than that, of course, and this is of course it's hard to say that, but other than that, how's the rest of your family, your father and everyone doing okay? Have they been able to? Yeah.
Yes, everyone's good, Douglas. Unfortunately, the bad news to relay back to you is I have so many people in my family, particularly my mother's side, who have COVID. So many people have it. Oh, beg your pardon.
No worries. Yeah.
Yes, with so many people have contracted COVID-19, and so but they're all in isolation. So many people, and it's just one thing after another. Life just seems to be getting worse and worse at the moment. It's just that's just how it is. So we're just trying to get through day by day and sorting out one problem after another.
Right.
Yeah, it's just but everyone. My mum is fine. My father's fine. Everyone, and the girls are all good. And on the positive note, Douglas, when we were on the call the other night with Peter Moon, it just it brought so much positivity towards myself, because Sarah was in the hospital at that time, and you take my mind off everything. So that I've much appreciated you talking to me so much as well, taking my mind off everything. It helps.
Oh, bless you. And so to take your mind off of everything, in a sense, I was just with Jameson going over the email I had sent you about the, of course, your transcript that you had written based on what I related to you over the phone, and we were, so hopefully this will give you something to work with in your production to finalize it. And the great tragedy is, of course, I wish we could get that footage from, or a copy of the presentation put together by Doc Marquis before you finalized your work, but we'll still keep looking for that for a while yet. We'll still keep looking for that. I reached out to the Christian distributors who are like selling his products basically until they run out, I guess, and then that'll be the end of that. And of course they didn't respond. I mean, so much for that sense of Christian fellowship. I mean, it's just pathetic how people are. Most people just really don't care about anything, and they have no sense of responsibility in responding to inquiries and the like. But for those of you who don't know, Doc Marquis used to present at certain presentations that I was involved with, and there is a point in his narrative and my narrative where our narratives converge, but he essentially his theme, his leitmotif, his life theme was that he had been a Satanist and converted to Christianity. So he was very evangelical. Very different from my perspective of Christianity, but at the same time, he was always, he was never imposing or preachy. He was just very much himself and every bit the gentleman. And sadly, he developed a brain tumor, and ultimately this killed him. I thought he was alive. When I called the idiot who had organized the conferences at which we had Spracketh, the man who had copyrighted his name, I always have to say that to remind myself what his name was, Brian William Hall.
Yes.
Yeah, and basically that individual didn't know Doc Marquis was dead either. Both he and I just took it for granted that the man was too young to pass. So these are always shocking, these things that happen. In the interim, just to give our man, Mr. George Knight, a chance to kind of take his mind off things, with the information I provided you, could you share with us the paradigm as it's becoming more polished, that your vision for your production, and what exactly the message you're trying to convey with it, so that people understand it, and how my information has, I'm assuming it reframed it or contextualized it further. explain to people what the objective of your latest production is.
Oh, thank you very much, Douglas. And yes, and what you have done is you've really gone over and in much more, credible depth than what I did with the note taking that we in our conversation. So what you have done, you have just elaborated much more. So it's easier for me to to identify. What we're going through is from the period from post World War II, as recognised on the European continent. Prior to the sensational proactive prosecution of hostilities, and this will be going into the modern, from that period onwards onto the modern period, which is to this day, the ongoing conflict with the Third Reich in exile is a reality that nobody is aware of, and this is as soon as the moment I learned that myself from Douglas when he from when I first discovered Douglas until him actually teaching me the reality of the Third Reich in exile, this was the motive that drove me to actually produce in a production to expose that, also to help expose that reality, because this is something conveyed in the narrative throughout the West, the rest of the world. The UFO phenomena they recognize as extraterrestrial in origin, whereas the reality is the majority of I'm talking about the conventional mechanical sense of it, yes, not the extratemporal sense, because there are conveys of different paradigms of this, and which Douglas is emphasizing different. So we're trying to differentiate between what the ongoing conflict with the Third Reich in exile is. So this is the production that I'm in the current process of completing, from the help of Douglas, from helping me. What we spoke about on the phone was the period of the 1950s, the height of the Schitt's Creek, or the Disc War, the massacre of the skies over the American continent. This is home front, the United States, and we went through the reports from the New York Times, with all the figures that they have collected. This is through. It takes so much to explain, doesn't it, Douglas? I'm struggling just to get it out of my mouth.
Oh yeah, and no worries. It's
so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. You don't need to be exact. You don't need to be exact.
Yes.
The general message will suffice. Yeah. It's just that pilots were dying in America's own skies over its own soil on the American home front. The war had come home to America, and America was doing all it could to present this as an extraterrestrial threat, so people would not understand that the Reich was extant. And
yes, absolutely. Thank you, Douglas. And this is one of the particular fields that because with being affiliated with Douglas for a few years now, I'm aware of most of the things that Douglas has presented in over a decade of his being a public informant. As a public informant, that's what his role is. And so I'm aware of most of the realities that he's exposed, but this is a particular field that is it's one of those things that is kept so hidden, because, and it's all to do with, like we spoke the other night, Douglas, with the United States Air Force, which came into existence in 1947. It is a collateral or response to the Roswell incident. Prior to that, you had no such thing as the United States Air Force, a separate branch of service. What you had was the United States Army Air Corps, which was a naval aviation branch of service, but which was all part of the Army. But you never had a separate branch of service, and so what you had was a decompartmental conflict between the branches of service, where they wanted to have nuclear weapons, so to speak. Is that correct, Douglas?
Yeah.
There was this. And so, the only way that, and this is where I'm going to do a chronological order of how everything in extent happened, and it dates back to the Second World War, and even prior to that, with the National-So̶Ialistiche, the Third Reich came to existence. The inception began post World War I, and I would very briefly bring up point that they came into existence as a collateral also to the way World War One had ended. It was a response to the way it ended with the American Army flu that was unleashed on the world in the year they came to inception was 1919, and it will go through all the periods of the following decades up until the point where the Reich, the Wehrmacht, surrendered in Europe, and that was to be emphasized that it must be emphasized that Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz, who was the last Führer of the surface, government of the Reich on the surface world before they relocated into exile, he surrendered. He ordered Alfred Jodl to surrender in the forces in the field in Europe on the 7th of May, beg your pardon, and it went into then it went into realization on the 8th of May, which is why you have Victory in Europe Day. And Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz was the last Führer because he relocated well over a million civilians as well as diplomats from the Third Reich government. And there are very many prominent members of the Third Reich government, such as Hans Kammler and Martin Bormann, that relocated the Reich into exile. They went to various places such as Argentina, into Tibet, and they held strongholds also in Norway and the Baltic littoral post the ceasefire. Yes. Post ceasefire, and the whole objective was to relocate the Reich into exile officially because of the technology that they had. Martin Bormann relocated a lot of the computer technology that they had to the Antarctic continent because of the conditions of it being so frigid and basically because the computer systems would overheat so easily, they needed conditions that would keep them running efficiently. Yes. So this is why many of the Reich relocated into Antarctica, which is pronounced in the German as New Schwabenland. Yes. Is that correct, Douglas?
That is the territory which the Germans originally claimed. The Germans sent expeditions down to Antarctica which laid claim to what was called New Schwabenland, which was a area of Antarctica that is not the entire continent, but it is the area that they originally staked claim to. Later, they just basically, for all intents and purposes, occupied the entire continent. And then during that period of time, they secured it so that they could expedite the exodus. So people understand this. When you hear about many of these German exiles into Latin America and Indonesia and these other parts of the world, which most people only heard of Latin America, and for generations, just basically an entire generation, most people didn't know that. When I was presenting the fact that Germans had moved into South America, I ran into Americans who thought that was just urban legend and that was just some kind of fantasy. They had no concept that, of course, now this is something that is undeniable reality because of the fact that the Israelis had sent teams to try and extract Germans and successfully extracted Adolf Eichmann from Latin America. All of this, of course, has gone on to prove that there was a post-war infrastructure of heavy Germanic influence throughout South America. And but this was merely to expedite. These were people who said, okay, I'll stay here and just expedite the rest of the exodus into Unterland, because these were all younger people who could stand the new pioneering conditions. Obviously, it wasn't going to be the older people who were going to generally be going down into Unterland with them. And so the 100 million is actually a very understandable figure to actually bring up, because what people need to understand is, as I explained before when I was talking to my interview with Nexus Magazine, from which they censored what I just mailed to Jameson. I forwarded to him what I had sent to Peter Moon and to our man, Mr. George Knight. Basically, what Nexus censored was essentially probably the most important part of everything that I was saying, and it is now there in writ, taking up basically a single page or so. that will be presented in the documentary that's in production by George Knight. But essentially, what one of the things I brought up with the German who was interviewing myself, I could look his name up on Skype. I'll look that up later. It almost doesn't matter. But I was interviewed by a German individual in Germany. He was interviewing me on Skype from Germany for Nexus Magazine. The entire interview was conducted by him. And later on, of course, after Nexus had conducted its ambush of myself down in Australia, then he blocked me under the orders of the man who ran Nexus Magazine. And, of course, has run it to the ground. You never see Nexus in the United States. I don't know about England or whether Nexus is available in
absolutely. And is it Thomas Kircher?
Thomas Kirchner.
Kircher, Douglas?
Thomas Kirchner may have been the man who interviewed myself. Yes. Yeah, that sounds familiar. That's probably him. Thomas Kirchner interviewed myself. Thank you. And so he blocked myself on Skype under orders from Duncan Rhodes, I think is the name of the guy who runs Nexus Magazine. And Duncan Rhodes, of course, is, he's a work of fucking art. And just miserable all the way around. I won't even bother to go into the shit he pulled, but just to give people an idea of what I was dealing with when I was brought down to Australia. Then he basically knew everything I had been stolen by Virgin, and then he. And by the way, so people understand this, I went down to Australia with an enormous amount of personal property because I was going to be down there for over 2 weeks. I mean, that's like an expedition. You don't go without all your clothes and everything for change, especially for presentations. All of it was stolen by Virgin, and just, scum of the earth, human garbage, Virgin, at any rate, when it came to Duncan Rhodes, knowing that happened, he came into the hotel room that I was in and gave me what's called a, what was the name of that Network. The film was called Network, in which the infamous scene in Network is the screaming and the shouting. It was all screaming and shouting, but one of the famous scenes is where the individual who's doing all the screaming and shouting is brought into this kind of private meeting with the manager of the network and the owner of the network, a Rupert Murdoch figure. And the Rupert Murdoch figure gives him the skinny on life, the data of what the media is all about, and this demented individual responds worshipfully to him. I guess that's what Duncan Rhodes wanted from me, but he was doing all the shouting. Instead of myself, he came into my room and was, and Noreen Helphand was witness to this, so I'll have to bring her on at some point soon to reinforce and vindicate and validate myself in that regard. She was eyewitness to this, whereas this guy was screaming to me about just what he believed was reality, and how I was somehow not part of that reality, that I had to get in sync with his reality, which was like his own warped and twisted paradigm of what reality is. And he wanted me down there, and only to deliver a speech on the Third Reich in exile, because he wanted the Nazi stuff. But that presentation, the DVD, which had all the imagery, that was stolen. So I couldn't present that. Anyhow, it's just human garbage all the way around. It was a horrible situation, and so people get an idea of why I'm just so down on these people. But when it came to Thomas Kirchner and his interviewing myself, one of the things I was pointing out with the 100 million number is that it's important to remember that before the World War II, taking the German diaspora throughout Europe into account, the Germans in the Ukraine, known as the Volga Germans, that had resettled there under the reign of Katharina the Great, the Tsarina, the Tsaress of all the Russias, who brought Germans over to rebuild Russia. She, Tsar Katharina, she was someone who established a large German population, which was later decimated by Joseph Stalin. And so whether it was the Volga Germans or Germans in the Sudetenland or ethnic Germans through anywhere else in Europe, altogether Europe had 180 million German peoples. There were 180 million German peoples throughout Europe. After the war was brought to a closure on the continent of Europe, and everybody ceased proactive prosecution of hostilities, East Germany and West Germany and Austria put together comprise 100 million Germans. So 80 million Germans disappeared. And so there's 100 million Germans combining the populations of East, West Germany, and Austria. And where did the other 80 million German people go? You never hear about 80 million Germans dying in World War II. Even though Germany had a high fatality ratio, it was still, despite the Allied bombing campaigns, overwhelmingly troops in the field. The same with Italy and Japan and any of the Axis nations. Like Romania, the highest rate of civilian fatalities was all Russian, American, British, and Chinese. So when you add the number of Allied fatalities compared to the number of Axis fatalities, the Allied fatalities overwhelm the Axis fatalities. It doesn't matter how you look at it. Just by sheer numbers, the Allies were wiped off the face of the earth in terms of numbers when you compare the number, add all the number of Russian dead, Chinese dead, American dead, and British dead, all, Polish dead. It's everybody who was part of the Allies together, and their numbers dwarf the fatality ratios of the Axis. The Axis just, its military proved to be completely lethal, and none of the Allies could keep up with that. So when it comes to those numbers, and you take into account, why doesn't anybody talk about these 80 million Germans? Where did they all go? Were they all killed and nobody dares to speak about this? Did they all simply evaporate in a rapture? It doesn't make any sense. So yes, it has to be many millions of Germans that were relocated to Unterland. It is simply, there's no other conclusion to draw. Obviously, many millions of Germans died, and probably millions, and I'm talking millions, probably died in Europe that will never be accounted for simply because the Allies refused to speak of them. And the Germans are afraid to acknowledge them in their present state of geopolitical position. This will change in the future, and the truth will out. I'm sure mass graves will be found. But the number of Germans that died easily must match the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust, the number of gypsies altogether. It's certainly probably 20 million, easily, maybe more. Germans died, the civilians that were slaughtered. But that still leaves millions more that there's no explanation for where did these people go. Yeah. And by the way, we'll have to draw this to a close. I want to thank you for joining us.
Yes.
And give us a farewell for tonight, and then I'll give my closing to the show.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, by the way. And this is a subject that me and Douglas can talk about for hours and hours and hours. We could go on. We could do an entire transmission, multiple on this subject.
And we will
in
the future.
Yes, we certainly will in the future, Douglas. And thank you for inviting me on and having me talk on your show. And I just want to send my love and prayers to everyone listening right now, and all the love and support that I have received, and the prayers tonight. Thank you very much, Douglas, and my love unto all, and unto you, Douglas.
God bless you.
And much appreciated for everything.
Yes, our prayers are with you and with Sarah and your family in general. God bless you, and you have a blessed week, and you as well.
I'll speak to you soon, Douglas.
Look forward to it. Yes, we will.
Take care, Douglas. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. And Jameson, do say good night.
Wish you the best, George Knight, and I hope things go well with you.
Oh my God. And so Everyone, of course, thank you, Jameson. Everyone, do go to the GoFundMe. It's, of course, entitled Urgent Necessities or something. Good God, what is what is it called? I don't even pay much attention to it since it's obviously not a primary source of income for me. But we do need new equipment. The urgent necessities is definitely something you want to check out on my GoFundMe. Let me see if I can find the name for that at least, and turn everyone to the GoFundMe campaign is in. Let me see. It's called now.